I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best.
Swag, 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 swag.
I'm the best. 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 Standing on a car, finger in the air. With some women's with my fingers in their hair.
Swag, 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 swag.
Yes, I be the one that win Street Fighter tournaments. Make $1 million without even earning it. I got the highest score in the world on my SAT. And then I went to Everest to learn how to sling them trees. I don't have to count to know I'm worth $1 billion. You know what bigger number? I am worth $1 gillion. I'm the best at watching 1990s videos. Power Rangers, all that Keenan Kill, all here we go. I'm the best at making beats, that's right, my voice the track. And my swag is off the charts, that's a fact. I'm the best. 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 I did it. I'm the best. 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 My car move when I ain't driving it. My car pull, it's got a slide in it. At the target range, scoring all the headshots. Teabagging y'all, Lipton's on the rocks. Went to Maury and he said that baby ain't mine. Just for lying, I threw that dumb skank on top of a mine. Now that kid's an orphan, and I'm the best. That's a checkmate. We playing chess, my finger in the sky, so much I got arthritis now. There's so much gold on things I touch, they think I'm Midas now. Someone put a crown on my head, I am your highness now. I bet you thought you were the best, minus now, cause I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best.
Swag, 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 swag.
I'm the best. 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 And put your fingers in the sky if you know that I'm the best. Yeah. Put your finger in the sky if you know I am the best. Swag. Swag, 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 swag. I did it.
Hi. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Wanna quit looking at me, chat? I don't chat on Twitch chat. Alright? I'd like to stream it. Hi, Dad, how's work? Well, work's a big pain in the butt, son. But you gotta do it. And then, no and then. No and then. No and then. No and. Morning, why are you torturing us? Oh, sorry. It's because I'm the best. Oh, sorry, no, not that. I'm the best. I'm the best. Oh, workers had a new update today. Oh, look, early hours workers. I said last night that I would be here for early morning workers. Well, here I am. I am a man of my word. But don't you be thinking I'm going to call you sir. They hate us because they are anuses. Yes. Yep. All right, what's the update? Updated nature, lower achievement, so now it accepts plastic waste separated from mixed waste. We don't recycle. It's 1972 in game. We don't recycle. Bro, do we look like a freaking wuss to you? Fix the problem where auto replacement replace one vehicle with 2 or more new vehicles. Okay. Added teleporting and track builders back to the railway construction office when a rail track under construction is split by a signal or junction. Okay. Fixed an issue with factory or mine production in cases of low frames per second. Fixed an issue with fuel independence mission in the campaign. No idea what that means. Fixed the problem of stuck forklifts. Nobody wants a stuck forklift. Nobody wants that. Fixed the issue where waste trucks preferred to load plastic waste from open storage instead of from fast big garbage containers. Okay. Fixed the crash when renaming cities. Never encountered that problem. Fix the order of resources in the vehicle schedule, a distro office window. Fix the crash when browsing types of vehicles or containers the vehicles can load on. Fixed an issue where a click was accepted on the window below the primary window. Oh, they fixed click-through. Wait. What? Oh, okay. All right. Hot fix for issue where trams could not launch. Okay, I didn't know we were launching those, but all right. The repair station can now select vehicle types for repair. Ooh. Fixed an issue where incorrect values were displayed in the waste containers overlay. The highlight of the objective tab in the campaign will stop flashing after being used 3 times. Fixed an issue where helicopters with 100% wear and tear were not getting repaired. Fixed an issue with trams getting stuck at tram to railroad connections. Airplane parking spots cannot be demolished if airplanes are heading towards them. I'm the best. I'm the best. Swag. All right, send it. Send it. So we're going to play workers for like an hour and a half, and then Kerbal at noontime, right on schedule. And then Space News at 5, and you guys wanted Hearts of Iron for After Hours tonight, so that's what you're going to get. Got plenty of content here for you. Your boy's ready to vidya for the entire day, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Can we have Gear City at some point, please? No. 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 No, man. Shoot, no. I believe you get your butt kicked asking for something like that, man. I want Cocoa. I gotta go poopy. Thank you for contenting us. Oh, Dean. Daddy made you some content. Open wide. Bo Burnham, Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky, EJ. Try not to cry challenge, try not to laugh. Huh? I was thinking after hours sometime next week. I didn't mean today. So, how does that change what I said? Morning, what onboard snacks do we have today? The onboard snacks will be, let's see, what's on the menu? You have food, clothing, electronics, and meat. You could eat any one of those if you want. So, I I may have gone off the rails a little bit and made a little bit of progress on expanding Algolin, at least the plans for expanding Algolin. Yeah, it involves a lot of buildings. It doesn't. I just wanted to offer clarification. Why don't you clarify this cup of coffee into my mouth? We'll play Gear City next week, dude. Yeah, I think, so, yeah, we got Hearts of Iron tonight, and then tomorrow is Kerbal, Flame Trench, and we have Le Mans. The Friday Night Racing League is going to race 154 minutes at Le Mans. I'm probably going to crash, and so, you know, join up so you can laugh at my misfortune. I mean, what you guys do anyway, right? Assist with coffee distribution, thank you. You're making eggs and English muffin. Yins can eat here instead. Oh. Can this game be played multiplayer? I do not think it's multiplayer. See my last if you want to have a sad day. Try not to cry, challenge, try not to laugh. Oh. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it, Alien. I don't want to watch it. It's going to make me too sad. Dude, the last episode of Syndicated Grand Tour really pissed, like, not pissed me off. Like, I'm used to saying stuff pissed me off. That one made me really sad. Oh, dude. Side note. You know, from the last episode of Grand Tour, the Mondeo, I know the guy that built that car, that did the resto on the Mondeo for the last episode of Grand Tour. That guy streams on Twitch. That's my buddy Madford, dude. I don't know if you guys knew that. Mick made that car. Isn't that cool for the Grand Tour, which is pretty rad. Also, Mondeo is pretty much S-tier automobile on every level. Yeah. That Funeral for a Ford episode really bothered me. I don't want to watch that last Grand Tour episode because I don't want to admit that it's over. But we still got Clarkson's Farm, which is good. Clarkson's Farm is amazing. I love that show. Jeremy Clarkson is a international treasure. Must be protected at all costs. Same with Hammond and May. I'm the bear. Alright, so in Corverud, we got the construction ready. The refinery is good to go. I probably won't watch the dude. I don't think I can. I don't think I can, dude. I can't do it. Yeah, you can call me a little bitch. That's fine. You're right. I can't do it. Yeah. Just started watching Grand Tour. Sucks that it's ending. Say you want more content like that, watch the original Top Gear from like 2002 to like 2016. S tier. It's S tier. It is so good. Dude, those episodes are so freaking funny. It's just such a damn good show. It's really gonna suck when they're out. That's gonna really suck. But hey, it happens. Seriously, watch the original run for Clarkson, Hammond, and May. They are amazing. It might be a little bit weird watching those because it's not like the new car at the time, but some of those episodes, like, okay, Zay, here, let me tell you. They do Grand Tour style challenges, right? But in the original Top Gear, it got nuts. It got really crazy. Some of the challenges that they did were amazing. So cast your mind back, I don't know, You can go back this far. Cast your mind back to it's about 15 years ago at this point, but when the new Skyline came out, the R35 Skyline, right? Top Gear went to Japan, bought one, and they'd put Japan's transportation systems to the test. West coast of Japan to the east coast of Japan. Jeremy in a GTR, Richard and James on the trains. So they had a Shinkansen racing a GTR. It is one of my all-time favorite episodes because bullet train and also fast car. Oliver! That's another real good one. That's 63 Cadet. Dude, old cars are just built. They're just built right, dude. They're just built right. Sorry, they're just built right. Yeah, go find that episode. Trust me, it's awesome. It's such a good episode. And then the Oliver episode is fantastic too. Richard Hammond buys a 63 Opel Kadett for a challenge or driving across the Horn of Africa. It was so good, dude. Trust me, some of the old school Top Gear is legendary. I have a lot of reverence for those guys. Like, part of my childhood right there. The Veyron versus James and Hammond in the Cessna. Oh, that's so good, dude. They're so good. I should name it Oliver. Oh, God, I named my car. Frick. Oh, man. Such good times, dude. We need to make more good times like that. But anyway. What about the Mustang race out of Wembley? No H. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, trust me. Go. They're probably on Netflix or Prime Video or something. Probably not on Prime Video. Just go watch the original Top Gear. Every episode was amazing. Actually, the neurons are firing off up here. One of my all-time favorite Top Gear segments is this.
Were better.
Here, hold on.
See a show about cars and you get to see content.
I'm only going to show a second of it.
Anyway.
Also the
Slight
Hilux.
change of mood. Had he lived, Ayrton Senna would have celebrated his 50th birthday earlier this year.
Yeah, and the weird thing is I was talking about this to my 14-year-old son the other day, and he went, oh yeah, Ayrton Senna, was he that racing driver that got killed?
God, that makes me feel really old.
Well, I know, it's awful, but the thing is, I said to him, if you'd seen his funeral, you'd know he was a bit more than that.
Senna tribute is probably goated. That's probably my all-time, dude. It's so good. It gets me fired up every time. The Vietnam one's pretty funny, too. Also the Hilux. So, say, before Whistling Diesel was around, right? Top Gear took a Hilux and they tried to break it. They tried to destroy it. They put the damn thing at on top of a building and then on top of a skyscraper that was going to get demolished, and then demolished it. And the truck was on top and it fell, right? And they started it up again. They left it on the beach in salt water for a night, and it still ran. They beat the snot out of this thing. They hit it with a wrecking ball. They drove it into a tree, like head-on collision into a tree. It couldn't kill it. Couldn't break it. Can't break those trucks. Like, I love my American trucks, but Toyotas are... Those old Hiluxes, they put unobtainium in there, man. Oh, yeah. So good. They're just... the best, dude. Anyway. Trust me, that'll keep you busy for a long time. The Hilux to the North Pole. Fantastic. That's why they use a Hilux in a combat as a combat car in a lot of places, man. You know, the Hilux is great, man. It's a great vehicle. But also, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like a Super Duty or an old F-100 ain't going to do the same thing. Those cars and trucks are just built right. They're just built right, dude. I'll tell you what. All right, so let's get the meat locker ready to go. Working on the bus stop there. Kindergarten, school's ready to go. Once we get the bus stop ready,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, the Nelda F-350 is probably as strong. Louisa, you can't kill those damn trucks. I mean, you can't. I drove 2 of them clear across this damn country. Both of them had been sitting. One was dropped from a forklift. Like, you saw what they did to that 97. That truck still runs. You know why you guys haven't heard anything about that truck in a long time? It's because I drive it. It's my daily driver. I just drive that truck around. It refuses to die. It will not die. And then the F-350 that Ernot got, I drive that thing around on the weekends. Thing doesn't break. It just doesn't break. They won't break. They just keep going. I'm sure if I had a Hilux, it'd be the exact same way. Cars, they just don't break. The Hammerhead Eagle Eye Thrust. Oh, God. Jeff, that's another great episode where they do what Edison's doing, but like 15 years ago. Massachusetts drivers will eventually break them. You're trying to tell me that Yinzer rot on a car is worse than New England rot? Nice try. Bus stop's good. And if they do break, you can fix them. Yep. Yep. Oh, man. They're just so good, dude. You get any sleep? I got enough sleep. I'm good. I said I would play workers, so I'm going to. The Aribi City expansion is getting ready. We're gonna go all in on that refinery over here. And then, actually, I should probably build a bus stop over here, too. Or we could just drop directly at the refinery and build a bus stop later. Yeah, let's do that. We have plenty of oil here that's just begging to be bitumen. Once this is up and running, we don't have to worry about our debt anymore. We'll be fine. Also, guys, if you didn't see late last night, we spent an exorbitant amount of money, but I did get the steel up to get my pipeline connection up to our Harley, and we're exporting bitumen, and it's basically money printer go burr. Money printer go. You really wanted more workers? Yeah, of course. Dude, look at the thing. It's freaking money printer. Dude, I finally made a major stride in this game where I can actually have the freedom to play this game like cities. You bet your butt I want to play it. And I actually have a second pipeline connection unlocked too, so we could just export fuel if we want. Now you're going to build more pipelines and refineries, right? Right? Well, yeah, we got to start with one so we can export on the ruble and make bajillions of dollars, because this oil patch is bigger than the Al Bucky Baba oil patch is bigger than Oil Balak. It's bigger than that one. We can make more. We just got to get the settlement ready to go. No, we need... Yeah, give me that R-Series there. The trio was almost murdered in Alabama. Oh, dude. Those episodes are so good. That D100 that Jeremy had is pretty... That's a pretty nice little truck. Zay, you want to see something nuts? If you guys haven't seen this, they had a episode of Top Gear where they drove through the South. And put that on the side of their car. They almost died. Like, dude, the good old boys were getting the guns out, man. No joke, they had to stop filming. So ridiculous. It's a nice truck. It's a nice truck. So good. It's a hell of a troll, man. Pretty funny. Dude, you don't... That's... Look, man. Don't do that. Don't... That... No. You will get shot. Don't do that. You called the boy. Yeah, they got the good old boys. You don't... That's a really bad idea. This wasn't smart 15 years ago. Now it's just dumb. You're asking for trouble. Jez, Dick, and Jim. Dear Jez, Dick, and Jim. Still funny. God, I love that show. I love those guys. Seriously. This is my... Wabbit see duck season. I say it's duck season, and I say fire. Yord. Also, shameless plug for old cartoons. Old cartoons are amazing. They're hilarious. Very funny, actually. Geek, how about the one where they go through Argentina and they have the license plate that says FKLNDS 1982? It's so screwed up, man. It's so messed up. Oh, man. Argentinians were pissed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, my God. Hey, Shirley, 24 months. Thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate it. Dude, any Roadrunner and Coyote Surge that's Chuck Jones, amazing. Hilarious. I grew up on that stuff. Dude, the Chernobyl episode. Oh, my God. Dude, that show is top tier. It's top shelf. It still is top shelf. It's sad that it's... Now I'm sad. Now Argentina is run by friendly chainsaw man. Afuera! 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 Grain silo's getting there. Farm is almost done. Waiting on some steel. Did communism create a good car? No. Oh my goodness. How topical. An aluminum drum. An aluminum drum. You have to be kidding me. Who thought that was a good idea? Aluminum drums. You've got to be kidding me. I still can't believe that. I was... Dude, I had to go look it up. I'm like, he's full of crap, dude. He's embellishing. No, he's not. There are Zugilis that have aluminum drum brakes. Why? What in the name of frick were you thinking? Why would someone do that? I don't understand. Dude, a lot of the Soviet stuff was license built. They didn't It's all license built, like what you do in this game. Nothing was homogeneously engineered, with the exception of like maybe a Neva and the UAZ. But even then, a lot of the stuff from the Soviet Union is just old American stuff, for real. Like Ural. So the Ural is, and I'm not sure how to say it right. Dude, that's this thing. It's a Studebaker. It's a Studebaker, straight up. I mean, they made some changes to it over the years, but it's a freaking Studebaker. Look. Look. Or the GM, the General Motors CK. Look, there it is, the Katyusha. Look, it's a freaking Studebaker, man. They just took that. They took like a deuce and a half. Not the deuce and a half. That's a little bit later. But these trucks right there, Urals are all based off of them. Gaz, so Gaz is Ford. I'm serious. That's Ford. Ford is the one that built all the plants for GAZ, for Gorky Automobile. Look at the logo, for frick's sake. Gee, I wonder where they got that idea from. Huh, that's weird. Look at the Gaz A. Gee, I wonder what that is. That looks a lot like a Ford Model A to me. Well, Ford... See, well, here's the thing about Henry Ford. And I'm saying this as a Ford fan. Henry Ford did not care. He sold cars to whomever he could make money off of. He has the Order of the Knight's Cross from Germany that was awarded to him from Hitler, but also built plants in the Soviet Union. What a dick. What a dick. Seriously. He built the Soviet Union's industry and also supplied stuff to Germany so they could make better weapons of war, and then they just fought each other and he made a ton of money off of it. Oops. Yeah, fair boy, exactly. That's a better way to say it. But yeah, crazy, right? What a dick. Telling me they went to space first, but they can't build a car? Alien... They got into space first because of one dude. This guy. They got into space because of Sergei. That guy is the reason why they got ahead of us in the space race. Single-handedly. That dude... Korolev to the Soviet Union, dude, was... Okay, so think about it like this. Korolev was chief designer, so he was... Take Elon... What Elon does at SpaceX, what Jeff Bezos does at Blue Origin, what Bill Nelson does as the NASA administrator, or doesn't, and then take probably like a cabinet position, like chairman of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Committee would probably be the closest approximation. Take all those jobs and roll them into one. That's what that guy was. Single-handedly responsible for the space race. Seriously. Dude, what that guy did with rockets is magic. Considering at the end of World War II, they gave him a bunch of captured V2s and said, figure it the frick out or we kill you. And he made Soyuz. He made Soyuz from that, which is just... Guy knew what was good, man. The guy's a freaking prodigy. Seriously, they lost the space race. The Soviet Union lost the space race, and we didn't get a for all mankind scenario because he died in 1966. Seriously. He died from routine complications from surgery. Yeah, he just had routine surgery, died from it. They killed their healthcare system, killed their own chief designer. And they lost the space race because of it. No joke. If Sergei Korolev doesn't die, we have For All Mankind. No joke. That's how that rolls. Yeah, that's how that would end up. Why so early? I wanted to play Workers. Hey, Mihai, 4-month resub. Seriously, if Korolev doesn't die, the N1 works. Because, think about it. Soviet Union got cold feet. The N1, and you want to hear history kind of time is a flat circle thing. The N1 had the same problems that Starship is having with the filters. And SpaceX probably has figured that problem out by now, but it's the same problem, interestingly enough. When you have that complicated a plumbing, right? When your plumbing is that complicated, it's hard to solve that problem. And they didn't have their chief designer. They put all their eggs in one basket, but instead of doing that with their architecture, they did that with their designer. Sergei Korolev, the command structure of the Soviet space program was too top heavy. Once they lost Korolev, that was it. I'm gonna wake up. Someone faced the wall after that. Yeah, most likely. Korolev at that point was super connected. Oh yeah, somebody probably paid for that. Yeah, someone probably paid for that. No joke. That 11 a.m. alarm that I said, Ewok, used to be when I wake up. When I was doing a 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. stream schedule, that's when I used to wake up. Now that alarm is there to alert me that it's almost time to stream, because I usually wake up at 8. Something like that, John. Meritocracy is important, guys, especially when it comes to doctors. Yeah. How many alarms do you have set before that? I have an alarm that goes off at 8. That's purposely really obnoxious and loud. It's a motorcycle engine revving. And then I have an alarm at 9. That's just a regular alarm. I wake up at 8, and if I'm not out of bed by 9, my phone lets me know. I thought that was for your NSF meeting. That was once, okay? That was one time, all right? My day, guys, usually goes from about 9 a.m. to about 1 a.m. Yeah. Included with like 10, 11 hours of streaming. I like it. It's fun. I like working. It's a good time. I need to scan a QR code to stop my second alarm. Yeah, weather guy, that's a good one. What I do is my phone isn't on my nightstand. I keep it on my bureau. So if I want to shut it off, I have to get up. Like you guys know, you get past a certain point of awakeness, you know, and getting up usually kind of gets the motor running. So an alarm that had me do complex math. Yeah, there you go, Borve. Yeah, whatever you got to do, right? I don't know when we're going to start building all this stuff out, but let's pad up some cash here. And then, yeah, if you guys saw, I expanded Algalin big time. We're finally getting to the point where I can actually start playing the game. I don't know how to feel about that, but all right. I don't have this problem. I'm awake when I open my eyes. Well, I'm sorry. We all can't be just awesome at waking up like you. Jeez. Is that city supposed to bring workers to the refinery? Algalin, currently in its old form, the old city over here is feeding the refinery. Yes, from that bus stop. When I'm done, I have a, if you look, dang, that noise is so annoying. I have 3 substations, here, here, and here. That basically blankets this entire area so I can build whatever I want, and it'll always have plumbing, sewage, etc., and electricity. At each substation, I'm building a bus station. So anybody can go to any bus station, and what I want to do is have an inner city bus station so one can go to the other, and then we need like a gigantic bus station that sends everybody down the street to the refinery. The bigger bus station will probably be up here somewhere at the top of the city. So you'll have a bus here, bus here, bus here, and then drop off here. And then this bus station will be, the bus depot that I build here will be for shuttling people down to the refinery. And then also I built out the provisions. This is part of the reason why I build 3 lanes. I build my highways 3 lanes wide. One is when you're building it, you can send all your construction vehicles up the center and they can make the road faster. 2, we have provisions for a tram. I could put a tram in here too, eventually if I wanted to. I designed it like that on purpose. KC-46 had a really bad day. The sound is a glitch, guys. I'm not sure how to get rid of it. I had a truck that was stuck, and I sold it because it was stuck. I couldn't get it to move. And when I sold it, it just made that truck noise. KC-46 lands at Travis with boom in trail. Boom would not stow after incident. Crew forced to land with it deployed. It's gone. Yeah. Get the kitty litter out indeed. Oh. Hey, Jens. So, guys, a KC-46 is a, look. KC-46 is a 767. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a 767 that is a refueler. And the refueling planes have that boom down here. How this boom retracts is basically from a cable. And they have stabilizers on it that can change the angle. I almost knocked my drink over. This thing... See the stabilizers? You can move those so the boom can like retract so the plane can, you know, land. With that being said, it seems like one of the planes, the boom didn't retract and it decided to ablate itself. Yeah. Ablative boom. See all that right there? That's gasoline or jet fuel. Yeah. See all that? See all those fluids? That's jet fuel. Because that's the fuel line. And there's your vent line. It's just like a freaking car. It's like driving a cab. It is a KC-46 int. Yeah, that might be expensive. You know, those booms are not cheap. Yeah. I'm worried for you if you start Gear City. Seems to be a game with high learning curve, and when you get it, you're ready to go down a very large and deep rabbit hole. So be it. It's now just a C-46. Yeah, they scraped off the K part. Yep. Yeah, there's your cable for retracting the thing. That's not there anymore. Ooh. Man. The plane mechanic's gonna be pissed. It looks like there might be an APU up in there. I don't remember if a KC-46 has an auxiliary power unit, but if it does, that's broken. Yeah, you might want to... That... See, here's the thing. Guys, airplanes are made out of aluminum, mostly, right? I mean, modern planes can be made out of other things, right? But they're mostly made out of aluminum, right? You ever try to crush a soda can? an aluminum can or aluminum can. You ever try to crush it and you ever try to get it back to the way it was? Not happening. See all this? Junk. Crap. Throw it away. Even the stringers got damaged here too. There's a structural piece right here that denotes the shape of the fuselage. That's all broken. This whole thing is junk. Get rid of it. Just seriously cut that thing right off and replace it. This is junk. Junk. Toast. No good. What happened? It's a KC-46 and the refueling boom wouldn't come back up. The crew had to land with the boom deployed, which is absurdly dangerous. Considering that there's fuel. Woof. Do I remind you what you can do with an aluminum tube? What is this? I learned all kinds of stuff about battleships. What do we got?
Target, and they're all shooting at it, and their shells hitting the water when they miss. How do you know which shells are coming from your ship? So each ship in a division would have a different colored dye. So under the nose cone for a shell, there would be a bag full of colored dye. When the shell splashes into the water, the splash of water will be colored with whatever colored dye, denoting which ship is which splash. That lets you know if you're the ship that's on target or you're the one that's way off target in distance. Battleship New Jersey had blue colored dye for her shells. Our sister Iowa had orange, Missouri had red, and Wisconsin had green. So when a group of battleships is firing
16-inch cal 50. That's a big bullet. And it is a bullet. That's a bullet. No, that's not a missile. It's a bullet. Yeah, bag gun. Because frick you, whatever that hits is going to liquefy it. It's going to get liquefied, including a battleship. I never knew which color did 5.9 use. I don't know, Jim. I have no idea. I'm in danger. Yeah. Also, shameless plug for the Battleship New Jersey Museum. Also, if you can't get to New Jersey, watch their YouTube channel. Their YouTube channel is awesome. It is one of the coolest museum YouTube channels around. They're routinely like going around. The curator is the guy that runs it, the curator of the New Jersey Museum. He goes around, explores parts of the battleship that you can't see, films stuff that you wouldn't see if you go to the museum, which is super cool. Seriously, go subscribe to that channel. It's awesome STEM content, especially if you want to know how a 2,700 pound shell gets loaded. That's 1,300 kilograms for anybody else. Yeah. Actually, a little bit more than that, but you get the idea. Because frick you. Frick you. Whatever it hits, it's going to liquefy it. It's pretty awesome. Actually, oh, we unlocked the Fiat Panda. Actually, what's super cool, dudes, is the they have a channel, or they have a thing on their YouTube about the roller bearings that the battleship turrets use, and how you have to grease them, which is, you think packing a bearing on a car is nuts? The roller bearing on a battleship, the bearing element is like the size of a baseball bat, which is just like, oh, okay. Wouldn't a ballistic missile shot out of those guns get an extra good kick to range? It's a lot easier to do if you just attach an SRB behind the missile and make it a two-stage, John, but which is basically what anti-ship missiles are. I mean, certain anti-ship missiles, it depends. Yeah, launching something out of a gun usually means that whatever is inside of it can't really, I mean, there's that whole accelerating to, like, 4,000 miles an hour in an instant that usually breaks any complicated equipment. I remember Iraqi soldiers surrendering to the spotting drone from a battleship. No way, Serge. That's crazy, dude. Have I come into a conversation about big guns? Yeah, baby. Yeah, the dry dock content is fantastic, Yum Food. Absolutely. How's that compared to the cannon that launches people at the circus? I wouldn't want to be shot out of a 16-inch Cal 50. That's a really nice way to just make a nice bloody shotgun blast come out of the gun. There are some anti-tank missiles that are fired from a tank gun. Yeah, I suppose if you did it like a Sabo round, you could, but yeah, I mean, an SRB is probably cheaper than keeping that whole gun working. You see the video where the sister ship fell off its stands in dry dock from an earthquake? Surprisingly, it was okay. I have not seen that one, Plykin. I don't have a lot of time to watch that channel, but I know it's a good channel. The videos that I have seen are fantastic. I really started watching it a lot when they had the New Jersey in dry dock. And the curator, I forget his name, Sean, I think? He was talking about, hey, Ellisers, what's up, dude? He was talking about how, you know, why don't they just keep the boat in dry dock? You know, so you don't have to worry about it getting destroyed from the water. If they kept the boat in dry dock, it would collapse under its own weight because it's designed to go in the water. It can only be in dry dock for a certain amount of time before the superstructure will just bow the hull out. And it needs the hydraulic pressure, right? It needs the hydraulic pressure to be able to keep the hull integrity, which is, yeah, smart way to do that. Oh, yep, okay, that's a thing, Hellfish. I suppose you could. Yeah, it's actually super cool. That's why museum ships are still in the water. It's sad to see the state of the Texas. What are you talking about, man? Texas just got refurbished. Seriously, they put her in dry dock because yeah, it was not doing well. She wasn't doing too good, and then they put her in dry dock, and honestly, they did like the ship equivalent of a frame off resto. Where's the better pictures of the thing? Hold on. Dude, it looks ace now. It looks so good. It looks the thing looks brand new, which is, dude. Yeah, here we go. This is from the Houston Chronicle. Look. Nope. We wonder why newspapers are going out of style. Look at that picture, man. She looks mint now. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Sick. More detail. Yeah, okay, so I guess you can fire missiles from a gun. I'm not surprised, to be honest. Yeah, they restored it. They fixed it. They patched a bunch of panels. Dude, she's mint. I don't think the ship will ever run again, but it looks great. Yeah, because the Texas was not in good condition. It was really, yeah, at San Jacinto, it was not doing good. Dude, like I said, if Jeff Bezos made all that money and obviously Blue Origin, right? But they, he went and recovered those F1 engines, right? Like, if I was a billionaire, I'd be doing stuff like that. I'd be like, yo, you see that? You see the New Jersey? I need that running again now. I'd go to the Navy. I'd be like, yo, I want to fix one of your museum ships for free. I just want to see the ship. I want to see the ship command all engines ahead flank. Okay, I'm sorry. I just need this in my life. You know, SS United States, all the museum ships, they need to be in running condition. Running condition. They don't belong to the Navy anymore? Yeah, but the Navy still has jurisdiction over some of this stuff because they still have kind of say over what you can and can't do with the museum because of reasons. Dumb question. Did the engines come off when the first stage hit the water? Yum food? Yeah. Long story short, yes. The Saturn V, the S1C would have fell engines first because the center of mass down low. It would have basically flown in like a Falcon 9, except it obviously didn't do the landing burn at the end. The reason why the nozzles are blown off those engines that Jeff recovered, right, is because the hydraulic pressure, the water went into the nozzle, blew the nozzle out, and then went into the combustion chamber. But the combustion chamber was the only one to be able to withstand the hydraulic pressure because it's a combustion chamber. That's why only the combustion chamber from the F1 is left. Yumfu, do you like baseball at all? You like baseball? Yeah, you know, remember when Randy Johnson threw that ball and it hit the bird and there was no bird left, there was just feathers? That, but with a stage. And the ball being the water. Like, dude, the water probably just shredded that thing. You're never gonna find a discernible piece of that stage except the engines. Because that's the only thing that's designed to withstand that type of pressure. Speaking of ships, they lost the anchor. It's loud. Yeah, this video. Yeah. The anchor, yeah. Once it gets going, Flykin, you... Yeah, I've seen that. I did, Jack, and I think that's hilarious. Oh, we got a new tower crane. Have you been keeping up with the restoration of the North Carolina? Negative. Yeah, runaway chain. Dude, that happens. Oh, yeah. You did something wrong if that happens. But, yeah, that's a thing. We're almost ready. Actually, once we get the, we got a set distro here. Unload meat. Yeah. Whatever. Tons of training on how not to do that. I don't remember much, but it was one of your quals on the sub. John, I have an extremely stupid question that I probably know the answer to, and I'm probably going to look like a complete moron for asking it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do submarines have anchors? I don't remember seeing an anchor on any of those things. Unless it's like in some super special, awesome, super secret squirrel compartment. Yeah? Okay, cool. That's what I thought. I just thought I'd ask to be sure. Sorry. That's my dumb question for the day. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't, right? It is a boat, after all. Or ship, excuse me. You wouldn't, it's internal. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hydrodynamic drag, you don't want to carry it on the outside of the hull, right? Like... I was just sitting there, like, you said it's anchor quals on a sub. I'm like, wait. Wait, what? Wait, how does that work? Magnets. Speaking of Battleship tactics, they just went live. They're shifting piers. Yeah, baby. I still think it would be cool. Like I said, if BJ ever gets lots of money, I'm doing stuff like that. You have my word. I'm gonna go to, like, Texas and be like, yo, what is it gonna take? What is it gonna take to take this ship and put a modern power plant in it? I mean, whatever. If we have to lift a freaking diesel engine out of a container ship to put it in here to get the ship, like, seaworthy, let's do it. I mean, they'll probably say, no, we're not doing that, but I'm like, then in which case I'd be like, all right, fine, get the steam boilers working. I don't care. Whatever. Runs off heavy oil. It's fine. We got plenty of that. Screw that, fix up the steam plant. Yeah, there you go. I'm in. You son of a gun, I'm in. Let's get her done, dude. Even with modern countermeasures, I don't think you can stop a 16-inch or bigger shell if it comes at you. Big, I've said that, you know, I think in this day and age, battleships still serve a pretty damn good purpose. They're good for shelling targets during an amphibious invasion. You're not stopping the shell. It's 1,300 kilos. And it's going, what? What's the muzzle velocity on one of those things? Hold on. What's the muzzle velocity for one of these bad boys? 762 meters a second. The shell is coming out going Mach 2. That's like... Yeah, that's almost a kilometer a second. I mean, it's 3/4 of a kilometer a second. That's pretty fast. 2,500 feet per second. HC and nuclear is even 2690. Wait, oh yeah, they did test that. That's right. Yeah, it could launch dude. What the actual frick, bro? 1950s and 1960s military industrial complex was cooking, man. They were cooking a nuclear artillery shells. Oh yeah, it's that thing. Yeah, they shot. That's ridiculous. You have faith in a Sea Whiz? Sea Whiz wouldn't be able to intercept that thing. I mean, well, maybe it would. I don't know. Bro. Yeah, 762 meters a second? No way. You're not blowing that out of the sky. That's not happening. And it comes down at you. You're not seeing it coming either. It's just... Yeah, exactly. What if a 308 hits that thing coming in? It's not going to do much to it. The recoilless nuke rifle? Oh, that's the Davy Crockett. Yeah, that thing was interesting. All right, we need to prioritize getting these footpaths done. High priority. High priority. High priority. I need these footpaths to get done so they can have access. For now, don't have any workers here. Actually, we could... Yeah, no tourists. We just want workers. All right. I need to buy a bus here. The Mercedes 305 is good, but that GM bus is nice. I like the General Motors bus because speed. Not the actual speed, the movie. 65. We buy American here, okay? In this Soviet Republic, which you know what I'm trying to say. I don't understand the thinking that faster is impossible to intercept, i.e. hypersonics, as if in the modern day we can't calculate parabolas. Thoughts? My thoughts are this. Terminal high altitude area defense. How's the part creation gone in KSP? We're gonna work on it in about 30 minutes, give or take, Filch. Yeah, you'll see. We got to texture those parts. I got to get the textures done so we can actually play with them and have fun. And then we got to figure out the next part. This is inadvertently turning into model parts that you need to fix the SSTO pad. I don't know how to feel about that, but all right. I think the Navy should stop making battleships and focus on submarines and carriers. Anything else can be done by drone boats. That's what the U.S. has been doing since 1945, Louiso. Dude, we had battleships ready to go. That we didn't... We either converted them to carriers... that we either converted to carriers or just straight up scrap. There's 4 Iowa-class battleships. Halfway through World War II, we had 6.5 and 6.6, the Kentucky and the... What was the last one? I forget what that ship was going to be named. And we didn't even bother. We stopped mid-construction. They didn't even refit them. They just said, The Illinois and the Kentucky. Check it out. Look. See? Halfway done. Didn't even bother. Actually, the Kentucky was... The hull was finished. Look. They just basically had to put the turrets and the superstructure on. And I say basically like ship construction is some easy thing, but you get the idea. Fun fact. Part of the Kentucky is still around today. Yeah. What they did was they cut the front off. Because, yeah, see? They cut the front of the ship off. Because another Iowa ran aground. And they just said, instead of fixing this, just take that. And they cut the front off. Also, Montana's would have been amazing. You're not wrong. And then what the U.S. did was we took, and this is pretty much what everybody did. Let me put it to you like that. What the United States did basically was we took the battleship hull design. We took a Montana's hull design, guys, and made it into an aircraft carrier. You know, not a lot of people know that. The Montana class, which was basically an extended 4-turret Iowa, which is okay. You have 4 triple barrel 16-inch Cal 50s, which is okay. They took that hull design, right? That hull design, they took it and they used it to make aircraft carriers, because aircraft carriers, they figured out after Guadalcanal in Midway, the US and Japan, for what it's worth, figured out that you need to go fast with your aircraft carrier to get planes where they need to be. So they took that hull design and they used it to make an aircraft carrier instead. They didn't ever start making a Montana. They just used the hull. Like, it's not like the Japanese that took a battleship and took the battleship parts off and put a runway in its place, like the Shinano. But they took the hull design and used it to make Midway, I think. Why did the U.S. stop at 16-inch? It was fit for purpose. I mean, Sig, that a lot of that has to do with the Washington Naval Treaty. That and 16-inch was, yeah, purposeful. The Japanese made a bigger gun. The Japanese made an 18-inch. But the 16-inch, dude, is 406 millimeter, dude. That's big. That's fine. 400 millimeter. Yeah, once World War II started, the treaty basically went out the window. Exactly. Yeah, I know the treaty went out the window, but that was what was made up until that point. There were a couple of battleships going into World War II in the United States that had 16-inch guns, but a lot of them had 14s. So I think the Colorado class had 16s, but it was a 16-inch double barrel, if I'm remembering correctly. The South Dakotas were the battleships that had 16-inch Cal 45 Mark 6s. That was the triple barrel 16-incher. I think it was the Colorado class that had the original 16-inch guns. Point is that by the time so the South Dakota came around, right? South Dakota class battleship, the second version of the South Dakota class battleship, came around in the late 30s. So that's like the USS Massachusetts, the USS Alabama. And then what they did was they took that design and they stretched it a little bit and they improved the hull, and that's what the Iowa is. And then they extended the barrels on the guns. Iowas have a longer barrel than the South Dakotas. But yeah, they basically used what was there. They used what they had at the time. Instead of trying to make something new, they took what they had, optimized it, and then just built a bunch of it. That's what we did. What about that German railway gun? The Schwer Gustav? I don't know what caliber that thing was off the top of my head. 31 inch, 800 millimeter. Okay. Okay. Compensating for something? Why did the crane just go there and then stop? Oh, he's out of gas. $800 millimeter. What the heck were you thinking? Zero Annie. Yeah. Crazy, man. Is the Stalinator almost ready to go? Oh. Yep, almost got the sewer line ready to go. We have a demo office up here ready to go too, which is good. That can go there. And that truck, my hauling depots are all filled up. Okay. Cool. 800 millimeter. What was the pressure inside the gun when firing such a huge shell? Well, it really depends on how many bags you put behind it. So these big guns, guys, don't have a shell casing. They're called bag guns. The reason why is because you take powder kegs, you put the bullet in, it's breech fed. So think like a shotgun where you put the bullet in the back. I mean, everything's breech fed nowadays, but it basically, you have a breech, and the breech opens, and then you slide the shell in, and then you put powder behind it in the form of a powder keg, right? And the reason why it's called a bag gun is because the powder kegs look like bags, right? And how much powder you put behind it. The cool thing is that you could actually change it. You could put more. Sometimes you could put more or less powder depending on the gun behind it to get the shell to do a different thing, depending on the trajectory. But most of the time, like on the Iowas, you'd have, I think it's six bags behind a 2,700-pound shell. And I don't know what the impulse of each bag is. I'd have to go look it up. The Gustav had a brass shell? No, what? No way. Why, Germany? Why are you like this? What? It's a shell gun. It's not a bag gun. How do you make an 800 millimeter shell gun? Are you nuts? Why would you do that? What? All right, I'm just gonna get back to work. That's ridiculous. They used cartridges for an 800 millimeter gun. All right. Traffic jam. What's going on? Two vehicles trying to enter the same thing at the same time. Seems over-engineered. I suppose powder kegs could get a little ridiculous on the front. I mean, that kind of makes sense, but also, what the frick, dude? Why? Like, why would you... I don't understand the use case, but all right. It was made to pass through the Maginot Line. Oh, I understand why it was made, Vavis. I'm not debating whether you should or shouldn't make an 800 millimeter gun. I'm wondering why they chose a cartridge design for it instead of a bag gun. Bag guns are easier to handle. But then again, that thing with the powder, an 800 millimeter powder keg is just all right. Why not? Okay. Yeah. Oh, we got a broken down truck over here. What's going on? Why aren't you getting repaired? Part of the dumper depot here. What's going on? Hey, Sneaky. We're making good money, it's just the ruble is killing us. I'm gonna have to refi again soon. Germany historically used cartridges for the naval guns, so when they built the Gustav, they just kept doing it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's the same reason why we just stuck with 16-inch. Because why would you change that? Forgot to put waste in this design. I always like just connecting the waste on a dirt road. There's no need to go ham on this stuff. All right, commission that construction. Did we finish all the lines to the Stalinator? Oh, we just got one left with one work day. Oh, come on. We need the darker blue stuff. What's on fire? I swear this game picks stuff that... It picks stuff that is purposefully, like, far away from stuff to catch on fire. Yeah, we'll probably get that one in time. I'm not worried. Yeah, there's an electricity problem. It's probably because your substation is on fire. It probably has something to do with it. Okay, we bought the bus, so what I'm going to do here is we're going to make a new line, and this is the... Aribi Refinery Labor Line. Check. We need to go from the bus station to the refinery. Load at the bus station, wait until loaded, unload at the refinery. Check. Now add the bus in. And we want it to just, this is just a line for workers. Check. I'm gonna have the bus start running. Yep, fire got put out. Cool, cool. And then we're almost there. What I need here is, I need to make sure that people on foot have access to the school. It looks like they can get to the school, yes. See the blue, the darker blue? Yeah, they need to be able to get to here, 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 and here. So food, clothes, and electronics, work, culture, grade school, kindergarten. We just need some leisure for these people, and I think we're good to go. That shouldn't be too hard. Oh wait, the outdoor pool. Can they walk to that? They could, if it was finished. Gotta get these footpaths done. Good. That's how I'm gonna get that finished for now. Plus that in, do we have another way to get another footpath that we could use? We could use the dirt footpath, and that could start, that way we could start construction.
Discovery.
Hey, Shatter. Been a couple weeks. Been busy editing Mom's obituary, plus two other life tornadoes. Hope everything remains normal on your end. Everything's good here, man. I hope everything's all right, dude. I'm sorry. Shatter, I can't even imagine. That's like unfathomable to me, dude. I hope you're doing okay. If you need anything from me, just say, all right? I don't like the way this footpath is set up at all. Thanks, man. Despite it being seen from months away, it still happened earlier than we expected. Yeah. Bauxite is unlocked. Yeah, dude, I hear you. That doesn't make it easier, you know? Like, just because you can see a car accident, like you can see you're gonna get into a car accident, doesn't make actually the impact better, you know? Like, oh, I can see it coming. Like, it doesn't make it better. not better. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, dude. Not better. Oh, nice. Check this out, dudes. We can go over here. So in research, in our research tree, dude, we should be able... Anything, this building does anything in blue. I don't think there's anything left to jump into except for steel production. Let's go. Let's do it. Ship fighter, Shatter. Ship fighter. Oh, you know, hey, it's a time. Big man upstairs needed it for something else, dude. That's all. Let's get that Apex membership. Just had an interview for a job, Tara, and you aced it. He said I was his top candidate. Might have a job on Monday. Awesome, man. Awesome. Man, stream is highs and lows. Jeez. Congratulations, buddy. All right, guys. I mean, once a truck comes for the meat locker, load meat from the. Okay, I think we're good. Let's we have spots for 220 people. Let's go here, figure out where the workers are, and. All right, let's move people from here. This village. These houses are terrible, comrade. You do not want these houses. They are a giant crock of poop. You want houses that have nice, strong wall. So you can, you know, base it. Face your, it's like face your fears, but with wall. Okay. The unemployment's gonna spike for a second, but people will start getting jobs here. They will find places to work. Can they walk to that fire station? Oh, they can. Hell yeah, man. Great. Yeah, we're gonna need more people in that regard. What's another village that I don't care? I mean, another village that has a lot of people. We will relocate these people to a nice, beautiful apartment. If you do not like apartment, well, if you have problem, you come up to top floor. I will show you the penthouse and then throw you off the roof. I show you where I live, and then, you know, you get to live in luxury for 5 seconds before we push you off the side. We will not allow dissenting opinion here. No, you live in apartment or we will execute. Oh, missed building. I took my technical services, which is water, sewage, and garbage, and I expanded it so we can bring the refinery drinking water. Other countries have other countries have run by little girls and have inferior potassium. So I'm relocating villagers to my city so I can get them to work in the refinery. State provide you with job, state provide you with food, state provide you with everything. You don't have to worry, I got you. This is totally not exploitative in any way. Perfect. Stand memorial for lost loved ones. So I want to limit amount. We need They provide you with everything, including where to live and how to think. You do not need to do anything. Great success. King in the castle, do this, do that, shine my shoes. Oh no. We have forgot one sewage. Uh-oh. Do I have any passenger vehicles around? This one, right here. Go right there. Ooh, we unlocked a new Pokemon. This is the Aribi water treatment flavor. Bus stop. Depot. So basically I'm populating this city and I'm getting all the tasks up and ready to go. There we go. Probably don't need that many people for the students that we have. That can go down to 3. Extend that. A lot of people ended up wanting to work here. I did start new research, yes. What's that? Oh, the ambulance broke down. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, I got the OPEC membership and steel production. Jeez, SKS, that's nuts. So let's set distro for there, for that warehouse. Pause it, unload, food, clothes, electronics. And then shut that. There we go. Oh, it would probably help if we loaded chemicals for the water treatment. Yeah. So might have to check out Transport Fever 2 when the final update drops. They just revealed that they're adding three-way switches amongst other things. Yeah, that happens. Oh, that's where everybody's going. I was wondering, I'm like, why the heck are they all... Where are all these people going? We don't need that many firemen. Not right now, at least. Famous last words. Notice how I put the fire station kind of in the center of everything. Sorry, had a message. A little important. Okay, cool. Now we're getting people there. How's the farming section coming along? It's noontime, but give me 1 second, dudes. I'm talking to NSF about something. I'll tell you guys what it is in a little bit. Talking to who? Adrian. About stuff? Talking to Adrian about stuff and things. What's up, Das? How you doing? I was like, he ain't talking to me. No, it's about that thing. It's about that thing with the thing for Flame Trench soon. You understand? I was like, he ain't talking to me. It's the Soviet end. Yeah, there you go, right? The farm is almost done. First thing or the second thing? I don't know. You talk to the guy? Anyway, let's go over to Uglin, make sure everything is okay over here. Something like that, Rem. Yeah. Looks like a small, humble village. Yep. Spelled that. Yeah, okay. Just thought I'd let you know. Electricity problem. Yeah, that's okay. All right, so the refinery has started producing. Yes, excellent. You go over to the distro. Go over here. Don't load up. No. Erase from line. Go to distro. And now we're gonna add loading up. Load fuel from the refinery and then drop it off at that gas station. I already have unload fuel set for the Aribi gas, Aribi fire. Building is already assigned. Overrood gas, Aribi gas free, Canavar free. So yeah, there we go. Gas. All right, we're producing. Not a lot, but we're producing oil. Let's bring in, we have the money, so let's bring in another garbage truck and another waste truck. And then I need another covered truck as well. We need drinking water for these people. The water truck is getting everything the drinking water right now. Yeah, we can start weaning ourselves off fuel. How much fuel did we import last month on the ruble? 20 G's. Some of that was probably here, but the biggest one is steel. That's all the steel that we ended up using for the farm and stuff. Steel and fabric. But the fabric is getting sold as clothes, so that's not that big of a deal. So once the farming gets done, what's the next big thing you want to unlock? Well, once we start basically being able to generate the capital that we need, T-Man, we'll start getting coal and iron, and I'll build a... I might just expand a Reby to just build for coal and iron. You know, I slated a lot of space for this city, you know, but we'll see. I might even think about pursuing car-centric again, just because we have the highways. We could do it. It actually wouldn't be the worst idea. Are there farming spots on the map? Sun Temple, anything that has this, see the green? It's usually along the riverbanks. Anything that's green is good for farming. The Central Valley right here has tons of farmland. So not many places. I mean, it is the desert, homie. We need to extend this highway so I can get access here, and then what we need to do, I wanted to make this highway cross the river right here. So what I was thinking is Al-Sulasma will start building out more planned parts of the city over here, or we could just relocate it. I want the highway and the train tracks to keep going, and I want them to cross the river right here. I don't have any need for ships to go down this part of the river. What I want is a big city on the other side here, right? We need a bigger city over here. I want the farmland to be kind of on this side and maybe on the outskirts, but in this kind of desert patch right here next to Canuve, I want to build out a gigantic city and a port. And what I want around that port eventually is a train hub. Big centralized train hub, so we could, and roads. I want roads and highways going to, basically connecting, you know, Aribi, Alsanan Nadir over here, and Algalin over here. I want highways and railroad tracks all leading to the center of the map, right? If we look at the map, you have the highway going to here, that highway goes there, and this highway stops there. I need to build them out and I want a centralized hub, and that centralized hub will be centered around this big port, you know? We'll build a shipyard there, and then maybe we could find a flat-ish spot for an airport or something and go from there. But I need to connect, I want to connect all the three big cities that I have. 1, 2, and 3. I want to connect them all. Eventually, this is long-term, eventually we connect in, and then I build a highway right to this plateau right here. This plateau, gold mine. There are multiple 100 deposits here of oil. Yeah. $100 resource deposits here. This oil field, we tap that oil field, millions of dollars. The problem is that oil field is in a very remote spot, so building the infrastructure to it is going to suck. But that's the reason why I want the highways and the railroad tracks. This plateau right here is money. Like, that oil field goes from, like, over here. Look. Goes from over here all the way over here. Yeah, that's the biggest oil field on the map. If you look, if we go into the map view and sort by oil, that's the biggest one. The other big ones are where I already have oil fields. Got a broken down vehicle? It's that damn ambulance again. My repair station up here. What's the range? There we go. There we go. That'll get what we want. I said it so my... Fudge. Oh, don't do this to me. Damn you, I'm buying MSC, sorry. Don't do that to me. Come on. Oh. OPEC membership is designed to prevent this. It basically fixes the price so you don't have to worry about stuff like that. Balls. Wait, it's a cartel? Yes. That's unfortunate. Yeah. How does OPEC work? Oil producing countries basically all signed a cap to put price controls on exporting oil. It basically said the price is going to be this much. It's going to be whatever we denote because we're sick of getting screwed by this. So some countries, like, you know, countries that have huge oil exports, you don't want the price to fluctuate. You have the price fluctuate, you're screwed. You could go bankrupt overnight, and then the oil well shuts off, and then you're boned. So in the 70s, a bunch of countries came together and basically said, we denote the price for oil, nobody else. Yeah. And they all decided to work together to do that, and they screwed the United States because, yeah, they limited the production of oil to make the price go up. Caused a huge crisis. You used to have to wait in line at the pump in the 70s, man. Yep. Good times. Yeah, this is a thing that you can do to get the game to understand that that's one big interchange. That's one big intersection. Actually, you know what? We could probably just get rid of the, probably just get rid of that. Does OPEC change the price based off of inflation? I think so. A lot of things led to that, Flykin. That's more complicated than just, is that what led to it? No. I'm sure it maybe played a component, but no. Do you think an Epcot-style city would work in this? Yes. I mean, you wouldn't be able to build it to the complexity of Epcot, but you could... Something like that would work. Yeah, you could kind of do it. I'm kind of doing it right here, but this city isn't up and running yet. That's the new city. This is the old city over here. No people movers. Got trams and subways. We can make it happen. Build it in one long line. Good idea. Is it bad that I really want Neum to work? No. No, Neum is cool. In fact, I kind of wish we were doing it, dude, to be honest with you. I kind of wish we would dream big like that, but, you know. I mean, helpless, I'll say what I've always said, you know? At least somebody's doing it. Nice, Tesla. Does Workers and Resources have sewage to worry about? Yep. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, you have to pitch the drainage, JDG. Yeah, you got to pitch the drainage. You don't pitch the drainage, it's your sewage pipes have to flow downhill. If they don't flow downhill, you need a pump. Yeah. Okay, it's coming along here, coming along. We are producing our own fuel, which is very good. But like I said, the price of oil is going down, so... Right when I get this stupid frickin' thing made. You have enough fire departments around here? Probably not, but I have one operational right there. That guy's gonna start exporting bitumen, because the bitumen price is still high. have a computer in 1972? The biggest problem with the line is that there's no redundancy. Yeah. That's always been my thing, likes. You're gonna have to have higher throughput the further you are towards the median of that line. If you don't have higher throughput, and their solution to that is decentralizing everything, but honestly, you're going to have, I don't know. Every single American town has tried doing this at a smaller scale, and what ultimately happens is exactly what you're talking about. Main Street gets too clogged up, and then you end up building something else elsewhere, right? Main Street USA is a prototype model of the line. It's doing the same thing. Like that's not gonna work. At least I don't think it is. You're gonna need higher throughput eventually in certain spots. There's no way you could predict all that. Yeah, if you have any emergency like a fire, you now have 2 disconnected halves. Yeah, it's... Whatever. Yeah, I'm not really picking up what they're laying down there. Circles and hexagon are superior building plans, like Epcot. Yes. Precisely. Yeah, maybe, Endo. Yeah, at least the Main Street has other gridded roads around it in a pinch. Yeah, yeah. Weird. What? Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay, we got a big problem. Well, we don't, it's not a big problem, it's just, yeah, just stop exporting crude. We really don't have more, huh? Oh dear. What time is it? Oh, it's 12:30. All right, let me finish up here and then we'll go. Make sure you research OPEC at the high oil price point to avoid freezing it at the low point. Oh crap, that's a thing? If it doesn't rebound, I'm gonna cancel it. We're gonna play Kerbal here in a second. All right. That oil price, the oil's going down is not good. That's really, really bad for me. Like, really bad for me. Ugh. Right when I stabilized everything. Right when we're stable. The oil prices isn't even high in this damn game. Right when we stabilize, dude. Fudge. Like, right when I got this refinery up and running to start stabilizing the ruble, that happens. Like, okay. That I can't keep up with this, man. Question: we already have had synthetic oil for like lubrication, but is it possible to create synthetic gasoline? Because at some point we're going to run out of natural oil deposits. Yeah, ethanol in gasoline is that. It's not necessarily synthetic, but yeah, oil is hard to make. Like, that's the big thing. Oil is hard to make. Civ 7 in February. Yeah, that's why they put ethanol in gasoline nowadays, because corn is easier to grow. Actually, dude, most of the corn that we use, most of the corn that like the United States grows, I'm pretty sure is used, like, more of it is used to make gasoline, or like to add to gasoline. They put 10% ethanol in the gas than we use to eat. I don't think we're gonna run out of oil, to be honest with you. However, I really don't. What do I know? I'm just a Twitch streamer. Don't listen to me. I don't think we will. I think it is stupid to burn oil and use it as fuel. It's much better used as a lubricant because nothing else can do that. That's a little bit more important to me, at least. So offsetting our consumption of burning oil and using it for energy is probably a good idea. The thing about oil is that you can use it. I mean, we use oil for everything, not just fuel. Oil is basically the wonder material, dude. Without oil, our civilization collapses. And that's like not even like internal combustion engines, even though diesel fuel is a big deal, right? Yeah, I don't think we'll run out, but I think it's foolish to burn it. You know what I mean? So like nuclear, offsetting our power plants with nuclear would be a good idea. That would be a good way to start. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna run out. I really don't. I'd be more worried about pumping the atmosphere full of CO2 and changing the climate that way. That's what I'd be more worried about. I really don't think we're gonna run out. Because like, if I can think about it, dude, like we're already worried about running out, and we've already found ways to offset our oil usage with like corn and stuff. Like, we'll find a way, dude. Eventually we'll find a way to make this stuff, you know? Not worried. Really not. All right. Well, this is a problem for future EJ to solve. Hydrogen would be the best fuel. I guess. Hydrogen, you could use it. It wouldn't be the worst. Anyway, yeah, I mean, hydrogen could work. The problem is that you run into the same problem that you're running with rockets. It's really, it leaks. It's really easy to Hindenburg yourself, and the process to make it is actually more energy intensive than making gasoline. Yeah. Like, that's just stuff to consider, dude. I mean, we could do it. We could move to all hydrogen cars if we really wanted to. I mean, but then again, we could do anything if we wanted to. It's want to. Anyway. All right, dudes. We're going to switch over to Kerbal, and we're going to get these hinge parts finished. Just let me bring up the title screen for a second. I'm just going to go outside, get some fresh air for a moment. I will be right back, and we'll start up.
was a time when a meteor flashing through the sky struck man with a deep sense of wonder. Even today, man's reaction to a meteoric display is likely to jam the switchboards with reports of imminent invasion from space. But as heirs to the knowledge, disciplines, and apparatus of the scientific revolution, we are familiar with, and at least partially understand, the meteoric phenomena. A meteoroid traveling in space outside our atmosphere remains unseen by man, for the molecules in space are so dispersed that collision with them causes no visible effect. If its trajectory traverses the Earth's atmosphere, it becomes a meteor. Here it begins to collide with more molecules. These collisions become more and more frequent as the meteor descends into the denser air of lower altitudes, causing it to decelerate. Each collision converts some of the energy of motion into heat energy, and the heat continues to increase until the meteor itself becomes incandescent, scribing its visible path through the night sky. Destroyed in the atmosphere by this heating, most meteors present no danger to man. Now and then, one is large enough to survive its passage through the atmosphere to Earth. It is then called a meteorite, and some are very large indeed. Dr. Peter Parameter became interested in meteors early in his career, and once wrote a paper titled,
"A thermokinetic description of bodies in passage through a plastic medium of nonlinear density at random velocities and angles, which could be just about summed up with this equation."
With this equation, his fellow scientists and designers are able to explain the effects of atmospheric penetration on differing bodies, those with different ballistic coefficients, at various velocities and angles. For example, if two bodies of different weights enter the Earth's atmosphere with the same velocity and entry angle, both the heavy body and the light one will begin to heat up at the same time. But impacts of air molecules slow the light body sooner. This deceleration of the light body occurs at higher altitudes, while the heavier, more energetic body penetrates deeper before it reaches peak deceleration. The total amount of heat generated by the lighter one is less than that generated by the heavy one, whose larger mass gives it greater kinetic energy. Two identical bodies with the same velocity entering the atmosphere at different angles also will decelerate at different rates. The steeper angle causes a more rapid encounter with the dense air, resulting in more abrupt deceleration. The total heat generated will be the same for both bodies, but peak heating will be less for the shallow entry. With identical meteors entering at the same angle but with different velocities, the faster meteor, under heavier bombardment by air molecules, will have greater deceleration, generating more heat and at a higher rate. But Dr. Parameter is no longer merely an observer interested in understanding the phenomena of meteors. A meteor is just an aimless traveler in space. Doc finds himself now involved in designs with a purpose and an aim. A missile has a target, and a spacecraft has a destination, a journey's end. To these, Doc applies his knowledge. He knows natural phenomena, both of aimless meteor and aimed missile. He knows that as they traverse the atmosphere, they heat up. If the heating or deceleration of a vehicle is excessive, the mission is threatened. Man cannot change the laws of nature, so he must use his knowledge to work within those laws. Doc Parameter knows that the two natural enemies to successful atmospheric penetration are deceleration and heat. He can fight these enemies on two possible fronts. First, on the design front, by modifying the vehicle's shape and size relative to its weight. In other words, its ballistic coefficient. And second, on the program front, by altering the vehicle's trajectory, its velocity, its attitude, and its angle of entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Parameter is now ready to use his technology to plan a successful re-entry for an ICBM warhead. He knows that of the two natural enemies, deceleration and heat, high deceleration is not a problem with a warhead. but too much heat could destroy it. He first surveys the project on the program front. He knows that the re-entry velocities and angles are essentially set by the mission. But to reduce heat load, the velocity of the re-entry vehicle could theoretically be reduced by firing a retro rocket. On investigation, he finds that in order to decrease re-entry velocities sufficiently by this method, a retro thrust system would be required weighing many times the weight of the warhead. This method is out. He next considers the possibility of changing the re-entry angle. He knows that a shallow angle will lessen the peak heat load by stretching the heating over a longer period of time. But the total heat generated will be the same either way, and the vehicle could absorb even more heat during this longer re-entry. Furthermore, a shallow re-entry angle has other serious drawbacks. First, a shallow angle impairs accuracy by deflection in the atmosphere. Second, it affords more time for enemy interception. A steep re-entry improves the missile's chances of avoiding interception and of reaching its target with minimum atmospheric deflection. In this case, altering the program is not the answer to the heat problem. Dr. Parameter must attack the problem of heat on the design front. Logic would seem to indicate that fast travel requires a streamlined shape to slice its way through the air. At subsonic velocities, this is true, but at supersonic speeds, the moving vehicle displaces air molecules which bounce off, forming a shock wave. As speed increases, the shock wave becomes more severe, and heating increases. An ICBM will have a free-fall re-entry speed in excess of 23,000 feet per second. At this speed, the heat of molecular collision and friction, shearing of air molecules, is concentrated in a narrow zone along the surface of a streamlined vehicle. The heat generated may cause the temperature to exceed 15,000 degrees Fahrenheit. To combat this terrific heat, Dr. Parameter designs instead a re-entry vehicle with a blunt frontal area. The blunt shape creates its shock wave somewhat ahead of the vehicle. This occurs because the atmospheric molecules colliding with its frontal surface bounce back and intercept others coming in, setting up a kind of picket line in advance of the warhead. The peak heat is generated in this area away from the surface of the vehicle.
Oh.
Although the blunt
good to
shape
watch this as a
decreases the
refresher.
peak heating of the warhead to half that of the streamlined shape, it will still heat up to 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit, much too hot for unprotected warhead structures. To further reduce heating, Dr. Parameter must find other techniques in addition to the blunt shape. His first solution is the heat sink. Use the blunt design and add a mass of heat-conducting metal large enough to absorb most of the heat generated during re-entry without melting before impact. It works, but he is not yet satisfied. The weight of the heat sink displaces more than 1/4 of the payload. Furthermore, the blunt design slows the missile, keeping it in the atmosphere a longer time, making it less accurate and easier to intercept. For the greatest accuracy and shortest time in the atmosphere, Doc knows that the streamlined shape is the best, but the heat sink cannot absorb and distribute the sudden extreme heat generated during the re-entry of a streamlined vehicle. Doc reasons,
If the heat cannot be absorbed, why not eject it as fast as it's generated?
the answer is ablation.
Ablation! Coat the frontal surface of the streamlined missile with layers of ablative material composed of fibers, resins, and ceramics.
This ablative
Obviously.
coating protects the missile from the extreme heat in several ways. It is a poor heat conductor. Its surface gradually melts away, taking heat with it, and its vapor forms a thin insulating layer, deflecting some of the heat from the surface.
That's how supersonic retro
The
propulsion
ablative
works.
principle combats the heat problem effectively
Not
and
ablation,
permits
but with
steeper
rocket
re-entry
engine
angles
exhaust.
while adding a minimum of weight. The streamlined missile, with its increased speed, affords the least possibility of interception and the greatest accuracy. It does produce a huge deceleration factor approaching 150 Gs. Fortunately, this poses no threat to a warhead. But for manned or other recovery missions, the G-load is a most important factor. For manned re-entry, this force should be held below 10 Gs. A shallow re-entry angle of about 1 to 5 degrees is the simple answer. The shallower the angle, the less the G-load. But this will be sustained over a longer period of time. This means a longer time at high speed through the friction of the atmosphere. Let's take a moment to see why this is not desirable. Dr. Parameter?
Thank you. Gentlemen, we have here a kettle of water. Heathcliff, we can use you in this experiment.
Oh boy, an experiment. Experiment.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we may have another kettle of water and your stand-in. Thank you. Now we'll proceed with the experiment.
Experiment?
We'll add the same amount of fuel under each kettle, but alter the form of the fuel under one kettle to make it burn faster. We ignite both at the same time and compare the results. Splendid. And I'd like to point out that the fast-burning fuel, although reaching its intensity quickly, exhausted itself quickly. The heat absorbed was negligible. The slow-burning fuel, on the other hand, gradually increases in intensity. It will generate the same total heat load, but over a longer period of time. And you'll notice more heat is absorbed. Thank you, Heathcliff.
Thank you, Dr. Parameter. So although the peak heat generated in the shallow re-entry is less, the capsule is in the heating regime for a longer time, and without the utmost protection would absorb an intolerable amount of heat. For manned re-entry, Dr. Parameter overcomes the deceleration enemy through program with the shallow angle, but he must combat heat on the design front. A blunt shape to cause a detached shock wave, a picket line against heat, and ablative materials for additional heat control. The doc is confident his new design will fulfill the requirements. Now to try it out. He wants low peak deceleration, so the shallow re-entry path is mandatory. This brings him down safely, if a little off target. To achieve some control and accuracy as well as safety, Dr. Parameter has been working on other design concepts, particularly shapes that produce lift. He knows that a ballistic missile is designed and programmed to hit a particular point on the Earth's surface. A manned ballistic vehicle with the same objective is much less accurate due to its design and long, shallow penetration. But a lifting vehicle, which is capable of descending at a still more shallow angle and with an extremely low deceleration rate, is able to change direction. This control gives it wide selectivity of landing sites within a large footprint area. For the shortest range within the footprint, the vehicle is pulled up into a maximum lift attitude at re-entry. This induces maximum drag, causing a steeper, more abrupt descent. For the longest possible range, the vehicle must assume the attitude of maximum lift-over-drag ratio. This footprint, huge at first, shrinks gradually as the vehicle descends.
Space shuttle.
Dr. Parameter, while considering the advantages of lifting vehicles, is also aware of their drawbacks. First, the lifting structure itself imposes weight penalties, which compete with the all-important matter of payload. Then, lifting vehicles may also spend up to 20 minutes in the heat regime, and being more streamlined, they require a still more complex heat protection system, competing still further with payload. Dr. Parameter, with his associates, has studied the strategy of atmospheric penetration. He knows its natural enemies, deceleration and heat, and has met them on the two fronts of program and design. He has accomplished important objectives. For the intercontinental ballistic missile, the objectives are rapid atmospheric penetration and accuracy. The warhead's natural enemy is sudden, intense heat. Its program? High velocity, steep re-entry. Its design, streamlined with ablation to combat sudden heat. For a manned or other recovery mission, the objectives are, first of all, safety, and then control. The mission's natural enemies, high deceleration, sustained heat. Its program, shallow re-entry for low deceleration. The vehicle's design, blunt, yet with control capabilities, a maneuverable lifting shape. The resulting long duration within the heat regime exacts a weight penalty because a complex heat protection system is needed. There will always be problems to solve. Dr. Parameter has worked out successful compromises so far, but he is still puzzling, still exploring. He plots his graphs, his curves, and flings them boldly into space. But he knows that we have barely gotten our little toe into space, and he constantly seeks to improve that toehold. He must hold to the possible, yet he constantly works along its impossible edges. He has opened the way for man's safe re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Journey's end for space travel.
All right. Good primer there. Time to play Kerbal. Let's go. So we're going to finish texturing these parts today. So let's get the, we're already a little bit behind schedule. Let's get the tunage ready to go. All right. Let's get going. We're going to need to open up GIMP. We need to open up Maya. We need to open up Unity. And we got to open up KSP. All right, so we're going to finish these hinge parts today. I'm going to bust these things out. I really want to get this done. Having to redo the UVs and stuff kind of put us back. Like, the whole point of this exercise was to learn the best way to do this, to make sure that we can implement this stuff quickly. That was the whole idea. So if we need to make a new part, we can. New test parts too. Leave GIMP open for a second. Yeah, so we'll kind of put that theory to the test today to see if we can bring the lower part of the hinge into KSP with its texture and everything. First thing we got to do is get the UVs figured out and go from there. I mean, these parts could do with a little bit of redo, to be honest, as well. That's what they look like right now. One of them is just gray, and the top part, the dowel, is textured, but the clevis is not. So, hey, Snackless, we've evolved from making hinges in KSP to making hinges for KSP. That's right. I think I'll start with redoing this texture just a little bit. There are some things I noticed that need to be changed. Like there's a seam on the UVs right there that I don't like. And that's going in the wrong direction. And the circles that we made are not big enough. Other than that, we want to get rid of the decal and put a plus and a minus on this thing. But yeah. Would this part family allow for the realization of Venture Star's path theoretically? Yes. Yes, it would. What's the roadmap? I got to redo some of the texture on this upper piece. We got to re-export it, and then we have to make the entire texture for this bottom piece. But that shouldn't be too hard. So I'm going to get GIMP open. Like I said, we're running a little bit behind. Clevis1.xcf right there. And if I'm remembering right, this image is still scaled badly, which is great, but that's all right. Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna redo the buttons right here, and then the top dots thing needs to be going in a different direction. All right, so you know what? I'm just gonna dump it. We'll just redo it. Get rid of the dots, I don't want them. Unfortunately, we're at a much lower texture res than we were before, but that's okay. The other thing is the decals, the stripes. I don't want that. We want the plus and the minus. That's what we want up there. The thing is, I'm not exactly sure how to... If we're, because we're using the symmetrical hinges. I'm thinking. Because if we have the plus there, it's just going to show a plus on both sides, which is, once again, we think that's why Rover Dude put... If you look at his hinge, right? If you look, there's an extra plane of geometry right there where the plus and minus are. I don't think that's an accident. So we might have to do the same thing here with our model. That shouldn't actually be that big of a deal. So let's go in here, make a plane. I gotta see which side the face normals are, well, facing here. Actually, hold on. No. You like it, Galactic? Oh, I'm glad you do. All right, so take those edges. Delete that edge, get a vertex here, delete that vertex, take those two pieces, set them square, like that, and then make a square out of it. Go into UVs, do a planar map on there, right? Create planar map, and then set this back to 0. Now take that, scale the vertexes in, and move the vertexes out a little bit, like that. Now go into the outliner, dowel decal, right? And then if we mirror it, nope, we can't mirror on the axis that we have it set to. So let's mirror positive Z first. There we go, right? And then take those two and mirror them over positive X. Remove those transforms. Freeze transforms. Delete that. Delete that transform. Okay, that seems to work. Get rid of those for a second. And then what I'm going to do is in my vertex group, just so we don't get Z fighting here, guys, what we'll do is we take this and we just move it a little bit. Just a smidge, move it a little bit out. Right? So take that decal, do a planar map on it, go into our UV editor, load up shading. Load up shading. Yeah, it's flipped. So we have to flip along U. Hang on. Let me go into my hypershade and make sure that the UV texture is applied to it. Yep, okay, we did have it right. All right, the face is backwards, that's all. Flip it around, set the scale. There we go. There's the decals for our plus and our minus. Now we take the shell and we make it tiny. All right, cool. Now what we're gonna do, hey Chief, what's going on? Now what we gotta do is we gotta go into object mode, take that object and we gotta mirror it. Let's just make sure that all right, so now what I need to do is take this, we need to take that, and then we need to combine them into one thing. Now they're gonna have overlapping UVs, that's fine. We just gotta make sure the shells are facing in the right direction. Yes, they are. All right, cool. So that's gonna make up our pluses, right? Or that could be negative, it doesn't really matter. What we'll do is with that new combined object, we take it and we set its pivot point, snap to origin, just for now. Because then when we go to mirror this piece, right? C positive, right? There we go. There we go. Just came home from work. Time to relax and watch the stream. Right on, man. All right, now, where would we have room? Down there. Perfect. Take these two things. Take the two shells. Move them down there. Take these two shells. Move them down there. So now what we do, go into object mode, select the two faces there, select the two faces there, select my main object, combine all of them. Hinge dowel 1A. Now, we have to do some work with the shells here. And then we can use the exact same texture for this, right? We can use the exact same texture for this and just put a plus and a minus there. Done. Easy. We'll do that instead of the stripes. So image, take a UV snapshot. Let's make sure we're outputting at the same res now because we're working in 800 by 800. This is updated dowel 1A. Okay. All right. Now what I'm going to do, just to make sure that the parts are nice, we'll delete the history on this piece. And then we will export selection. We'll export this as dowel 1B. Block dowel 1B. All right, cool. We're done in Maya here. So we'll just leave it there, save our work, and back it out. Now, in GIMP, over here, what we're gonna do that fresh air, nice. In GIMP, what we're gonna do, hang on, is open as a layer. Open. Bingo. We can delete the original updated UV layer. Now, there we go. Now we have our updated one. Perfect. So now, what we got to do, we got to remake the dots, and then we got to remake the this piece up here. So let's go here. Like that. We'll just call that the top plug. Top plug main. Top plug outline. Okay, cool. And then we have the top dots group, but we haven't used anything with it. So let's take this. And let's make this a little bit bigger. Turn on we have the updated UV, perfect. Okay, that's fine. Now, let's bring up Rover Dude's texture. I'm just gonna move that to the top so we can see. So he did an outline on the plug with a white. So give me the brush, right? Make that size smaller. And then we need a brush with high fall off. Make it smaller. Then we need top plug outline, right? There to there to there. Too much. Much too much. Way too much force. That's good. Good fall off right there. See how it fades on a gradient? We might even want to go a little bit smaller with the brush. Let's go from there to there to there. Now we're talking. So that's the outline. And now what we got to do is go into my color palette, get the eyedropper, and eyedrop that color right there. That one, the darkest. So now with this brush, we want to do the same thing, right? Give me a little bit more force with this one. I want this. I do not want a lot of fall off on this. Now we're gonna fill the rest of this in, but yeah, you can see because we had that gradient there, because we have a fall off on the brush, it left some outline there. It's not exactly what we want. It backfilled it. Mother trucker. All right, fine, we'll just paint it. The fill didn't. I probably could have done this a little bit different to get the fill to work, but it's fine. It's fine. All right, cool. That's done. Now we just got to do the same thing with the circle. Elliptical select, fixed aspect. Now we know that our dots weren't big enough. We didn't make our dots big enough, which is fine. So get into the brush here, and we want a hard tool here. Flip back over to that white, and boop. We don't want it on that one. We want top dot. Boop. All right, now flip this back over, right? And then make the brush a little bit smaller. And then give me a gradient brush with a harder or softer fall off right there, and boop. Nope. There we go. Good. There's our dot. Now what we're gonna do is take the dot, put the 3 dots there, and then we want to merge down, so we get the 3 dots in layer right there, and move them into position. Dunskies. The outline is too sharp. Take this, gray it a little bit. Much better. Just, yeah, it needs a little bit more. And then... we just gotta smudge out the outside of this. There we go. There we go. Yes, there. The joys of texturing with EJ. I still don't like how white that is there. Maybe if we get a brush with a very soft fall off, switch the size and just paint around this just a little bit. There we go. Nice, that looks real good. Just smudge the devil out of it. Cool. All right. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new layer here. Plus. And here's what we need to do. We need to go into our background color because this needs to be on an alpha channel, right? What we're gonna do is erase this. Just make sure we didn't go too far. I hope it can load an alpha channel with the DDS compression, but it's okay. So the background color, we needed to erase a little bit here. I want nothing to be there because when we go to make the plus, actually, you know what? We'll make the minus first. Minus. Now, get this. What we're gonna do, same dang thing. Take that, go into our brush, right? Oh, we need the brush with a lot of fall off. Because we're working at that damn lower resolution, it's going to be a lot harder to get this right. Just beat the devil out of it. Once again, guys, I'm not taking much feedback from chat right now because I'm trying to bust this out quick. We're too far behind. I want to get this done, and we are not making the progress that I wanted. But that's what happens when you're learning something new, you know? Cool. Whoa. My eyes just blurred out from staring at that checkerboard. Whoa. Chat's shaking. I'm alright, I swear. Alpha channels will require DXT5. Okay, Alpha. That was crazy. Why would that do that way? Why wouldn't you rotate the layer that I have selected? More importantly, why wouldn't you rotate the thing that I have selected on the... I don't understand GIMP sometimes, dudes. Like, I have a layer. I want to rotate the layer. I'm trying to just rotate the duplicated minus sign 90 degrees so we could just make that minus sign a plus sign. But I guess that's kind of a hard ask for this. Oh. Okay, let's try that. Holy shnikes, there we go. What? Yeah, you gotta set the rotate tool to layer. Oh man, this thing is so counterintuitive sometimes. What the frick? Where'd it go? Enter. It's storing a transform? And you have to delete the transform. Okay, I get it. I get it. I see what it's doing. All right, I got it. Yeah, I get it. I see what's going on. Good. All right. Cool. DXT5 for the alpha channel, right? So shut off Rover Dude's Hinge, shut off the updated Hinge map. File. So first of all, save our work. Second of all, export as. Oh. Yeah, okay. Save. Save as. This is Hinge Dowel 1B XCF. Okay. So the first thing we got to do is delete that, and then you have to flatten the image. How the hell do you do alpha channels in this thing? You know what? Screw it. Let's try this. Export as HingeDowel 1B DDS. Export. DXT5. Export. Cool. All right. Just close that for a moment. Open up this window. We need documents, Maya, projects, new KSP, images. Fuck. The alpha channel's there. It's just if I flatten the image, it goes away. Let's try manually merging down all the layers. DXT5 export, baby. You have to use a layer mask to put things in the alpha channel, or you could just brute force it like we just did. Wait, what the hell? What's wrong with that thing? Why is it? What the hell is that yellow selection? The layers all have their own canvas size. Layers. Okay. Okay, copy this part, and then we need to bring it over to D parts. This is hinge dowel 1B. Paste it. Okay, cool. Now go to hinge dowel 1A, get that CFG, copy it, paste it here. Hinge dowel 1B. Now let's go in here like this, switch everything to 1B so when we export in Maya or in Unity, we get it right. And switch the node attach while we're here. The bottom node attach, I need it surface attached at 0.31. You know what? That's something we mess with later. All right, now let's go over here. Let's take this, copy it, go into mats, show image. We need to show that in Explorer. Materials, paste it, 1B, good. There's 1B, take 1B and apply it. Oh yeah. Good. All right. Now what we got to do is import the new model. So in Maya, did we already export this as 1B? I'm pretty sure we did. So let's go. Open that in a new window. New KSP assets, scenes. We need Clevis 1B or dowel 1B. Copy that. Models, paste. All right, get rid of this. Oh. Nope, no good. Delete that immediately. We didn't set origin point on our combined geometry. That's fine. Okay, cool. Take that piece, export selection, rename 1B, FBX. Replace it. It won't support the shader. We know that already. Models. Scenes. 1B, updated at 2 o'clock. Take that. Go into models. Paste that in here. 1B. Zap out of Maya. Put this in the Unity environment. Set it to 000. Make sure it all lines up. Everything is lining up good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to create another empty. We're going to call this, guess what we're going to call it? Hinge Dowel 1B. Yes, all this is involved for making freaking parts. So we're going to take the shape, put the shape in there, right? Then we're going to go into our materials folder. It did not render our alpha channel. It's exported as a DXT5, yeah, see? It did not render the alpha channel, but yeah, all right, whatever. Making sure we don't break a prefabs into the thing with part tools. Those have the updated gliders. There they are. Good. 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 The plus and the minus are there, but once again, it didn't render the alpha, from what I can tell. But you know what? It doesn't look that bad. They look like stickers, so I'm kind of cool with it. We need to add KSP part tools. This is Hinge Dowel 1B. Set the URL to dparts. No texture writing. Now we got to go in with the gliders here. We need to physics, add a mesh glider, and delete our mesh renderer. Okay, good. Physics, convex mesh glider, delete mesh renderer. We don't want it to render. The hitboxes are invisible. Same deal here. Physics, mesh glider, fly, delete the render layer. And then 4 and 5 already have gliders and they have a mesh filter but no mesh render. Okay. Why did I add the clevis glider? That was dumb of me. Okay, we did a good texture pass there on this thing, and have I missed the news of space? Space news is at 5. You're a rat. Also, how goes the Kerbling? I thought KSP2 was dead. Am I in the KSP2 directory? I don't play KSP2 anymore. Nobody does because it's terrible. Yeah, that's the end of that sentence. Dead game, homie. Okay. Understood. Yeah, we don't talk about that game, dude. Okay. Write it out. Let's do this. D parts. Dowel 1B, copy it. Hinge dowel 1B, paste it. We have our MU, we have DDS, good. Back it out. Take dowel 1B, copy it. Go into Kerbal. Game data, EJ, parts, paste it. We can, you know what, I'm just, so we don't get confused, I'm just gonna take this and I'm gonna put this in old versions. Paste. Go. All right. Excellent. We do have Kerbal open. We have to quit. So. Yeah, Surat, I don't play that anymore. I don't play that game. Kerbal 1 is infinitely better. I'm back to make it. I'm gonna make parts for KSP1 now, though. All the parts that I always wanted to make for this game. Because we don't have to worry about it getting updated anytime soon, so there's that. Trust me, this part will be used. It's a good piece. It looks like one of the hinges in KSP because it's designed to go with it. So if we go to Hinge Dowel Master, or no, not that one. Hinge 01, there we go, this guy. See? Check that out. It's designed to work with the robotic hinges in game. The hinge is upside down, by the way. You'll see it go into KSP in a second. This top piece. Then we got to texture the bottom one. Texturing the bottom one shouldn't be too hard. That shouldn't be complicated at all. It's just more of doing this. In fact, we should copy this piece, and just put it on the bottom. I poked the hornet's nest and been stung. I'm not dying, man. Just telling you. Sick. We should give this a normal map, though. Yeah, we could probably just copy a lot of these. A lot of this stuff, we could just copy it and reuse it. The UVs should be good enough. Okay, what's the plan and the idea? I'll just show you. Watch. How do you know what directory it is? It should say, like, right on your screen, EJ's playing Kerbal Space Program. Hey, Milieu. What's going on? Long time no see. Dusting our moons. Maybe they changed the UI, sewer rat. But yeah, it usually says, like, it should say, like, right there where I'm playing, like, an icon of the game that I'm playing. Unless they change the UI, guys. I don't know. I usually watch through the dashboard. I'm back to KSP1. I have AVP in here, Milhay. Yep. Now return to the safety of the VODs. You're always welcome in here, buddy. All right, dudes, here. Let me show you. So go in here like this. It didn't flip the texture that time. Ignore that for a second. Let me show you. So I made this piece right here. See? Pretty basic stuff. It's designed to work with the G11 hinge. Take the G11 hinge, you put the hinge in there, right? And then you take this piece, right? And then you slide that into position, and it makes a reinforced hinge if you enable same vessel collision here and here. See? I don't understand. It flipped it before, but it didn't flip it this time. It's showing Hearts of Iron 4 2016 on YouTube for you. Ow. How is that even possible? What? It just says a category for gaming. You can't set the game on YouTube as far as I know. Is this for the supersized mega pad by any chance? That's kind of what... Yeah. How does it say Hearts of Iron 4? I don't understand. Dude, I don't get what's going on. It's probably auto-picking it up from my title. My title that says Kerbal in it. Alright, I'm getting rid of the title. We're changing the title then. Now what does it say? Look, what the heck's going on? What does mine say? Dude! What does mine say? Sweet! It says KSP now. Dude, maybe I'm crazy. I could have sworn you had to do this. I could have sworn you had to do that. When we did this yesterday, you had to do it. You had to do this way. Okay, flip vertically. Copy. Now 1B, paste, replace. Maybe you have to just do it for KSP, but it reads it correctly in Unity? I don't know. All right. That should be right. No, Alex, I think I don't know. I flipped it for Kerbal, but not for anything else. We'll see if that fixes it. Pressure is not doing it. I don't know if you guys can hear the compressor on the mic. It definitely was not happy. Carburet. Carburet is the original creator of Eve. Nice. Legend. I've noticed there's a lot, the Poodman, there's a lot of names in there that I recognize. Maybe shrink the vertex face so it's show plus minus remain. Show blends in. That could be a way to fudge it if we wanted, yeah. I just think trying to apply alpha channels in GIMP is stupid. I think that's what's wrong. It doesn't look too bad, Blue. I don't... Yeah, it's fine. You bitch! Excuse me. Not the game when you don't put it in the damn right folder. You gotta put it in the right folder so the game understands where to look for it. Because now, yeah. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go uninstall.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
My life. I'll be right back. Yeah, Shep. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 79 months. 79 months of dealing with my bull crap. Yeah, see, I know Shotch, dude. I know that guy. Shotch is cool. Yeah, Blue, did you already say that, or was that somebody else a second ago? Because I replied and it didn't. Yeah, we could cut the UVs if we really cut the geometry to be the plus and the minus sign if we really wanted to. I said it's fine, dude. I just need this texture to come in correctly, or else I'm gonna get a little upset. Oh, thank God. The holes are a little on the big side, but that's okay. Cool with it. It's hybrid tech, Snackless. That's what it is. It's hybrid tech. Yeah, so if you have this thing, you hit SVI there and you hit SVI there, it reinforces the hinge. I basically made the collision box for this piece do the exact same thing that our hybrid tech hinges does. There's a collider here, 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 here in 16x symmetry all the way around. Yeah, it's just a hybrid tech hinge, only instead of being in a whole part, it's just the collision box for this piece. So like if you look, right? Check this out. Look. See? You're not selecting anything. That's hollow. And it's to the exact spec here. Now, the pin, the dowel right here on the top part, right? I used the RCS ball collider. The RCS ball collider was made in Unity, and it's a spherical collider. So you know how the RCS ball is a perfectly smooth sphere. There's no like edge faces on it, right? Because it was using it used a collider straight out of Unity instead of a collider that was custom made. Somebody just didn't bother making a collider for it for whatever reason. There's two RCS balls here. Yeah, right there in each pin. So like I said, it's hybrid tech, but it's a part that this is a thermo bearing, but it's a way stronger thermo bearing. But that's what it is. It's doing the exact same thing as that. That's what it's doing, dude. Dude. Did Is my plus and minus correct? It is. All right. Excellent. Oh, it's right. Thank God. Okay. Excellent. All right. That part, 1B. That's done. Part's finished. We just got to texture this last part, and then we're good. Cool. So if I rotate this on positive axis, oh yeah, perfect. We need to adjust that. Stupid question, but does it actually work as expected? Yeah, sneaky. I got one of these hinges to hold up. I made a big hanger, so like it looked like one of my integration towers, and then I had a hinge at the very top. And, yep. Hold on. Relax. No, Joe, I actually adjusted the gliders, put them in Star Raker. I don't know what this is gonna do with Star Raker, but cool. Why doesn't it want the clevis piece? I thought I deleted all the parts from that thing. Here we go. Watch. You know good and well what would happen with this thing. You know good and well what would happen with this thing if this was just a G11 hinge by itself, right? Well, you're about to see, because I didn't enable same vessel collision on the parts. Watch. So look, even with the tank empty, all right? Here's the thing. The stock hinges will start to bend. See, they'll start to bend and they'll start to flex. If we enable same vessel collision on both of these, it snaps into position. All right, so just for funsies, let's put a rock on this tank. You know, let's rock it back and forth, and then load it up with 280 tons of fuel. That's strong enough? Here's what it would do without it. Yeah, I may have over-engineered it a little bit, but You don't know my mom, Panta. You wish you did. You're not cool enough, sorry. Why is it not breaking? All it's doing is stretching the joints. If we time warped right now, this would explode. It would. We have a hinge that's loaded up big time. There's a lot of potential energy here. Chungus pad would need 5 of these clevises. Yeah, most likely. We put these hinges, I did a modification to the small SSTO's pad. We put these hinges on there, and the hinges were so damn precise, it knocked everything else out of alignment. So much so that when I went to load the SSTO up, it fell off of its hold down points. Couldn't make that up. Yeah, the hinges had a lot of slop in them. These hinges do not. They're extremely precise. They're precise to the millimeter, sub-millimeter precision. Whoop. Now pop it back in. There we go. See, that's what I'm talking about. We may also Marvin's here. Hi, Marvin. Now warp? Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. It popped it. That was not popping this yesterday, dudes. Huh. That's peculiar. Dude, you can watch the VOD yesterday. This thing did not pop. That's very strange that it did that time, considering I really haven't changed the collider at... Yeah, no, haven't changed the collider since yesterday. I just double-checked it. It's node attached, Blue Flare. But the crazy part is, dude, see how much that stretched under time warp? Now the hinge is gonna drift, and it's gonna suck, and it's gonna break, and you're never gonna be able to use it again. You're gonna have to recover the part. No. Just pop it back into position, time warp, it'll snap it right back into place. See? Causes it to phase through the other part. Stimulation tick, The jiggle is... it's just because the tank is like 20 tons by itself, dude. You can reload database. I just like restarting KSP to be sure. Yeah. So word on the it's phys-tick. So when you time warp, when you dock two vessels together, quick saving, quick loading, it shuts physics off for a second and then turns it back on. If you have a part that's being stretched because it's under load and then you time warp, you're stopping physics for a second and then you're reloading it. It'll load the position of that thing when it was under load and then put it under load again because it's shut physics off and turned it back on. That's what hinge drift is. That's what it does. You're compounding the load over time. Because if you warp when you're in the stretched position, it'll revert it right back to that position, right? And then you put it under more load and it'll stretch even more. That's hinge, that's drift. That's how it works. It's just how the phys-x joints are coded. This gets around that. This thing won't drift. Sure, it might pop out of socket. Just unload it, toggle vessel interaction, and then you're good to go. Oh, there was no grandparent part there. That's why it didn't work. Now make a coaxial turbine shaft for hybrid tech helicopters. Oh, brother. Yeah, anyway, that's my hinge test stand. We also tested the thing to, what was it? We put the hinge on its side and then twisted, like we put the hinge this way and then we twisted that same tank on it. The hinge popped out after, what was it, like 6 million foot-pounds of torque? Or no, it was 6.6 million Newton meters. Rocket Guy and Alex did the calculations yesterday. Pretty cool. The tweet's not loading. Give me 1 second. Dude. Oh, sick. That's cool, man. Atlas Conic Interstage Adapter. Centaur 3. Oh, hello, baby. Conic fairing adapter. Yeah, let it right down there. Centaur forward load reactor. Oh, that's kick-ass, man. CFLR. Cylindric fairing. And then the payload fairing goes on top of that. Oh, that's so cool. We need to... Yeah. Where's the horns? Gotta put 3 of them. You know, 'cause it's like that. Here we go. That's super cool. I'm sharing that one for Space News. See how they stack? Just whoop, whoop. Just like how we do it. Just like how we did it in mission mode with the Freedom rockets. In fact, I kind of copied ULA's integration method because it's what works. And all that goes into the ocean. Not for much longer. Well, soon, Louiso, only part of it will go into the ocean. All right, sweet dudes. Let's go into Maya here and hinge upper. And now let's open up hinge lower. There we go. Levis, its UV should be good to go. Yep. Good. I'm just trying to see where the UVs are. Okay. 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 Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad at all. Yeah, we'll just model it 800 by 800. Why not? Hinge dowel 1A over right. Good. Okay, cool. All right, so close out Maya. And then we need to go into the Gimperino. I'm thinking. Shut up. Shh. Shh. Yeah, okay. X out of this, discard the changes, and then go into this wonky group right here. I'm gonna save this one as Hinge Levis 1A. Save. Okay, 1B, fine, jeez. All right, so now open as layers, bring in updated. God, my naming convention is atrocious. All right, so let's get rid of the, delete the minus copy. Get the back color. Eyedropper the color. Okay. We can just brush that. All right, cool. Now we have our old texture patterns, right? But it's the same pieces, right? We can use the same pieces in the same spots. So what we're gonna do is get rid of the bearing end. We're gonna take the bearing group, right? And we're gonna move that right there. paragraphs.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal
Yeah.
precipitation, I should say, I'm sorry, near normal
I don't.
temperature.
What are you guys talking about?
And above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and the 30th of the month. That is our long-range winter forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us. And you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope. Channel 11 here, 220 East 42nd Street. And
We'll send you a copy of that story. Back to story. I'm getting confused with all my naming conventions here, guys, because I'm going too fast. Alright, so that's one thing down. See, we didn't even need to texture it. Get rid of that. Delete. Rover Dude's textures are still there in case I need them. Mostly for color swatches.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cool. Just prepaying for the custom parts pack, Maslam, at 108. Updated Final V3 is inevitable when it comes to naming. You're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. I hate it. I hate that that's true. I can't stand it. So Rover Dude has like a stripe going over his right there with a couple of different colors. We can handle that. So let's take our bearing end piece, right? And I'm gonna have to, no, nope. Why? All right, just get rid of it. Screw it. I'll make it myself. our stripes are right there. We can take our stripes and we can move them. Image transform. Why is GIMP so just stupid? What? How do you figure? How do you figure? Where are you getting that one from? I'm so ridiculously confused by this sometimes. I don't understand. I hit the banding box like that. I don't. No. Oh my God. Okay. All right. All right. There we go. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. No. What? This thing sucks so bad, dude. Unbelievable. I can't believe that. This is the most counterintuitive piece of trash I've ever used. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just awful. Like, you know what? Just get rid of the stripe script. Just get rid of it. It's not it's so backwards and counterintuitive to like Photoshop. I can't believe it. I just. Do not have Photoshop. Do I not have Photoshop? No. Think I would be using this crock of crap if I did? Layer crop to content, then selection of transform would be better. Layer crop to content. Oh, thank God. Thanks, guys. Dude, I couldn't do it. Thanks, dudes. Appreciate it. Why? Oh, select. Maybe tell it to do selection. What is it selecting here, dudes? You gotta select the layer. Okay. What is this? What? I hate texturing so much. I hate it so much. I'm almost, with the exception of like that stuff and that, I'm kind of like just repaint the whole damn thing. What am I... I understand that, Aqualux. That's stupid. I hate it. It's so counterintuitive. Like, I get it. I understand what it's doing. So, like, here, look. We'll go to transform this. Transform selection on the layer. How is that the layer? How is that the layer? I don't understand. Okay, so we go to transform on selection, right? What the fuck is that? That is not what I have selected. What are you doing? This program sucks. I hate it. It's awful and it's pissing me off. These textures would have been finished by now if this was Photoshop. These textures would have been done. They would have been done already. Any layers linked to it? I don't think so. Linked to it? What the hell is linking to it? I mean, that had that on that. I don't know what that means. Like, okay, here we go. I want to select this, all right? I want to move this. I want to translate it to shape. So, unified transform, if that's what we need, we could Shift T. Okay, Shift T. Here, let's even try this. Let's try to select this. Ready? Shift T. What the funkin' waggles is going on? I hate it. I hate it so much. This program sucks. I'm done. Get rid of this piece of crap. I'm like kind of okay with just using the gray texture. Paint is more freaking intuitive than that damn thing. Ever try paint.net? Yes. How do I import? Yeah. Photopia.com. Import from file. That'll work just fine. That's the 2K version of that. And we outputted. Okay. All right. I think I can make some progress with this. Let's go. So select. Let's see if we can crop out of this thing. Whoa, it did what I wanted. Wow. Where's the transform tool? Is that so hard? That's it. That's all I wanted. That's all I needed. Could have just done that. I went back and checked. You should have a licensed copy of Photoshop now. What the frick's wrong with my camera? That's paint.net, dude. See this timestamp. I haven't seen Maverick yet, Conrad, no. Is it a legit license? No, I can't. If it's not, I can't get it. Like, it can be ripped. I can't make money. All of my money.
I freelance to pay for the Photoshop subscription.
All right, put it on the computer then. I got it. You're on camera, by the way.
I know. I wish I wasn't, but...
Here.
Look, Adobe Creative Cloud.
You have Creative Cloud?
I do.
Red is your problem, green is the fix. Now I'm done with GIMP W. That program sucks. I don't know the password. Whatever. I'm fine with paint.net for now. Look at that. It's like freaking magic. Can we even rotate? Oh my gosh. Look at that. Give me 1 second, dudes. I'm asking Brimo what the password is to Photoshop. I don't want to do this. Get rid of this. Get rid of that crap. It's not Titan 1, 2, 3, 4, man. I can't do it. I can't, dude. That GIMP just pissed me off so much. I hate it. I got the Boston Dynamics link. No, Cheech, don't worry about it. I've watched you for so long, it would make you feel better. Well, I got a Creed. We got a cloud thing. Don't worry about it. It's freaking frustrating, dude. We're almost there too. It's just, all I gotta do is just copy a bunch of these parts and then add the stripes and then we're good. Like, that's all we gotta do. It's like we're so close and I can't copy any of the things. You know what? I'm gonna take one more guess at that password. Brimo hasn't gotten back to me. Yeah, don't hit the lockout limit, I know. I just want to play with my stupid hinges that we made, dang it. You need to light up the Brimo signal in the yard. Up. I got a FaceTime call. Hello?
Anymore.
You canceled it?
Remember them telling us that they weren't going to charge me to cancel it. What I do have is Affinity Designer, which is like Photoshop. Let me see if I can find that.
You did. You did. I can't take it. GIMP is so stupid. I hate it so much.
get into it.
Affinity designer?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's Photoshop, but not description based.
Affinity ain't bad. That's what chat says. Is this what you have an account with? Affinity designer. What do I need to do here? How do you download this?
Well, first of all, your free trial, it says. So maybe do that. I don't know if you want designer or photo. Probably photo, because you're not doing vector graphics, right?
I don't think so. Free trial, then you log in. Okay. Alright, I gotta mute stream for a second. I need your email. Free. I'll be right back. I'll be right back 1 second, guys. Okay. I don't want to use Bree's account because it has her name on it. Don't want to do that. So, yeah. Try Photo PM. All right. We'll try that one. Okay. All right, let's try this, but with tiny monsters.
Listen, Tranquility Base here.
Thanks.
The Eagle has landed.
From me to you.
Thanks, dude. I'll take care of it. How crazy is this thing? Can we... Can we do a little bit of this? Oh! Got it. All right, let's go. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Thank you. It's even saving in PSDs? Whatever.
Listen, Tranquility
Loken.
Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It's not much, but it's a me. Flockoon.
Flockoon. Okay. Let's roll. So what I want to do with this...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop it. I got this. This is fine. This is good enough. I can make this work. Oh my God. What the hell? Am I stupid? I might be stupid, dudes. I don't understand. Why is it moving the layer that... Okay, layer 2, right?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Holla holla get dollar.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Get a license. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's roll. No. You know what? Go say thank you. Who the hell was that? Why? Don't give me money because I'm whining about this, dudes. Jeez. Adobe's all subscription based, dude. People are giving me money because I hate GIMP so much that I started whining about it on stream. So everybody's just gave me the money to buy a stupid Photoshop license. It's $120 a year. You haven't been able to do that for some time, Geek. It's all subscription based. Try GIMP, but look at the fix that I've sent you earlier. I hate that program, W. Nah, I'll keep it. I'll keep it all together. I'm not doing it. I think I want to keep Photopea, guys. But if it gets bad, then we will. Okay, we'll jump to it. All right. I'll give this a shot. This seems promising. Okay. Let's just get this done. Maybe I've just forgotten how to do this, guys. I'm starting to think that I'm just an idiot. Like, I just need this flipped, Bree. That's it. I just need it flipped. That's all I'm trying to do. It's possible that I've just forgotten how to do it. I need to flip it horizontally. So if we go to transform, flip horizontally, it flipped the whole damn thing. Try right-clicking on the item. What do you need flipped? What's in my selection, Bree? Control T. It opens up a new tab because we're in Photopea. I already tried that. Transform controls. Ah, there we go. Hold up. I think I got it. No. No, I don't want you. It's just embarrassing. Why? All right. That's not a free transform. Because it's... Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not feeling this today. Can we finish this part tomorrow? And I'll just do something else for, like, the next hour. And just go back to workers, something. I don't know. Or play with this thing in Kerbal. It's just the texture. And no, I'm not, I don't know. I don't think, you know, like, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, I don't think GIMP is as bad as, like, at first I was like, yeah, GIMP sucks, this is terrible. And then I went and used the other ones, and I was making the same mistake. So guess what? If you use 3 different programs, you use Paint.net, you use Photopea, you use GIMP, and you have problems with all 3 of them. Guess what the problem is? I don't think it's the program. I think my brain just screwed up. I mean, but we were doing the texture, the other part of the textures, we did the plus and the minus just fine. I don't know, but my brain just not doing it today. What happened about starting a new mission mode? Saved this week, by the way. Modeling eclipsed that, say. The whole point of this Hinge was to see if I could do this quickly. I wanted to see, because I want to start a new mission mode, but I want to be able to make parts like this when I need them. You know, that was the whole idea. Just make these parts when you need them. And yeah, it's not really... guys, I'm going to chalk this one up to PepCac, to be honest. I'm not doing it right. I think this is me. I'll give it another stab in GIMP tomorrow, and we'll try to fix it. I'm just, yeah, I don't know. We'll, yeah, I'll jump to workers for an hour. I'm just, yeah, not feeling it. Not feeling it. But yeah, I mean, I think if I optimize my texture, if I optimize texture workflow, we just got to pick a program and get good with it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If I optimize texture workflow, I'm pretty sure we can crank out parts relatively fast. Like, it shouldn't take very long. Just leave them in simple gray and ship them off to Bree for texturing. No. Just curious, have you ever played or been interested in modded Minecraft? I've played modded Minecraft before. I played Feed the Beast over a decade ago at this point. Yeah, I'm not interested right now. Man, that thing, dude, rattled. I'm pissed that it rattled my cage. That's not cool. I don't like that. But yeah, if we can get this done faster, it'll be better. Krita is long. I don't want to talk about it anymore, homies. We'll get workers for an hour, and then we'll do space news. Hey, Boxy. It's so, man, it rattled my cage there. I don't know what the hell's wrong. Is the pipeline working as expected? Oh yeah, it's working as expected, but the freaking oil price crashed. Yeah, I played a little bit this morning. All systems? Yeah, the oil price is crashing. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, well, let me get a good night's sleep. I'll finish that stupid texture tomorrow morning. Would OPEC solve that? I have the OPEC research being done, dude, but I'm not 100% sure. I think if you do what Ando was telling me, and other viewers, feel free to chime in because I'm not 100% sure. When the OPEC research clicks through, whatever price oil is at is the price it's going to fix at. That's what I was told. I don't know if there's any truth to that. Because frankly, yeah, look. Look at this crap. Ugh. I don't know, Dean, maybe. Look at this. Oil has just been... Just go back to being up there, dang it. Is that because of you? I doubt it. I don't know, man. Maybe. Who knows? Time to pipeline coal. I don't think it fixes upon research. Yeah, that seems a little silly. But yeah, we're not gonna make as much oil. Yeah, look. We'll set the oil at a higher price. Okay, well, let's tick it through, see what happens. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Either way, we have it's catastrophically bad with the ruble right now. Whoops. There we go. Okay. The farm is almost done. 154 tons of concrete. It's a sign. Okay, Cientic. Thank you. Yeah, I'll check it out later, dude. I think I'm just being grouchy, dude, to be honest. So I wouldn't pay too much mind. Oh, dude, the bridge is done. Dude, we almost got tracks up here. Not bad. It all started with the MSC depth. Ugh. Don't remind me. How long will it take the tracks to complete? Well, the track builder needs to roll all the way down here. The track builder is way back up the line. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, it ran out of material. And then the track builder has a base building speed. And then on top of that, how many people you have working at the railway construction office will denote how fast the track gets made. If I had 60 people and full tracks, dude, this would not take very long. That line would be all the way to the farm really quick. Problem is the distance. It's far away. I almost am like tempted to build another railway depot down here somehow and kind of go from there. But yeah, we'll see. Let's get the farm working first, and then we'll go from there. Also, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the highway. Oh, we got the depot. No track builder, huh? The game's hard, man. It's tough. The increased population in here has, look. Yeah, we're running low on oil, which is good. Do we have oil over there? Yeah, got plenty over there. How many trucks are still active on this freaking line? Park it. You get the Cuba DLC? Wait, what? It's tonight's After Hours game, Hearts of Iron 4. Yeah, should be. Man, that refinery is thirsty. Sorry, I just saw it in the title. Yep. We'll play Hearts for After Hours on the other side of Space News, dudes. I really wish it didn't play that. Can't believe I let GIMP get the best of me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I played Counter-Strike the other day on stream and didn't get mad at it, but yeah, I'm here getting mad at GIMP. Sorry, guys. Thank you for tipping, everybody. I'm just... stupid! Give me 1 second, guys. Somebody's spamming the YouTube chat. We all feel the same way about GIMP. Yeah. Kind of embarrassed. Whatever. Whatever. %99 done on the basketball and volleyball court. Evening, can you have some Yes. You can have all the you want. Man, would be most appreciated. There you go, man. Yeah, see, we got 10 workers here, Jacobs. Look, we got 10 workers here, and the track builder's base speed is 70, so it's building okay. If we had 60, this thing would look like it's going in fast motion, but it's building pretty quickly. Merci, Black and Tailed Bean. Thank you, sir. Hey, it's up. We're making money. Barely. I guess it won't give him a construction path. Pool's almost done. don't know why I let that damn thing rattle my cage so much, but whatever. Saturday at 1 p.m. is a Starliner update. Saturday. Okay, I'll be here. All right. Yeah, NASA usually doesn't do updates on the weekends, guys. Just on a side note. All right, well, I'll collect that link up for Space News and we'll go from there. Speaking of that, how's the other track builder moving along? Gotten some of that done. Hello? Hold on. Let me see something. There might be a fix for the sound, dudes. Says navigate camera to a total empty space on the map. Invalidated vehicles should be disabled on the list. Huh. I just really wish that noise would go away. So they're saying go to a list of where the vehicles aren't. And it said it would show up if there's a problem. Hmm. No. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Let me just turn the sound of the vehicles down then. So when we do go over there, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, that's much more manageable. Yeah. All right. You gonna finish that stupid thing? Hey, Damians, what's up, dude? Man, that... I can't believe how thirsty the damn refinery gets. It looks like Tori's hitting the copium again. Oh. He's doing something. At least I refinanced the loan, so we only need $61.80 a month or $200 a day. So even us being 18 G's up on this is good. We're probably about plus 10 on the month, which is good once again. But yeah. I think we might need more oil fields. I left tons of provisions for them, though, so that's good. I don't know, we're kind of staying ahead of the game there, so we'll see what happens. Whoa. I mean, he's not wrong. It's missing thrust vector control. The engine's never had it on it. It seems like we're splitting hairs, though. It very much seems like we're just splitting hairs, you know? Like, there's what, like... Why no? the hell is that? Oh, shoot. I assigned the wrong construction office to those roads. What else has this assigned to it over here? That, oh no. It's kind of just the life of Abe. It's kind of like a combination of a bunch of different things. I'd say it's mostly like Kyrgyzstan, kind of Kazakhstan. It's might be too hilly to be Kazakhstan though, but hey, the farm is finished. Why is Tori trying to argue on Twitter about it? I don't know, man. I forget what the ratio of all this stuff is, dudes. Yeah, I like the desert biome. This is a really, really good way to do this. I enjoy it a lot. It's definitely Muslim, so it's more kind of like, it's somewhere in the Caucasus. That's what it's supposed to be. Like, the Caucasus, like maybe Azerbaijan or something, or Georgia. Kind of like that. Somewhere that's, yeah, around there. That's, like I said, it's ambiguous on purpose. Yeah, Afghanistan, something like that. I'm not going to commission this construction yet. Just designing something before we do base news. Get rid of the bridge part. I don't want that just yet. What other types of bridges do we have? 138. $253 from that one. All right. 253 feet apart, 66, 54. That's the biggest one. I want to make it tall enough to cross here. But I also... Oh no, it's got to be pointed at Shada. That's where I want it to go. All right, let's the reason why I built 3 roads is so we could keep our spacing correctly. So, like, if we went over here, for instance, and we went to go build this, dude, that type of bridge just looks so meh. You know what I mean? But I'm worried that we won't be able to make a... Like, I would like... I don't necessarily need ships to cross underneath here, but I don't know. Maybe we should just go with what looks nice. You could do a tunnel? It's super expensive, yeah. I don't know, man. And a boat should be able to get underneath that. But now my thing is how do people get on the highway? All right, we're gonna need to think about this more. How do people get on this highway if they're in this city right here? How do I get trucks onto this highway? You would try a tunnel? How's the debt situation? Manageable? We're at manageable. Not spiraling. Not yet. Hey, the grain silo's finished. Oh yeah. We're gonna need power down here. Where's the closest power supply? Do I really want to ask that question? Nope. I forgot the power lines. Oh no. I forgot the power lines. Crap. But then again, I don't think the farm needs the power. Go off grid. I don't have wind turbines researched, dude. And I don't think you need that. I could build solar, but solar is expensive. It's expensive to make, and I have no way to finance it on the dollar over here because I don't have a highway connected to my other areas. Yeah, I don't think the farm needs power. So, what do we need? We need tractors, right? Can we... We can use those tractors, but those tractors suck. 26 is the highest we're gonna get. 38 is the... Now we're gonna need trucks to move them. You know what? Well, the fields are gonna grow for a little while. We'll replenish it in a second. I don't know where those trucks are coming from. They do have a path to this, but I don't know how they're going to get there. A tunnel might not be the worst idea, dude. Because of, yeah, if I'm really worried about boats. It needs power to pump fuel and fertilizer. It'd be really cool to have a line of windmills in between the farms. We'd have to research it, but we could. I don't see why not. I think I'm researching after steel. We'll do it. You know, if the vehicles just sit, that's fine. It's not. It'd be a problem in real life. It's not that big of a deal here. How's Arabi doing? I could probably figure out a way to do the windmills. Yeah, I'm not incredibly worried. Start on this thing. It's still under construction. Jeepers creepers. What does this thing need? Gravel. Where the hell are all my dumper trucks? Okay, as long as they're not just hanging around somewhere else, I suppose it's fine. I don't know why that was unchecked, but it's alright. People are enjoying the movies, though. Increase that up to 20, see what happens. There we go. Now we're talking. Get that footpath done. Yeah, baby. Got a real big labor shortage, dudes. That's the problem. Can we build out this one? Let's tell them to start making that one. Jeez. This one is taking forever because those two footpaths are not, well, one of them isn't assigned. Where are you going? When did you train some workers? Yeah, about 30 minutes ago. I just, for some reason, I let GIMP piss me off today, and it made me not want to work on it. Pool's almost done. Three, 2, 1. Oh, yeah. What's the goal of this game? It's a city building game, dude. It's a city builder, but it's really, 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 really difficult. It's a really tough city builder. That's what makes it fun. Market. Aribi. It's a hardcore city builder. This game is insanely difficult. Like, I'm managing a new city that I'm building out here to support my refinery, dude. Yeah, you really gotta do that kind of stuff. Very important. Like, uh-oh, something's on fire. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Oh, the train station is on fire. Lovely. Fire station's down the street, so it should be good. Fire extinguished. Excellent. Train station on fire. Must be New York. Nice. You could do any type of transportation in this, which is what makes it so cool. Yeah, see, right now I'm just watching them build out the these footpaths for this place. Now what I need is to build out more flats so I can get more people. Because this bus stop kind of shows people who are unemployed and people who need a job. Yeah, we gotta... See, the refinery has nobody in it. We have a bus. There's the bus. There it is. One worker. They're looking for a hospital here. It's 4:43, God. They're just finishing up these little bits of footpath here. I'm trying to make this city maximum walkable because we don't really have a... You can do car-centric and everybody can own a car, but that entails a lot of capital to do something like that. So right now you gotta take the bus. Over here I have a fire station. We're gonna build a clinic, hospital. Started early today. Yeah. I wanted to play workers and then we switched to texturing and I belted out the top hinge part. I made all the fixes that I need to and I went to do the bottom hinge and I got really frustrated all of a sudden for no reason and I'm not 100% sure why that happened, but I'm the bad guy? How did that happen? Angry? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yep, see, the cement mixers are working now. They're gonna deliver concrete for the foundation for that building. Yeah, we just need more staff over here. So, like, maximum people for the refinery is 500, right? And then people work 8-hour shifts, so you need 1,500 people. We have 200. We need, see all these other apartment buildings? We need those to work. So NBC is innovating like Apple and gonna run shorter commercials during cup races. Shouldn't run any commercials at all, dude. You know, Formula One has it right. Yeah, Aldezert, yeah. Like, I'm usually really good about that, dude. I'm usually like, no, I'll work on it, or no, I need to take a break. Gimp just pissed me off today. I don't know what the hell that's about, dude, but hey. I'll have them start making the roads for that. How's our refinery doing? This refinery is doing fine. It's out of oil. I can't believe that. I'm worried that refinery is too hungry. I can't feed it, which is crazy. I never thought we'd get to that point, but it's okay. Yeah. Is there any more oil around here? Says there's more over here. I did, Sam. Still in shock from... Dude, I can't believe that. It's just... absurd. Can't believe that actually happened. Cool. Now there's no truck that's pulling from that anymore. So that actually should be enough for now. I'm really, on another note, I'm thinking about connecting this into the refinery. We should have another spot over here for it. We have another input. You know what? I'm gonna let it ride because we took the truck off of that, and it was obviously pulling 15 tons of fuel because these Mack trucks, 16 tons of oil, right? So it obviously was pulling. I want to see if this thing starts filling back up again. Either that or maybe I should just suck it up and just build another pump. You know what? Just build another stupid pump. Go ahead. That should help me get over the hump a little bit, I think. Dude, we could really get away with building another one out here, man. There's another 50 spot right there. Iron's going down. Did you end up getting OPEC? I haven't unlocked it yet. You know what? Hang on. Don't get rid of it for a second. What do you mean I need a free bulldozer? About to level that damn hill. Is it starting to fill again? Oh no. No. We're gonna need that. Alright, so we need more. So let's get a pump like this that has a bunch of inputs, right? And then run a pipe. Like, there's no way. Run an input like that, get a road. Row ads. Alright, now let's set up those other pumps. There. Build. For space later on. Can you just put pumps next to one another? No, they have an AoE. It's a degenerative AoE. Not gonna lie, you forgot one piece. Where? What? Did I? No, I didn't. Don't screw with me, audio. Come on, man. You're killing me. Didn't see the last one from far away. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. So sorry. All good, buddy. All right, it's 5 o'clock. Let's just. Just tell them to make this. Is that thing in range of any electricity? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, you know, the way I see it is that if we scale up, we're gonna need more oil. But yeah, we're starting to replenish the surplus there, which is good. Hey, the tractors are going to sow the fields. Cool. Yeah, baby. I thought I bought more of those. And I thought I bought combine harvesters too. In fact, I know I did. Oh. All right, it's time for space news, dudes. Let's go. Sorry for the fiasco with KSP, dude. I haven't successfully installed Java. Okay. That's good to know. Did you hear about this? NASA says decision on Starliner is coming on Saturday at 1. Yes. Why are you installing Java? I have no idea, dude. I don't know. I'm a mess today. I don't want any more bull crap. My mind is just a piece of shit today. Shoot. All right. Give me a second. I'm gonna go get some fresh air again, and then we'll start space news. And then we got hearts. Hearts of Iron for after hours. EJ Space and Rocket. Give me the links when I get back, fellas. All right. Yeah, we'll do a new run in Hearts. I forget what we were doing last. I think we played Australia, we were very successful. Somehow. We'll do a new run. We'll pick something. Pick something weird. Maybe like Poland or something. That's actually not a bad idea. That'd be pretty fun. All right. I'll see you guys in a second.
roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Tuhkats palaa. Kuin 100 kipinää. 100 kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Suihkua. Kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen. Kastoisen. Sallekin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Tuhkats palaa. Kuin 100 kipinää. 100 kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Suihkua. Tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Tuhkats palaa. Kuin 100 kipinää. 100 kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Suihkua. 100 kipinää. 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 Amorin nuolen sä ammuit mun peffaan. Enää haluu viedä sua pelkästään leffaan. Rakkauden haukat meille taivaalla kirkkuun. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen. Kastoisen. Sä lekin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Tuhkats palaa. Kuin 100 kipinää. 100 kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Suihkua. Kaikki mukaan. Se on laakia vaina kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoisen. Kastoisen. Sä lekin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Tuhkats palaa. Kuin 100 kipinää. 100 kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Suihkua. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Amorinnolle sä ammuit mun peffaa. Enää halu viedä sua pelkästään leffaan. Rakkauden haukat meille taivaalla kirkkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu. Sä veit mun touhoihin sydämeen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykiroit hahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Joo, kaikki mukaan. Se on laakia väänä kun runta.
All right, I'm back. I needed to just go walk around the yard for a second, dudes. I'm like bumming that I got all pissed off. Like I don't really like getting mad on stream, but man, that program sucks. This program sucks. I'm not letting it go, man. It's awful. Okay. There is a lot of stuff today. All right, what do we got? Let me go through these links here. And yeah, we'll get everything ready to go for space news. With the dog, what happened? Oh, I was just pissed. I was trying to get something to work in GIMP and I couldn't figure out how to do it. And the way to do it was so counterintuitive that it made me angry. Like that's the best way of saying what happened. Okay, so we do have some Starliner news here. There's stuff about, Jordan Bruno was talking about Raptor. Got stuff from Zach about Starbase, something you guys might find interesting. Blair's team conducted a flyover around KSC. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll share that. There's some nice pictures from there. That's a lot of links, dudes. We got a lot of stuff to go through. Let's see what's up. We'll start off with that one, Zing. Next week is even busier with space news. Yeah. All right. So, girls, I can't believe he didn't cry at the Titanic. Do men even have feelings? Boys. After 8 years of the Grand Tour, Jeremy Clarkson, Richard Hammond, and James May take the road for one last time. Oh. Yep. The last episode of Grand Tour ever was announced this morning. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Yeah. End of an era, man. End of an era. Yeah, it's all right. We still got Clarkson's Farm. James and Richard have their own shows too, but Clarkson's Farm. All right. So Sawyer, I got you've been trying to see this link about Hermes there. That's cool. All right. This is the top news. I'll probably end up sharing this again during Space News, but let's go through. So this is coming right from NASA. Let's take a look. Leadership to discuss NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Oh, okay. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and leadership will hold an internal agency test flight readiness review on Saturday, August 24th for NASA's Boeing crew flight test. All right, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and leadership will hold an integral agency test flight readiness review on Saturday, August 24th for NASA's Boeing crew flight test. About an hour later, NASA will host a live news conference. Oh, okay. After an hour later, NASA will hold a live news conference at 1 p.m. EDT from the agency's Johnson Space Center in Houston. NASA and Boeing have gathered data both in space and on the ground regarding the Starliner spacecraft's propulsion and helium systems to better understand the ongoing technical challenges. The review will include a mission status update, review of technical data, and closeout actions, as well as certify flight rationale to proceed with undocking and return from the space station. I'll be here for it. Yep. Yeah, it's not really like NASA to just announce something on the weekend like that, but all right. NASA and Boeing's crew wait, let me read this sentence one more time. NASA and Boeing have gathered data both in space and on the ground regarding the Starliner spacecraft propulsion and helium systems to better understand the ongoing technical challenges. The review will include a mission status update, review of technical data, and closeout actions, as well as certify flight rationale to proceed with undocking and return from the space station. Okay. NASA's Boeing crew flight test launch on June 5th on an Atlas V from Slick 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida is an end-to-end test of the Starliner system as part of the agency's commercial crew program. Through partnership with American private industry, NASA is opening access to low Earth orbit and the space station to more people, science, and commercial opportunities. Yeah, the weekend. It doesn't say anything about it being manned or unmanned. Yep. Well, we'll have to see. That's going to be a fun day. So it looks like you guys got me for 6 days this week. All right. Let me get the rest of this stuff all cleared out over here. Actually, you know what? We can just tee it right here. Let's go. So let's keep going with NASA. So this is another press release from NASA. NASA selects 3 new venture class launch service providers. NASA selected 3 additional companies to provide launch services for future agency missions through its venture class acquisition of dedicated and rideshare contractor, Vader. Starliner update on Saturday at 1. Hellfish. Companies awarded are Aerospace and Technology of Webster, Impulse Space of Redondo Beach, that's Tom Mueller's company, which is cool. Momentous Space, LLC of San Jose. The Vader contract is a firm fixed price, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity instrument with an ordering period through February 2027, and a maximum total value of $300 million across all Vader contracts. NASA selected the new launch providers in accordance with Vader's on-ramp provision, allowing the agency to add new capabilities not available or identified at the time of the initial award. Yeah, erudite. It's part of the news. Yeah. This is some technology, like dedication and rideshare. This is NASA investing in technologies that they could use for future things, basically. One of them is Tom Mueller's company, so that's Impulse Space. That's cool. Tom Mueller is the guy that engineered the Merlin engine and the Kestrel engine and the Draco engine and the Super Draco engine. Guess who he worked for a long time? I bet you can't guess. So that's cool. 300 million through 2027 is pretty sweet. So the Polaris Dawn mission, guys, got moved to Tuesday, same time. They moved it back a day, but that didn't stop the Polaris Dawn crew from conducting practice flyovers at Kennedy Space Center this morning ahead of Falcon 9 going vertical on the pad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tom Schultz. Nice, nice, nice. Technically, the three companies you see are just going to buy slots or docking rings on a payload adapter on missions like Transporter and then use their own space tug to deploy the payload. Yeah, that's cool. What is that camo? Gray and black? I don't know what that color is, but yeah, these are some pretty cool pictures. Oh, hang on. We could use this to see any construction happening over here. Those jets have really small engines? You don't need much. Are those T-38s? Those are Dornier Alpha jets. When NASA gives them permission for flyblys, the squadron call sign is Ghost. Cool. Yeah, see? It doesn't look like anything's been happening here at 39 for some time. Lot of overgrowth. See the grass? Interesting. Interesting. Are they trainers? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Sweet pictures. Oh, dude, another good shot. All right, anything going on out here? See any construction equipment? No, not really. Doesn't look like anything's been happening there for some time. Which begs the question, what is SpaceX doing? What are they doing here? Not as cool as the new Boeing trainer, but cooler than an L-39. I'm telling you, man, someone needs to hook up Rook with some freaking T-38s, dude. It's not like we don't have enough of those. Yeah, doesn't really look like anything is happening over here. Yeah, just so this is where Starship's pad was. There was a bunch of pillars there to mount the orbital launch mount, but that never, yeah, they knocked them down a little while ago. Isn't a T-38 also a Soviet tank? No. I mean, maybe? I don't know. I'm talking about that. That's a U.S. trainer. It's basically a jet with no guns on it, but it's designed it's designed to train people on flying around a two-engine jet fighter. It's interesting. Nothing's going on here, which seems like SpaceX has changed the design, which that kind of reads correctly. That kind of reads correctly. given what's going on. There are... Oh, greenhouse. What is this on the greenhouse? Job applications for a launch engineer for Starship Stage 0 and mechanical engineer. Also, really nice pictures. Cool. It's pretty rad, dude. It's a pretty good picture. These went up this week. I was gonna say, dude, look at all the overgrowth. See all the grass? So the dirt roads aren't fresh. Stuff hasn't been driving around on them. And in Florida, you don't drive around on something, nature will reclaim it very quickly. It's very interesting. Doesn't look like anything's been happening here for a little while. The noses are too pointy, though. Where would a flame trench run here? You'd have a hard time doing it. Journey, you'd have a hard time getting that done. But also at the same time, there's a really nice flame trench that's designed for this type of thrust sitting right there. It's right there. See, this is kind of, you know, I've been kind of saying like, oh, I hope SpaceX, you know, uses that part of 39A for Starship and not over here. I never understood using this part over here. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, I mean, it kind of does. You know, I've always said like use Starship for this. You have the infrastructure right there already ready to go for Starship, right? And if you're going to do that, a mobile launcher makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, now mobile launchers don't make them the interesting thing is that they don't really make that much sense with the catch tower, right? The integration tower, because you don't need to move the pad, right? But can you do that to historic pad 39A? I don't know. Maybe the tower will be a landing pad. This one maybe could be a catch tower, right? But yeah, I don't know, man. You know, you have your flame deflector there, and it's clear that they need one. Because, yeah, look, no one's been working on that in a long time. Now, with that all being said, you know, I'll just go right to this real quick. So that's cool for the Polaris program. But here, check this out. So Zach found this on RGV last night. This might not be the most exciting news of the day, depending on who you are. There's now a CFA drilling rig set up in this location at the Sanchez site. Looks like some heavy-duty foundations will be created soon. Maybe something extremely heavy and potentially mobile will be assembled here. So the Sanchez site is where they have the jigs to make the tower modules. And you could see from the jigs from the tower modules, they're building something there that is a lot bigger than a tower module. See the jigs for the modules right there? See what I'm talking about? So something big is going in there. Something very big. Something also mobile. I don't think it's a mobile tower, Blinga. To be honest with you guys, they're testing a new flame trench at Pad B. To be honest, I think SpaceX is going to make modular OLMs or something. I think 39A Starship pad is waiting on Boca Pad 2 performance. The problem is with Pad 1, the way it works, they can't put a booster back. They can't put a booster back on it. So they'll have no choice to vent down booster 12 on its own and then put it on a transport stand. What do you mean they have no way to put the booster back on it? I don't understand. What do you mean, Erudite? Is there something I missed here? Kind of need the OLM for safing super heavy, although obviously them going to catch seems to suggest otherwise. Elon stated it in Tim's interview that OLM2 will have a completely new clamp design. Oh. Kirst confirmed a while ago they're going with a new design for Kennedy, same as the new tower in Boca. They want to prove the design first because it's an all-new launch ring and flame diverter. Well, they could barely fit the tower sections down Highway 4. Yeah. Curious. Very curious. More happening on Geonosis. More happening on Geonosis, I fear, than what has been revealed. I think it will look like the new ship static fire ring transporter. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it'd be nice if they had an ML, but once again, mobile launchers don't really work with Starship's architecture. However, you know, you go back and look at this picture. You want to get anything useful up over this flame trench right here, you're going to need something that picks up on the ML pegs or something. You know, even if you built your integration tower basically exactly where that fixed service structure is, which personally that'd be really cool. I hope they do that at some point, right? You do something like that, right? The pad has a bit of aggregate space. Here, there's like a whole area off to the side that you can use to move stuff around. Just because of the way they did the clean pad design with these things. Here, I'll show you. So, if you're looking at 39, right, we can turn off 3D buildings, or don't, whatever. Picture's still all screwed up. All right, so 39 has 6 pegs. Both of them do. There's one, you can see one there, one there. There's one here, one here, one here, and one there. Right? So if you took your tower, right? The tower is over here right now. If you took the tower and you put your tower right here, right? You could roll starships up the pad on the side here. There's no way this thing can't hold it, right? You could roll them across here, right? And you could have chopsticks, pick the thing up right here and put it on the pad. It might not end up being a mobile launcher, guys, but point is that you could easily make something that adapts onto these pegs, and those pegs right there are good for 15 million pounds. So what is that, like 7 million tons or something? They can hold up. They're designed to hold up Saturn V and its launch pad. So it'll easily hold an OLM ring and Starship. Like maybe, I don't know. But the interesting thing is that if you do something like that, right? If they do something like that and they get rid of the HIF, that opens up the door for SpaceX to be able to transport boosters. They could use the crawler way to transport the boosters back and forth. Store the boosters in the VAB, right? Instead of storing them outside. They could do that. You could have a mobile launcher that's basically just an MLP, right? That thing right there. See? Those are the things that pick up on those pegs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? You could have one of these that's just used to move boosters back and forth. And SpaceX could buy the other crawler transporter, and you could use that to move Super Heavy and Starship, multiple Super Heavies and multiple Starships back and forth on the crawler way. Now, I know what people are going to say. Why? Why would you do that? I don't know. Might be a cool idea. Use what you already have. Because it's very clear that SpaceX needs a flame trench. They need a flame trench. The OLM ring is not cutting it. Right? Look, all I'm saying is that there's a flame diverter in this thing that's good for... about 10 million pounds of thrust. Might not be able to take Starship. It might be able to take 15. Maybe. Really depends. You can modify the crawler to move around a transport stool. Basically make the crawler into a gigantic SPMT, right? And you could have that thing drive up here, have the chopsticks pull stuff off of it, and put stuff right onto the pad. And then you move this sucker away, you move it back down here where they would put it basically during shuttle missions, right? And then you do your booster catch, you do your booster landing, you're good to go. You know, you could just back it right up and you could drive back over here, chopsticks, put the thing right back on the crawler, and then you could move it all the way back to the VAB. Right? Another thing that you could do is if they made an OLM that picked up on the original Saturn V launch pegs at 39 right here, if you did something like that, right? If your OLM breaks or something goes wrong, you could just pick it up and move it. Pick up the whole thing and move it. The crawler transporter could do that easily. It could easily do that. They were built to spec for Nova, so they could take whatever the thrust is of 8 F1 engines. And knowing Von Braun and crew, they probably over-engineered them for even that, knowing them. These pads are monstrous. They're designed to take a rocket that's way bigger than a Saturn V. That was by design, just like the VAB. Yeah, not only do they probably need a flame trench, but I think it was Zach who said it. OLM-1 may be heavy speculation, has only 20 to 30 launches in it. Yep. I think SpaceX should rip the Band-Aid off, and they should get rid of the HIF, or at least just move the building over here, right? Or move that entire building to another pad. Just take the entire HIF, disassemble the whole damn thing, and move it somewhere else. I've heard that Slick 37B is on the table. Good. Take the HIF, put it down, bring it down here. Put the HIF right there. Or better yet, just demolish it. You have the Delta IV HIF, could do that. Just build some train tracks up to the launch pad. Done. You could do that. Right? How cool would that actually be? And then take 39A and use it for what it was freaking supposed to be used for. Slick 40 already has a crew tower. You don't need to worry about losing crew launches from 39A. As long as we have a Falcon Heavy pad somewhere, right? If you engineered this to the same thing, you could take the transporter erector from the VIF, or from the horizontal integration facility, you could move it, break it down into pieces, and move it somewhere else. Is SpaceX taking over 37B? I don't know. I don't know. The pegs should be built to Nova, right? Well, Aqualux, here's the thing. Those pegs probably wouldn't be able to take a fully fueled Starship in a full, like with a full OLM. Probably not a good idea. Slick 40 cannot do Falcon Heavy, Blinken. No, it doesn't have, it's not wide enough. The trench isn't wide enough. What's that, Phil? So, I'm saying that SpaceX doing this. Ooh, what is this? What do you got? What is this? What do we got? What is that? Environmental impact statement for SpaceX Super Heavy launch vehicle from 39A. Where was this? When did this come out? Oh, I was on the road. How have I not seen this? Yeah, I was on the road. We were driving when this came out. What is this? What is this? I'm going to skip all over the text and we're going to go right to the pictures. Ew. Catch tower. When is the next road trip? I'll get back to you on that one. Long Starship isn't real. It can't hurt you. You're welcome. Ah, this is lame. This is the lame way of doing this. Up to 44 day and night launches per year at 39A. Up to 44. Yeah, Supercraft, right? It's probably not right anymore anyway. I'm telling you, man, use the crawlers. They were built for stuff like this. Anyway, you were talking about the pegs. The pegs might not be heavy enough, but the pegs at 39B that NASA re-engineered, those ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, those ones can take SLS with 5-segment SRBs fully fueled. And the core stage and everything else on top of it. So those, it's already been redesigned. $150 Starship launches per year from all pads is what SpaceX is proposing. Wouldn't they be good enough? Weren't they built to... Starship Super Heavy fully fueled's a little bit heavier than Nova fully fueled, dude. Yeah, it's also the thrust. I'm not sure if this would take it. You might need something... You might need something more hardcore. Hey, Sean, how are you? Yeah, Theo, I kind of agree with you, but, you know, my environment. To be honest, I think the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge has something way more serious to worry about than friggin' rocket launches. There's that whole ocean wants to eat Florida thing that's going on over here. Yeah, see right here? Watch. Give it a second. Yeah, see? See the train tracks? There are nice train tracks here in 2013. Nice rail lines, so you had rail access to, you know, 39A and 39B. See that? That was for bringing in fuel via train. Yeah, that's what they used to do. They used to just... You know, just bringing in fuel. There's a, yeah, train fueling port right there. Well, at least there was once upon a time. Yeah, take a look. Yeah, see? Watch, ready? Boop. Whoops. Yeah, that's gone. Yeah, that's gone. It's all gone. Yeah, Hurricane decided that railroad track didn't need to be there anymore. Hurricane decided that railroad track just didn't need to be there. Could they do this at Boca Chica? There is a railroad right away, Blinga, if I'm remembering right, but it's really old. It's from like the Civil War era. Yeah, also, you know, that one might not be erosion. That might just be, you know, don't put your railroad tracks next to a place where hurricanes hit. You could have made the railroad tracks come this way with the crawler way, because there is definitely a right of way, like right here. You could have just see the tracks. Like you could have just done that and just made the railroad track just go a little further. Anyway, yeah, I really think SpaceX should utilize the crawler transporter. They should absolutely do it. At the very least, to move starships around, dude. Because I know what people are going to say. Well, yeah, why don't they just use SPMTs? Dude, the crawler transporter could move like 6 stacks all at once if it really wanted to. Empty starships don't weigh anything. It's just, remember, the thing can move a fully fueled shuttle stack. Well, fully solid fueled shuttle stack, right? So it'd be cool to see SpaceX utilize that. And SpaceX, it isn't above SpaceX of using ex-NASA hardware to move stuff around. They have the Falcon 9 transporter that was a shuttle transporter for a long time, too. Anyway. But yeah, they're very clearly working on something. So Zach has the thing from RGV. See right there? They're working on something heavy right there. Did replace railroads with tree barriers. I don't think they gave a frick about that in the 60s though, Rick. You know? An empty super heavy Starship stack is 300 tons. Yeah, that's nothing. 6 million pounds, give or take. 6.5 million pounds. Crawler transporter can move that, no problem. Easy peasy. Yeah, it could move a full stack, easy. I mean, guys, like, once again, the whole thing is that I don't think SpaceX needs to re-engineer they don't need to reinvent the wheel here. This was already invented to do this exact thing. That's why they built it. And High Bay 1 is just sitting there. It's ready to go. Just saying. It's not ready to go, but it wouldn't take much. You could just make that your Starship garage. You know, no need for integration. Just use the big gantry crane in there to store starships in the walls. That's what they do that's what they could do in the VAB. The VAB High Bay 4 over here for the longest time, and High Bay 4 and High Bay 1, or no, so that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So High Bay 2 and 4 were used to store external tanks for shuttle missions. You could build 2 stacks in the VAB. Yeah, and then the other 2 over here were used for shuttles. Yeah, they store them in the walls. Yep. Here, look, I'll show you. So in each bay inside of the VAB, you have provisions here on the sides for these mobile gantries, right? This is inside of High Bay 3. You have all these provisions for mobile gantries, and then when the rocket is stacked, these things can move out like kitchen drawers, right? And they can surround the rocket. In High Bay 2 and 4, you don't have any of this, but you do have the gantry crane, right? So what they did during the shuttle era was they stored like 2 or 3 external tanks just here, stacked on top of each other. Like, so the VAB is tall enough to hold 2. They just had 2 of them stacked on top of each other on either side here. Oh yeah. Crazy. In a good way. Really, really neat, actually. Yeah, see, they have these modular components like that. That one is left over from the shuttle era, I think. Let's see. Yeah, there they are. You could see that's the same. That's High Bay 3 again, but you see these pieces right here? The VAB was built modular like this on purpose so you could reconfigure these platforms for any rocket as long as you're under 300 feet tall. Or 350 feet, excuse me. Crazy. Yep. Yeah, there's that old render from James Vaughn right here. Too bad the ML is facing the wrong direction. Yep. You could do something like that. It's possible. Look, man, all that stuff was built for that exact purpose. It was built to do stuff like that, and NASA clearly doesn't have that as their priority, right? Quoting Zach, Super Heavy is obese. Super Heavy was supposed to be 250 tons. However, all the retrofits have risen its mass to an estimated 270 to 280 tons. Hence their urgency to practically just delete Super Heavy skirt shielding. If my memory is correct from Zach's video, he believes that SpaceX is really not too keen with the current Super Heavy dry mass and is doing everything able to delete skirt shielding. Yeah, because Starship in this configuration, guys, really doesn't have a high payload capacity to orbit. From what I understand, it's not very high. It's like 40 tons or something. Yeah, actually, probably even less. Interesting. I'm just thinking, you know, yeah, maybe, I don't know, like, once again, I want there to be a mobile launcher, but I don't, it just doesn't really make sense with Starship's architecture. Now, a quicker way to transport Starships and Super Heavies, that makes way more sense. But why wouldn't SpaceX just use the SPMTs? Use what they developed at Boca Chica when it eventually goes to the Cape. Now, don't get me wrong, you could still store Starships in the VAB, just like they store them in the high bay, right? You could store Starships and Super Heavies in the VAB and have plenty of space, right? Which is probably, I think, what they'll end up doing. But that still kind of sucks, you know? It'd still be cool to see a Starship stack roll out of the VAB, but it's probably not going to happen. I mean, maybe. Raptor 3 alone will save more than 50 tons out of the booster, too. Yep. Nova was supposed to be 4.5 million kilograms approximately combined fuel. Super Heavy and Starship is 4.9. Saturn V was just shy of 3 million at its heaviest. SLS is only 2.7 million. Pads pegs would likely need overhaul if you want to carry a mobile launcher and Starship and Super Heavy. Are you sure 2.7 million kilograms? Are you sure about that? It's 8.8 million pounds. There's no way it's that light. Not a chance. With solid rocket, with 5-segment solid rocket fuel? No. Solid SRB? No. There's no way that's right. What are you talking about? There's no way it's that much. Or that less. Looks like you were right about the RFA failure. Oh. Was I? This is coming from a website called EuropeanSpaceflight.com. Well, you wouldn't need to carry the tower with the Starship. Yeah, Fish, that's what I'm saying. It would be a mobile launcher platform because the tower's already going to be there. And the tower, you're not making that mobile. I really don't think so. Something that needs to catch the booster like that needs to be well and anchored into the ground, right? Results of a preliminary investigation into what caused RFA-1 stage to burst into flames have been identified as an oxygen fire in one of their turbo pumps. On August 19th, German launch provider Rocket Factory Augsburg conducted a static fire test of the first stage of its RFA-1 rocket on the company's launch pad at Saxford Spaceport in Scotland. Well, the stage had already completed 2 short static fire tests. The August 19 test was the first to test all 9 of its Helix rocket engines. Oh, Block 1, Rem. What? Wait. Anyway, a video captured by the BBC shows an explosion occurring just as all 9 engines ignite. A horizontal stream of flames then appeared, followed by the entire stage going up in flames, resulting in its complete destruction. In an update on LinkedIn on the 22nd of August, RFA Chief Operating Officer Stefan Breischenk announced that the company had completed an initial internal review. In what Dr. Breischenk describes as very preliminary findings, he explained that the company has identified an oxygen fire in one of the turbo pumps as the root cause. That engine and that turbo pump have run before without issues. 8 engines ignited. We had multiple backup and safety systems in place that were supposed to shut everything down, but things did not align on Monday as planned. Monday evening was a nightmare. The dream is alive and will make it reality. Yeah, that's A nightmare is a good way to describe that. Seeing your baby go up in flames like that, that really sucks. Like, you know, that's happened to me in Kerbal many times, and I can assure you that that is a awful feeling in KSP. It is a very awful feeling. I can only imagine what it's like if, you know, your test article blows up, or your second stage pops, or your second stage implodes. Or your rocket blows up on the pad, or your rocket shoots sideways off the pad, or your rocket blows up on the pad, again, because of solid oxygen permeation. Yeah, sucks. Especially when you can't just revert. Yep, but you get to build a new one that's even better. That's right, yep. Have you ever had a fish tank? When I was a lot younger, Plums, yeah, sure. Or your new part doesn't show up in KSP. Small sat launch vehicles are really struggling and have been for years. It's sad to see. Hey, this stuff's difficult, man. I had an HBR pop too hard and break shock cords. Ugh. Here's the post if you want to read it. Yeah, I'd rather go right to the source anyway. All right. This is a tough post to write. On Monday, we faced one of the hardest moments in our journey at Rocket Factory Augsburg. During a hot fire test of our first stage, an engine anomaly led to a fire where we were unable to contain and we lost the stage. Yep. Honestly, I'll be honest, it hurts so dang bad. Yep. All the blood, sweat, and tears that we put into this lost. I was unable to sleep for the last couple of days and was overcome with dizziness every time I tried to close my eyes. Yeah, it's... My friends and family are invested into this, and I cannot fail them. I can't fail the team, the investors, the suppliers, the supporting institutions, the country, the European Union. I cannot fail on the belief that small, high-performance rockets can be built with an automotive mindset to reduce costs to a point where this becomes a major disruption. Yeah. Engineering is about pushing the boundaries, embracing the unknown, and creating things that have not existed before. At RFA, we embrace sparse matrix engineering, rapid innovation, and iteration through testing. Going out into the field testing something is many times harder than iterating systems in a computer. Yep. I have a frequent thought that plagues me. I've done this for so many years now. Why cannot I take this way more easy and slow down? Why do I push so hard? Every time! Well, every time we do this the hard way and get into the test, we learn things that we could not have possibly learned from a simulation, so testing is key. Yep. Testing comes with inherent risk. Not every test goes as planned, and setbacks are part of the process. Losing an entire stage so close to launch, though, was tough. Losing an entire stage so close to launch, though, was not anywhere in your mind. Sorry, I read that wrong. So right now, we're analyzing the details and assessing the situation. We had a close look at all the hardware on site and finished an internal review a few minutes ago. The root cause at this very preliminary stage seems to have been an oxygen fire in one of the turbo pumps. That engine and that turbo pump have run before without issues. 8 engines ignited. We have multiple backup and safety systems in place that were supposed to shut everything down, but things did not align on Monday. Hard to shut them down when they're blown up. Yeah, people, this is something that I talk about a lot. You could do all the testing and all the simulation in the world, all you want. You could do all of it in the world. Nothing substitutes flying. At some point, you have to put the thing on the pad and send it. Our team is working hard to make sure we come back stronger. If there's one thing I learned on this journey, it's that Team RFA is ultra-resilient, dedicated, and relentless to our pursuit of excellence. We will bounce back from this, and our best days are still ahead. We're more determined than ever to achieve our mission and get first test flight as soon as possible. Thanks to everyone who has already reached out with support for us. We're going to overcome this. Yeah, their turbo pump popped. I'm telling you, Anytime you see a rud like that happen and sparks fly everywhere, like somebody's taking an angle grinder to metal, well, it's because that turbopump decided it wanted to be an angle grinder. So the turbopump popped, and it started, that's like worst case scenario, dudes, because it starts shooting out shrapnel everywhere. Yeah, that's what all those sparks are when they go to start. That's what happened there. Now, here's the thing. They said that they'd used that engine multiple times before. What changed? What did you change? What did you do? What changed? They got to go back and they got to figure out everything that they did from that motor the last time it fired to now. That's going to take a long time. Well, they said they're going to go fast. It might not take as long as we want. That's a lot. Let me put it this way. That's a lot of data to look through. Test article is toast, Finn. No, it's toast. Like Kerbal, crash your rocket into the ground, toast. It's gone. Could have been metal fatigue. If it's metal fatigue, not great. Not great, because that means it's exposing something in your engineering that you didn't expect. It's exposing a failure mode. They said they could be anything I wanted, that turbopump, probably. Yep. It's, no good, man. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, it's, like I said, dude, it's not even my rocket. That stuff's still difficult to watch. It's really, really, it's tough. It's tough to see that happen. You don't want to see that happen to anybody. Like, it's hard to watch. Anyway, who was this? Rocket Factory Augsburg. Their rocket. So they had a hard start. One of their turbopumps decided to turbopump int and decided to just shoot, from what it sounds like, decided to just shoot shrapnel out all over the bottom of the rocket. It caused a fuel leak and an oxidizer leak, and that was the end of that. Yeah, it's really hard to figure it out. Yeah, Buck, that's a good point. It's hard to trace fault tree on that turbopump because it most likely melted from the ensuing fire that just blew up the entire stage, which, yeah, sucks. It was a test firing, Teague. Yep, it was a test fire, dudes. Not even angle grinders are supposed to do that. Yeah, exactly, right? It was a test firing. It blew up on the test stand, which really sucks. Yeah. I'm telling you, that footage is tough to watch, dude. That footage is, it's hard. Like, I watched it the other day on stream, and I'm just like, boy. Okay. I'm just getting the rest of the news. So, what else do we got here? Let's get a little bit of a lighter note from Hermeus. Hermeus is working on next generation aircraft propulsion. We're getting a lot of reps in taxi testing from Quarterhouse Mark 1. These repeated runs allow us to gather data for all integrated systems, from flight deck to the vehicle to ground support equipment and air traffic coordination. Medium and high speed taxi runs are up next, then first flight. Yeah, this is their plan. Look at this thing, dude. This thing is pretty cool looking, huh? Here, headphone users, be careful. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Cool. Cranes. I like cranes. It's cool. Anything else from oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh? What? Boom just did a taxi test too. What? Really? Oh, hey. XB1 is working towards flight 2 with our digital roll stability. All right. Hey, easy. What's up, man? Hello, my friend. Always thankful for the great content. Could you give a quick primer on why FRAM 2 is such a big deal and why a polar orbit is so difficult? Delta V considerations, a lot easy, have a lot to do with it. Up there, you don't have as much radiation shielding. Yeah, the magnetic field is not weaker. Yeah, weaker would be the right way to say it. It's not as powerful or not as strong at the poles. It's really powerful around the edges because magnetic field. FRAM 2 is another ballsy mission, but it should be cool. I don't think it's as crazy as Polariston. Polariston's insane, like in a good way, the good kind of insane. Yes, Nubian. We got lots of that. So, yeah, nobody's ever gone to polar orbit before because, yeah. Your local robots are at it again. Yeah. All right. Quick side thing. Atlas. Spot. Yeah, this was from April 17th. Looks like they've upgraded it since then. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I liked it better when it was doing push-ups. I liked it better when it was doing push-ups, dudes. Can we go back to jets? Holy crap. That was weird. XP1 is working towards Flight 2 with our new digital roll stability system. We uncovered a race condition. Uh-oh. We uncovered a race condition in testing, so we took time to address. As we speak, XP1 is on the runway confirming our fix. If today goes well, Flight 2 will be quite soon. Race conditions. Not good. Now we need artificial flesh and we're good. I don't, dude, the thing with the legs, I'm like, nah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah. Update went great. Oh, there it is. Race conditions. So a race condition is something that happens in software where two pieces of code are trying to command the same thing. So like in flight, right? If you had a fly-by-wire system, right? And you pulled back and to the right on the joystick, right? So you pulled full pitch and you commanded full pitch and full yaw. Sometimes the control systems might overlap. Like it's a little more complicated than that. I'm being very general with it. So basically what happens is each bit of code is kind of racing each other to get control, and they kind of end up muscling things back and forth, and that can create like flutter in control surfaces on planes and stuff, Or a race condition could be with like thrust vector control on a rocket, and yeah, that kind of stuff happens. They basically race each other to see who can gain control. It's like arm wrestling. Like your pieces of code are arm wrestling each other. Yeah, you could flood. You could basically flood your own system with data. It's bad. Race conditions aren't good, especially when you're flying a plane. But it looks like they've updated XB1 and they're good to go. It still kind of blows my mind that that thing is a thing. The XB1 is an actual plane. Like, ooh, I wish. Soon. Momento. I'm trying to see if they have a picture of the XB1, but full scale overture mock-up, passenger experience lab. All right. In the thread. Update went great. Curious, what's the software stack environment looks like for flight system? What kind of CPU hardware do you run, and what programming language tools do you use to develop the ship and test software? XB1 runs Linux-based OS with Red Hawk RTOS kernel on Intel CPUs in mil-spec cases. Most code is in C++. MFD uses multifunction display uses OpenGL. Oh, geez. Why? Oh, geez. We do everything you'd hope. Git, peer code reviews, etc. Flight software is automatically built and deployed to the sim, and hardware in the loop nightly. C++, huh? Why C++? Why C++? There's the Rust question. Serious, is this the part where a bunch of people who do software engineering come in and say their favorite code and say that this language is the best one? Is this that part? Why not C++? Why not C#? Hey, I know how to code in C++. I did some coding for Starsiege Tribes for C++ in 2000. But Rust is memory safe. I just noticed space was in your trending on X. Artemis. We'll see what it is. Hey, all right. European Service Module number 3. Hey, wait, hold on. Oh, God, why? What the frick, guys? Ow! What? Who edited this damn video? Yep, put it in its cover. Little case right there. Airbus. They're aerospace engineers, not audio engineers. I was elected to lead, not to read. Yep, that's the European Service Module. Does it have the AJ10 installed? It doesn't. Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it have that? Okay, that's weird. Yeah, that's one of 3 thus far. One is ESM1 is gone. That was on Artemis 1. ESM2 is at the Cape, and there's ESM3. Yeah, they'll probably install it at the Cape. Yeah, that's my guess. I'll apply as the music producer for Airbus stuff. Yeah, there you go. JavaScript rules. OpenGL on the MFD, though. Okay. Not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the ESM for deep space exploration. Yeah, I know. It's useless for that. Orion and its ESM are designed to work with much bigger transfer vehicles. The idea is that the ESM is only going to get you enough to be a lifeboat and get away from the transfer vehicle if something goes very wrong. Other than that, for like lunar exploration, it's pretty useless. Yep. Yeah, it's done. As a wise man once said, C makes it easy to shoot yourself in the foot. C++ makes it harder, but when you do, it blows your whole leg off. Oh. Okay. Modern OpenGL ain't that bad. It's buffer-based and less so state machine-based. Those are words that I understood, Deadbringer, but, you know, I'll take your word for it. I trust you. That seems to be what's trending for Artemis. Yeah, they, yeah. The service module is not good enough. It's not good enough for lunar exploration in the interim. I think that's the whole reason why they decided, like, well, gateway. Well, yep. How's that working out? Anyway. There's a reserved parking space at Boom? Hold on. Reserved for the chief desk pilot. All right. Why that space? Speaking of SLS, what, this one right here? I already got that open. Check out the Daily Hopper today. Keeping it cool. Since the SLS core stage for Artemis 2 arrived at Kennedy, teams with EGS have been preparing it for weighing and stacking. Well, in the VAB, environmental control systems keep the inside of the inside of the core stage and its 4RS-25 engines in prime condition by replacing the warm, salty Florida air and its corrosive properties with cool, clean air. And yet, just air condition the VAB? No. Hey, predominant. Different times. Yeah, and yet that S2 is just basically got all of its guts hanging out the bottom, and the inner stage is, they don't care. Saying. No. The SLS core stage is way more complicated than an S2. The reason why is because it's basically an S1C and an S2 combined. But yeah, still cool. Yeah, you got HVAC stuff. You really don't want... Yeah, because the VAB is not climate controlled, guys. It's basically a windbreak. Yeah, like the high bays at Boca Chica. That's what the VAB is. It's that they keep the doors open and yeah, stuff flows through them. Like air goes through them. Like they're not climate controlled. How long did the Saturn V stages sit around waiting? Not very long because they launched them. Yeah, it had its own weather inside. If you, it'll greenhouse itself. Yeah, it'll do that. But then they started opening up the doors to get convection through it, so that doesn't happen much anymore. So who's going to tell him the mega bays do have air conditioning? Creeper, is this the part where you go, well, you know, one part that's the size of my pee-pee in the very small corner of the mega bay has air conditioning. So technically the whole thing has air conditioning. No, it doesn't. It has a big open door in it. That's not air conditioning. Now, components inside of it, smaller components inside of it, yes, but that's not what we're talking about at all. By that logic, the VAB is air conditioned too because it's attached to the Launch Control Center and that has air conditioning in it. What are you talking about? Here, watch this video of a Centaur being put together. Well, Atlas V upper stage. Check that out. Tori Bruno provided this footage, which is super cool. This is integration and stacking of a Centaur 3 before it goes to the vertical integration facility. This is for an Atlas 500 series, so it has the conic interstage adapter, and then there's the Centaur forward load reactor that they're going to install here, those things. Oh, that's so cool. Your mom has air conditioning. She does, Mason. Actually, her air conditioner just broke, and my brother-in-law had to go fix it. He's an HVAC guy. He had to go fix it. That's so cool, dude. Picture of stacking operations. Building rockets, man. So, Creeper, you're just gonna sit there and not say anything? What part of the mega bay is air conditioning? It has air conditioning? Please let me know. I'm curious now. Probably, if I had to guess, the engine installation cell probably does. Oh, that's sick. Let's get in the pic. Check your Discord. Anonymous gifter. Predominant gifted a sub to small PP. It was anonymous. Jeez. I mean, Creeper, yeah, if you want to count that, I suppose. I don't think that's... I mean, there are condensers down there, but I don't think that's enough to keep that whole thing air conditioned. Do you? It seems like they're only air conditioning certain things. Up here might have air conditioning. Those condensers would be enough for that up there. Yeah, maybe. That one, I'm not sure what that thing is, though. The condensers are right there. I don't think that's enough. That's not adequate enough for the entire building, dude. It's probably air conditioning stuff like smaller things inside of the building. Humidity control, not temperature control. Lowering the humidity will lower the feel like lowering the temperature. They might be taking the humidity out element, yeah. It would get colder when they do that, though. Or at least it would feel colder. I mean, that's what an air conditioner does, guys. An air conditioner just pulls the humidity out of the air. It's more than the VAB has. Is it, though? Anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Humidititties. You gotta keep them cool. gotta keep him cool. Okay, straight up, who gifted that sub? Like, I know it's anonymous. Please let me know, because that's very strange. My that exact word came up in conversation outside of the stream. I'm not gonna say who or where, but that's very strange. That was you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, what's up, Barry? 12 years of watching. Geez, time flies. What's up, man? Creeper, like I said, the high bays are not, the high bays in the VAB are not. There are other parts that are air conditioning, that are air conditioned. See those condensers there, dude? That's like for that big ass condenser. Like, look at it next to the cars. It's freaking huge. It looks like its own building, right? That freaking thing is only for like the not even the transfer aisle. It's like for right here, and the LCC, and that's about it. You'd need an air conditioner to air condition the entire VAB and make that all climate controlled. You'd need a row of condensers, probably like as big as that field. Easily as big as that field. Yeah, HVAC is a pain in the butt, dude. I know these side buildings here are air conditioned, and once again, I know that, like, so we saw Ship 26 go in on the test stand the other day, right? There's that glass enclosure that they use to pull engines out and put engines in. That's air conditioning. That is absolutely climate controlled. Yeah, absolutely. I'll bet you that's what those condensers are for, dude. So yeah, good eye, man. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but yeah, that's not enough. This is not enough. But yeah, I actually didn't know that. So, yeah. You've been watching those RGVs, huh? RGV spotted this arriving. There's location for 5 of these. They'll air condition the high bays. 5 of those? Not enough. Small PP gets a gifted sub, but not me. The VAB is so big, it'd make for a pretty good draft tower. Just put wet cloth up in one of the bays and you got yourself a cooler. Yeah, right. But anyway, yeah, Creeper, thank you for showing me that. I thought you were trying to get me with a gotcha. I'm like, shut up, man. So this is an RGV aerial. Yeah, that's a Freightliner. Swamp cooler VAB. You don't want humidity around rockets. That's bad. Ask Blue Origin why. Ask Blue Origin why you don't want humidity around your rockets. Oh, I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell for that one. Ask them why. Ask me about my rocket.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Also gifted us up to long balls. Wait, what did I miss? So, fish blue, supposedly. We don't know this for sure, okay? We don't know this for sure. I heard this from a guy. Actually, it was in a Bloomberg article, so, I mean, take it for what it's worth. Blue Origin built this, they had the second stage for the second flight for New Glenn, right? And they moved it outside because they needed room because they were moving around something, whatever, right? And then they decided to move it inside very quickly without hooking up any HVAC to it, and put it in a nice air-conditioned room. And it imploded, Mythbusters style. Oh, there you go, say people. That's neat. Yep. That's supposed. We don't know that for sure. But the Bloomberg article also said that that Blue Origin had a catastrophic failure on their they had a catastrophic failure of their third flight stage. So Glenn stage 2, flight 3, they were testing it in their tank cleaning or second stage cleaning and testing cell right here down at the Cape. Julia Bergeron took this picture for NSF. So here's the interesting thing. The 2CAT right there is the, well, like I said, second stage tank cleaning and testing. So here, look. So this is another picture from Julia Bergeron. So 2CAT right here. This is where they test New Glenn second stages. They pressurize them. They make sure that they're good to go. The 2CAT has a big blue door up at the top right there and another big blue door. Is this building air conditioning? I don't know. Is this building air conditioning? Why do I keep saying it like that? Is this building air conditioned? No, I don't know. Probably not. But see the big blue door? You see that? So let's go back and look at Julia's footage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. See, Julia posted that, to which I replied, someone replied to you? God, I love the internet. Oh, the internet's great. Oh, the internet's fantastic, dude. Someone left the fridge open, right? I'm sorry. Who is that guy? Who is that? Which one of you is this? That's funny as hell. I'm following that dude. Ooh. So the door is missing. the door is missing. So that Bloomberg article says that they had a catastrophic depressurization on the test stand and the tank filled completely. I noticed that the 2CAT is empty and the door is missing. So, yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of this. You know, did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of this. Yeah. Did you get it? All right. I don't think that door is hinged. I think it just slides forward and back, but now it doesn't do that at all. It does the opposite of that. It's orange. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what they said. Anyway, sorry. Why do I find that so funny? All right. Hamburglar's got some info. I didn't want to read this yesterday, but somebody linked it again today. So let's see. Let's see what this article is about. This is from Stephen Clark. Those are real fake doors. Nope. All right. NASA wants clarity on an Orion heat shield issue before stacking the Artemis 2 rocket. You want this for SLS stages? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Here, hold on. I got something for you. Check this out. Ready? Let's go into desktop. Rocket research pictures. All right, here. That one's pretty good. Erudite, you might like this one. How about that one? That pretty good? Yeah, that one's pretty good, huh? What about that one? That one pretty good? I mean, Erudite, for what it's worth, I like, yeah, what you showed is pretty awesome. How about that one? That one's pretty good. I like that one. I like that one. That one's my favorite. I bet the shuttle folder is insane. Oh, I got all kinds of good stuff in there. Oh. Three S1Cs. The block buy Erudite was for 20 of them. 20 Saturn V's. Yeah, also. That's a pretty good picture. Don't worry about it. That's a pretty good picture. That's also pretty good. That's also pretty. Oh, once upon a time, dude. So, interesting thing, guys. They figured out how to assemble the S1C, how to make a rocket with a 10-meter core, 33-foot wide rocket. They figured out how to put it together at Marshall, and then used what they learned at Marshall to make Michoud in Louisiana and Stennis. Yeah, Marshall was the place where they first put together a Saturn V and then built a Saturn V first stage and then built a test stand for it. Yeah, Marshall was used for integration testing. Yeah, that's what they did. Stay in school, kids. Yep, there's them doing testing, fitment testing on test stand 4670. Pretty cool, huh? And there's how you put the that's the S4B. That's how Douglas put together the S4B. Yep. This is a really awesome picture because it shows your production flow. It's Factorio, dudes. That's Factorio, but for rocket stages. See last. What was the orbiter schematics? That was a prototype for an S1C flyback. They were thinking about doing that during the shuttle program. Dude. I was about to say, what if there was a factory building game where you built rockets, but you know, I mean, yeah, what if there was? You know what I mean, but also you know what I mean. You know what I mean? I mean, you kind of build rockets in Factorio, but also that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about building rockets like this. I'm talking about building rockets like this. Milk stool. Yeah, actually, there's your answer about the there's your answer about that flyback booster. That's what they wanted to do. Fly summer rocket. Yeah, that's what they. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they wanted to do stuff like that. There's a picture of the VAB being made. This is. Oh, wait, what?
The technical ability,
And the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability. Yeah, all right. That, I don't know how that got in there, but that's still pretty cool. Yep, see, there's your 4 high bays. Dude, they cranked that thing out. They cranked out the VAB in like a year. Hear me out. 12-meter SLS-derived core stage, 6 SRBs, 12-meter second stage, and fairing. Fairing could also fit a Starship upper stage inside. You'd need a bigger building than that to do that. Yeah. I really should make this. We really should add more to this. Yeah, we really should add more to this folder. There's not enough. There's not enough Saturn stuff in here. Yep, there you go. That's what the pad 39A and B, that's what they looked like during the Apollo program. Very clean. It's called a clean pad design for a reason. Was it Nova 12-meter diameter? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, exactly, Deadbringer. It's kind of sacrilege when you think about it, right? Like, look at how good that looks. All it has is just the umbilicals for, you know, fuel, oxidizer. That's it. Mobile launcher parks right up. When they set it down, it attaches. And there you go. That's it. That's all you got to do. Oh, yeah. It also had during the Apollo program, they had removable flame deflectors. So you could take the deflector out and refurbish it over here and then move another one in. Yeah. Not a lot of people knew that. Yep, there's that. There's them putting that thing together. Marshall, there's Saturn 1 test stand. They're going to demolish that. Yep. Still around. They're going to demolish it. Yep. Can we just do this again? We should just do that again. That's a good idea. Yeah. Have you heard if Elon has future plans for BFR? I don't know. Chrysler. Yep, Chrysler made this Saturn V, the S1. Well, the S1B. Yep. Oh. Oh. Hey, what's up, man? Yep. Yep. Just need to put a fancy cover on top of a Soyuz. Nice. All right, what's this article say? What if we got a Saturn V with Raptor engines instead? It's still hard for me to grasp that a car company built the Saturn V. Dude, once upon a time, man, automotive manufacturers built everything. Ford built planes, tractors, trucks. They built whatever. Chrysler built tanks for the longest time. Go look up who designed the Abrams. Just saying. Chrysler made all kinds of stuff. Anything. Snowmobiles, boats, trucks, cars, whatever. Airport tugs, whatever. You made whatever because, you know, you wanted to gain more market share. Just it's crazy because, like, yeah, they could just make whatever. They were like, oh, we make cars? No, screw that. We're going to make snowmobiles too. Right? And then they just did it. It's wild, man. It's crazy to me. You know, can you imagine a car company? Like, can you imagine Ford trying to make a tractor nowadays? Can you imagine any car company making anything other than freaking cars? Like the Pivot. The only one I know that can do something like that is Tesla. And they, let's make Optimus. Let's just make robots too. Whatever. Screw it. Robots, cars, batteries, whatever. Solar panels. Yeah, that's fine. Right? Can you imagine? In the 60s, every company was like that. Every single freaking company was like that. That's really freaking cool, dude. Every company. Every freaking company, dude. Like, they're all like that. Like, one of my favorite pictures in that Saturn V folder. Let me show you real quick before we read some bad news. My favorite picture is this. This was Chrysler's brochure in the 60s. It's kind of false advertising because Chrysler's business is to get you where you want to go, even if it's 238,000 miles straight up. That rocket didn't deliver anything anywhere near that far. But look at all this stuff. Trucks, tanks, bridge layering tanks, amphibious vehicles, screwjack vehicles, boats, heavy-duty trucks, light-duty trucks, cars, airport tugs, semis, heavy-duty school buses, whatever, vans, campers, whatever. All different types of cars. Actually, my car is on here. There's my car. I have a car like that. Lamborghini makes tractors. Yeah, Alien. Lamborghini was a tractor company before they were a car company. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to hear something funny? You know how Lamborghini started making cars? Mr. Lamborghini went to Ferrari one day because he was a huge Ferrari fan. He went to him one day in the mid-60s and he said, hey, Enzo, you make stuff, I make stuff. I love your car, but maybe if you upgrade the brakes a little bit, like the brakes, we could probably upgrade the brakes if you utilize something more like, like this, right? And he gave him a way to fix his car and make the car better. And Enzo Ferrari looked at him and said, get the frick out of here. You make tractors. Leave me the hell alone and leave the car building to the experts. Go make some farming equipment, pal. And Lamborghini got so mad that he started a car division and they made cars instead. It's a very Italian thing to do. Hey, you make farming equipment. Get the frick out of here. Right? It's true. True story. Oh, he was a dick. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, sir. You make a farming equipment. Promptly leave. Here is the door. I do not need to take advice from a freaking farmer. Get the heck out of here. Yeah, that's how that went down. But are Lambo brakes better? I don't know. Lamborghini went to make the Miura, though. And the Miura is not a bad car. Yeah. The Miura is not a bad automobile. Sounded like a Russian thing. Yeah, whatever, dude. I'm tired. Leave me alone. No, he just like I said, once upon a time, dude, like you just diversify. Find another way to make more money. Build cars. Screw it. Like, do I like a 2001 Jeep Cherokee? An XJ. Yeah, they're all right, Brian. Yeah. It's a Jeep, so you should manage expectations, but they're all right. The Clarkson, yeah, Clarkson's farm. He bought a Lamborghini. He bought a Lamborghini. Well, why wouldn't he buy a Lamborghini, man? Enzo Ferrari also claimed that Aero was for people who couldn't build engines. He's not wrong. It's not wrong. With enough horsepower, you can go as fast as you want. What World War III vehicle would you love to have? The one that survives. Yeah. So buying a Lamborghini is aiding farmers in their class struggle? No, not at all, Yannick. Lamborghini's owned by Volkswagen Group. Lamborghini hasn't been Italian since the 90s, man. You notice that Audi just all of a sudden just made the R8? And they're like, oh yeah, this is our car. We are the ones that designed it. No, it's freaking Lamborghini. And then all of a sudden, Lamborghinis just started carrying Audi parts? No? No? Nothing, huh? Mitsubishi, now in Japan, Mitsubishi does diversify, sure, absolutely. Oh yeah, and don't get me wrong, there are still industries around the US that diversify, like General Electric. General Electric makes Gatling guns and jet engines and hydroelectric dam turbines and washing machines. Mitsubishi does diversify. They make all, I mean, Mitsubishi makes all different types of stuff. So does Yamaha. Yamaha makes crazy stuff. Yeah, Mitsubishi at one time made, oh, look at that, the Tosa. I wonder what happened to that thing. Interesting. Mitsubishi also makes the H2. Yeah, Mitsubishi makes rockets for Japan, for the Japanese Space Exploration Agency. They make rockets. G likes things. Oh, I like things that spin. You're a General Electric. I'm not, but all right. Kia, I mean, yeah, like I said, there are industries that diversify. In the US, like, they're all over the place, dude. But yeah, like, you don't see it that much with car companies anymore. Like, everybody who just did everything. Like, Chrysler makes tanks. Chrysler makes rockets. Chrysler makes cars. They make boats. They make whatever. We'll make something and make something that people want. Screw it. Do you think Ferrari would like someone doing this to their car?
Huge Ferrari update today.
This is DDE. It's a nice Corvette. Ford has a pretty expensive financial sector. Yeah, they do guitars, but, you know, see, here's the difference, all right? Here's the difference. That's lame. That's the difference. Or, you know, Ford used to make tractors, airplanes, cars. Well, they still make cars and trucks, but you get the idea. They used to make whatever. Henry Ford didn't care. People need tractors. I'm going to make tractors. I'm going to make a lot of them. Here, have tractors. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, we have a very diverse portfolio with money financial segment. Shut up and make things, dude. Please. Shut up and make. I'm saying that as a Ford fan. Just shut up and make things. Come on. It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. I know, I get it. But also, please shut up and make things. When SpaceX fridge? Yeah. Yeah, Vin, I mean, you say that, but then you get something like Tesla, which just decided they were going to make robots one day. And that's... There you go. I want SpaceX HVAC. I bet you their HVAC's real good. Anyway. What does this Ars article say? I'm telling you again, start playing car manufacturing. Yeah, I know. Based on what Twitter is saying, that burger article is extremely depressing. Well... Hey, Shimoda, thank you for the raid. NASA would like to start stacking SLS for the Artemis 2 mission, the first human flight around the moon since 1972, sometime next month, but the agency's exploration chief says the milestone could be delayed as engineers continue studying the readiness of the Orion spacecraft's heat shield. The heat shield, already installed on Orion, will take the brunt of heating when the capsule blazes through Earth's atmosphere after the end of a 10-day mission. On the Artemis 1 test flight in late 2022, NASA sent an Orion spacecraft to the moon and back without a crew aboard. The only significant blemish on the test flight was finding that charred chunks of the heat shield unexpectedly stripped away from the capsule during re-entry as temperatures increased to 5,000 Fahrenheit, 2760 centigrade. That's right. Yeah, this is all correct. Stephen Clark's all right, yeah. Stephen Clark's the guy that wrote this article. He's all right. Pretty good. Pretty good. Anyway, Shimoda, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, buddy. Urban, how you doing? What's going on? The spacecraft safely splashed down, and if any astronauts had been aboard, they would have been fine. However, the inspections of the recovered spacecraft showed divots of heat shield material were missing. The heat shield material, called AVCoat, is designed to erode away in a controlled manner during re-entry. Instead, fragments fell off of the heat shield that left cavities resembling potholes. Yep. NASA launched internal and independent investigations to look into the heat shield issue. Catherine Corner, NASA's Associate Administrator for Development of Exploration Systems, told ours, the inquiry remains open. We've not made any formal decisions on the path forward yet because we are still doing analysis. There are a lot of complications associated with the heat shield, not only with identifying a root cause, but also figuring out a path forward once we identify that root cause. This was Orion, the heat shield on Orion. This is a complicated thermodynamic and aerodynamic problem, with engineers studying the combined effects of heating and air resistance as the Orion spacecraft dives deeper into the atmosphere. Victor Glover, the pilot of the Artemis 2 mission, told ours earlier this year that the ground testing and analysis can only go so far, and some of the dynamics may not be fully understood without more flight data. Commander Reed Wiseman, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Oh yeah, Jeremy Hansen, bud. Oh, he's a great astronaut. Oh yeah, good guy. Really good fella. Will join Glover on the Artemis 2 mission. They will fly around the far side of the moon inside the Orion capsule after lifting off from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on an SLS rocket. Artemis 2 will pave the way for future landing missions to deliver astronauts to the moon's south pole. But it's taking longer than NASA officials would have liked to complete the Orion heat shield investigation. Corner said she didn't want to estimate how much longer it would take for NASA to come to a decision on what, if anything, to change on the Artemis 2 mission to reduce the risk to the astronauts. Problems with heat shield, problems with spacecraft. It's almost like all these companies took the money and didn't really bother to build anything. I don't think it's that. I think that probably has something to do with it, B. I'm not going to lie to you, but I think Victor Glover pretty much right there. Vic knows what's good. That guy's cool. It's cool, way cooler than me. Look what he said. Look, man, you could sit here and do all the analysis you want. You could do all the data crunching, all the number crunching you want. Nothing replaces flight data and cope harder. You know what I'm saying? Like, the best way to ensure crew safety on any activity, but especially this one in particular, is to make sure that they understand that they're doing this. The focus of the investigation and the path forward with crew safety in mind and not with schedule pressure or any other kind of external pressure from stakeholders. Ask an admiral how deep their submarines really go. You don't know until you tried it. Yeah. See, I agree with this, but I think this is See right here, this is EJ's opinion time, okay? I agree with that. That's right. That's in analysis, yeah. You want to make sure that that heat shield's absolutely good to go. Right? You want to be absolutely sure. However, if crew safety was in mind, you'd fly this heat shield again without people on board.
Go at throttle up.
It's funny because they talk about external pressure from stakeholders. They talk about schedule pressure there, but you wouldn't. In this particular case, infrequent flight is making the capsule less safe because you would have found this problem already if you had flown it more. It's just like the shuttle. I mean, it's the same idea, but, you know, there's, you know, no go fever and stuff. I get it, right? But, like, flying the shuttle less and not flying it more made the thing less safe. 100%. I'm 100% sure of that. Well, Shimoda, here's the thing. Why didn't that, you know, they tested it on SLS, right? They tested it, not SLS. They tested Orion's heat shield on Delta IV in 2014. Why didn't that heat shield char? What's the difference? Like I said, man, it's just like the environmental control systems on Orion. There's some glaring freaking problems here. And if I had to guess, the glaring problem comes from flying this capsule once a decade. Probably has something to do with it. You could do all the analysis you want. You could do all the analysis. You crunch the numbers till you're blue in the face. One flight a decade. One flight a decade. That's what we're at. That's what we're kind of what we're averaging right now, don't you think? Artemis 1 and EFT 1. That's it. And I would argue those weren't even Orions. They're like mock-ups with certain flight fidelity components. Like the one that flew on EFT 1 is basically a the one that flew on EFT 1 was basically a heat shield. That's it. After Apollo 1, what was the next crewed flight? 7? Yes. You have some really big problems here. Your heat shield shouldn't be charring like this at this phase in your engineering. Like, don't get me wrong. Now is the time to find problems. But I feel like I just keep saying this over and over again. You know, like, you want to find problems during these tests, right? You want to find problems during Artemis 1. But not like this, not problems like this. You don't want this. You don't want to realize your life support systems aren't adequate enough for the capsule that you designed to do a purpose, right? And that your heat shield wasn't good enough. The one thing that heat shield needs to do is come back from re-enter on a trans-earth injection burn. Like that's it. That's it is one job. Like, what have you been doing for the past 14 years? Avcoat. The heat shield is made out of Avcoat. Avcoat is the same thing they made the Apollo capsule's heat shield out of. What the frick? What's going on? Comparing the two below, what do you think would have been a better pathway for NASA? Artemis Gateway or Constellation? Constellation all day. If Constellation had kept going and NASA's funding had stayed exactly the exact same thing as SLS, at the very least, we'd have Orion with a lot of flight data underneath its belt. At the very least, that's what we'd have. You know, like I said, the way they do this testing that emphasizes ground data, that's waterfall style testing. So you do one big test flight. That test flight should be more akin to a final exam. You don't want to learn anything on a final exam in school. It's a test of your knowledge. In this case, it's a test of all the systems on the capsule. Will you find something new during testing? Oh yeah, inevitably, because you know what? Nothing replaces flight data. Victor Glover is 100% correct on this one. But you don't want to find that your heat shield can potentially delaminate. That's something you don't want to find. Yeah, that's Red flag. Big red flag. And also, just on a side note, Orion's environmental control systems didn't pass acceptance testing for Artemis 3. So they built the life support system on a capsule that's designed to have adequate support out there for a long duration mission to the moon, and it failed that. It passed for Artemis 2, though, which is a short duration mission. Yet Orion is designed for long duration missions. So, whoops. So you guys can say whatever you want about Ares 1, but with the Constellation program, NASA was going to return to iterative design. That's why Ares 1X was a dud upper stage and a dud 5-segment booster. That's why, and that's why it had so many problems. Ares 1 was more like the Starship suborbital test flights. NASA was trying to go back to rapid prototyping using shuttle-derived launch components. And that iteration would have gotten us something similar to SpaceX. Like I said, they could have done this with the money they had right now. It's like not the money they had right now, with the same funding. We could have done this with the same funding. You know, that's the biggest reason why I like Constellation, because what NASA was supposed to be doing is rapidly prototyping. Once again, Constellation program came around 2004, 2005. Really, 2005 is when it was on the books. We had a flight test in 2009, 4 years later, while running the space shuttle program at the same time on the same launch pads. That's pretty... People have the gall to say that that program would have ended up being behind. No, I don't think so. Should have bought the J2X. Exactly. Yeah. See, the other thing here is that, you know, developing Ares 1 out and roping your development budget for the J2X into Ares 1 spreads the cost over developing the Earth departure stage for the Ares 5. Right? You develop Ares 1 with smaller rocket components, but these same components could be used in a different capacity. I'm pretty sure I recall a program doing something very similar to this. Back in the day, you don't try to go and build the biggest rocket first. You build a smaller rocket to learn, and then you use those components to make a bigger rocket. What's the name of that program? There's a program that did that quite successfully. What was the name? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that. They said that they had unknown phenomenon. So like you said, flight data will be more useful than sims that don't account for phenomena you don't understand. You can't test for stuff you don't know about. And now, don't get me wrong, Saturn 1 and Saturn 5 don't really have a lot of common architecture. You could make the argument that the original Saturn 1 has nothing in common with the Saturn 5. But there's a reason why they're in the same family of rockets. The reason why is because the knowledge gained from this thing helped later when you went to make a much bigger vehicle. And some of it did wind up in, like, manufacturing and stuff. Some of it did wind up in the Saturn V, right? Like, some of it did. You know, the point that I'm trying to make is that developing Ares 1 develops a 5-segment booster and a J2X. Ares 5, what they were planning on doing is making the costs for Ares 5 not be nearly as high because your second stage propulsion is already there. And your first stage propulsion is already there. 5-segment boosters. So when you actually did go to make a super heavy launch vehicle, not only did you retain your technical expertise from the shuttle program, but it's derived from a vehicle that was just developed. So the people that worked on it, the people that engineered this stuff, could also be moved over to Ares 5 while Ares 1 entered operations. Smart, dude. I'm sorry, that's smart. That's how you run a space program. Look at SpaceX, same thing. You think SpaceX, you know, when they went to start doing Starship, you think they just fired all the people that helped develop Falcon 9? No, Falcon 9 entered operations, and they moved all their R&D team over to Starship. That's how you run a space program. You have to iterate. I don't know how we got into this funk mentality where you have to do all the testing on the ground and then launch it once. Like, I don't know. I understand why you would do something like that, but the whole thing at times seems like a gigantic freaking ruse to just, you know, not do as much work. Like, somebody had to have, when they first made SLS, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to dump on Orion. I think Orion is a good design, and I think SLS is a good design for what it's worth. It needs a better upper stage. I'm not saying these designs are bad, okay? Really what I'm getting at here is somebody went to engineer SLS. I mean, it's Congress, let's be real. I understand, but you got to understand why, because we almost had nothing, right? You know, somebody went to do this and said, yeah, you know, let's launch it once. I mean, per SLS's original plan, it was supposed to do a test flight in 2014 on EFT-1. That happened on time, right? And then after that, it was supposed to, SLS, the Artemis 1 mission was supposed to be in 2018. It ended up being in 2022. Right? Artemis 3 should have been right now, per the original plan, right? We should have already been back to the moon. We would have been back to the moon in the early 2020s, right? That was the idea. Somebody looked at that and said, we're going to fly the Orion capsule 3 times in the next 10 years, even considering ideal schedules. Someone looked at that and said, yep, that's fine. Yep, that's good. Yep, send it. Package it up and send it. Not only are we going to fly it 3 times, we're going to fly it 3 times on 3 different rockets. Because the original plan was to launch it on Delta IV Heavy, then SLS Block 1, and then SLS Block 1B. So 3 different configurations. That is possibly the worst way of doing that. I don't think I could think of a worse way to do your testing. I don't think I could think of a worse way. I seriously don't think so. Like, guys, you know what this is? You know when you're playing Factorio and you see you've made something in Factorio, and then you sit there and you look at like the belts and everything that you made, all your inserters and everything, right? You look at it and you said, oh, that's an awful way to do that. And then there's that sinking feeling. You're like, this is awful. this is never going to work, right? That is the feeling that I get with this. Like, it's just, the whole factory's off by 1 tile. Like, ugh. What prompted that methodology, in your opinion? Here we go. Lack of vision from the executive branch. Not making spaceflight a national priority is what started that crap. Yeah. NASA is beholden to the executive branch. They're beholden to the president. President has to have, vice president now, since they brought this National Spaceflight Council back. Yeah, doing a great job with that. So lack of vision. Yeah, just an extreme lack of vision over the last couple of decades. Well, that's a decade. Look, the executive branch not making space flight a priority is what's causing your stagnation. Everybody whines about pork projects, right? I like pork products for what it's worth. Not pork projects so much, but hey Roger, how you doing? Yeah, it allows this. It enables that. It enables this to happen. Not making space flight a priority. Also, yeah, I like pork. Yeah, pork is great. Speaking of pork, I need to go start making dinner. Take care of my crew for me. All right, Shimoda. Hey, thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. Thanks for talking with me. But yeah, this ain't no way to test, dudes. And I'm confident. Dude, once again, am I an aerospace engineer? No, not really. Nope, I play one on Twitch. Not even close. But I've been following this long enough that I'm confident to know that you need more flight testing than this. One and done. We're gonna launch Orion out to the moon once. And something even remotely resembling a crewed configuration. You know, Artemis 1 didn't have any life support on it. It had everything else, but no life support, right? And then we're going to put people on it on the next flight. Or you think we're that good? The Apollo program wasn't that good, man. Not even close. The Apollo program had a blank check, and they still ended up taking 3 lives. You think we're that good? I don't think we're that good. We're good. Don't get me wrong. Not that good. Why? Because we're not psychic. We don't have a crystal ball. Dude, we have a flight configuration here that is arguably more dangerous than the Apollo program. And the Apollo program was dangerous. They did not fly people on the second or third flight of the Saturn V. Or no, the first or second flight of the Saturn V. We're going to launch SLS once, put people on it with a capsule that's untested. Are you out of your freaking mind? Like, once again, do I know more than Lockheed? No. But I think it's a good question to ask. You think you're better than the Apollo program? Maybe, maybe not. But all these computers can't seem to hide the failure modes that you're having, right? The failure mode, having and happening. I combined those 2 words. Having and happening. Happening. Happening? I mean, you know, we think we're better, yet the heat shield still delaminates. The environmental control systems don't pass acceptance testing. That's a problem that the Apollo program never had. So what's the deal? Like, once again, man, I've seen this behavior too much, and I honestly, since that Artemis press conference that Bill Nelson said, you know, we're going to launch when we're ready. Yeah, okay, that's a nice way of saying the thing we designed isn't good enough, and we're going to launch it when it is good enough. Well, my question to that would be, my question there is going to be, okay, well, you thought it was good enough the first time, and now it's not good enough. So what doesn't instill high confidence that you think it's going to be good the second time around? Why would we have any more or less confidence? Tiny Victory says hi. Hello, Tiny Victory. We need Artemis 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Orion needs to fly more. I'm sorry. It needs to fly more. It needs lower. You need to send it to low Earth orbit. Or do something like Polaris Dawn with the damn thing. Something like that. Put it on Falcon or Vulcan or New Glenn or something. Like, look, your heat shield's coming apart. The reason, you know why it's coming apart? Not all the testing in the world. Working on this thing for 10 years doing analysis on this. All the testing in the world couldn't predict that. You know why? Because you don't know. You don't know. You would have learned this if you'd launched it more. Yeah, what Blinga said in chat. How can the U.S. government and NASA justify the cost of Artemis 1 when SpaceX will be launching 100 times cheaper? Like, how is it a value of money for the taxpayer? Uncapping, SpaceX might be able to launch it 100 times cheaper 10 years into the future. If you think they aren't launching a Starship right now to the tune of $1 billion, you're out of your mind. Do you see the scale of Boca Chica? What do you think? SpaceX is doing that with monopoly money? Starship is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Its costs are just as high, if not higher, for development than SLS. I can guarantee you that. Here's the thing, and this is where my criticism lies. SpaceX is going to take their rocket, and they're, you know, it's fully reusable. The development's going to be more expensive. It's going to be more expensive. What you do with it after development is done is the big kicker right there, right? Paid all this money to develop SLS. Launch it more, please. Because guess what, man? At the end of the day, it's always going to cost a good amount of money to make a rocket that's designed to go beyond low Earth orbit. I don't care what anybody says. It's a multi-billion-dollar endeavor at this point. $5, $6, $7 billion. It's always going to cost that much. What you do with it after is important, though. See what I'm saying? How do you justify it? Well, first of all, Starship hasn't gotten beyond low Earth orbit. SLS has, so it's kind of a funny way to say you want a rocket that does less because it's cheaper. It's a weird way of saying that, but all right. You mean build it more? Yeah, build more of them. What SLS needs right now is a robust roadmap for the next 10 years. It needs a robust roadmap. You know, even if they want to go with that frankly pathetic flight rate of once a year, that's 10 SLSs. Where's the 10 SLSs? Where's that at? Yeah, where's that contract? Their statements were talking about a problem with valve wiring, which wouldn't necessarily be something that impacts longevity. That sounds much more like a supplier change that did something subpar. Why did you change suppliers? Why would you change suppliers during development of a capsule? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why would you do that? Now, don't get me wrong. If it was SpaceX changing developer with rapid prototyping, not a big deal. But they're not doing that now, are they? Oh, this is an article from Jeff from today. What's up? From Jeff Faust, SLS contract extension hints at additional Artemis. NASA plans to extend the contract for one element of the current version of SLS with options that suggest the agency is protecting against multi-year delays in future missions. NASA rolled out August 21st the LVSA for SLS that will be used on the Artemis 2 mission. The structure, built at Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama, was loaded onto a barge for transport to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where other components of the rocket are awaiting integration. The vehicle stage adapter is a cone-shaped structure 8.4 meters tall that tapers from 8.4 meters across its base to 5 meters at the top. The structure is used to connect the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, used as the upper stage on the Block 1 version of SLS with the core stage. The LVSA will not be used on later versions of SLS that replace the ICPS with the larger exploration upper stage. That's my point, though. I get that SpaceX is spending billions on R&D, but eventually it will be as cheap as chips to fly Starship. On the opposite spectrum, NASA isn't doing that, and unless I've missed something, don't intend to ever get to the point where they could launch rapidly for cheap. So from that perspective, what's the point? I'll finish reading the article in a second. Uncapping, are you willing to pull the plug on NASA's entire beyond low Earth orbit exploration architecture at this point? Would you do that? Would you do that right now? If you were running NASA, you had total control over that. Would you be willing to sack SLS, everything that goes with it, including HLS, Artemis, SLD, all of that? Would you be willing to sack that to say that Starship might be useful in the future? Would you do that? Honest question. No, but I can't see how it's value for money when the money could be dumped into Starship. Why does everybody think that if you got rid of the SLS program right now, that money would go to SpaceX? Where does that mentality come from? I'm not 100% sure why people would conflate that. That's not how this works at all. Canceling the Constellation program didn't give SLS more money. Spaceflight has never worked that way. Just because we canceled the Apollo program doesn't mean all that money went to the shuttle program. No, that's not how this works at all. Why do people, Badger, where did you pick this up? I get asked this question almost every day. Why do that when the money could be spent on Starship? You're off your rocker if you think if you canceled SLS right now, all that money would go to Elon. You are out of your freaking mind. Like, why do people think that works as an analogy? Why do people think that? I'm confused. Like, honestly, I get asked this almost every day. Where's that coming from? I mean, I'm hoping that people are ignorant, not willfully ignorant, of how NASA's contracting works. At best, it's naivety. They're being naive towards, how contracting at NASA works. But on the other hand, it also demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of how programs are funded at NASA. It goes back to a pool and spend less here. No, it does not. It does not go back into a pool. Look at the Apollo program. That's a pretty good example. And the end of the shuttle program, and the end of Constellation, and the end of the, we could keep dogpiling. Gemini program, same way. Mercury before that, same thing. Skylab, Apollo applications, same thing. That money didn't go back to NASA. SDI, when they pulled funding on the Strategic Defense Initiative in the early 90s because the Cold War ended, that money didn't go back into a pool. It just left. See what I'm talking about? Pulling SLS right now would not give money to SpaceX. If we could do that, and NASA just decided to buy a bunch of Starships,
this is space.
Right?
I'm in space.
Hey, Woody. Woody Riddy gifted out 10 subs. Thank you. Right? And then Electron had a 96-month resub before that. If we could do that on the assurance that that's how that would work, I think NASA would do that in a heartbeat. But that's not how this works at all. Like, what? Why do people think that? I didn't pick it up anywhere, but in my head, it makes sense to put that money into a project that long-term will save you money and not cost you an obscene amount. Okie gifted out 10 subs. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, but... That's not how NASA's contract structuring works. That's never happened. It's never worked that way. That's never happened. Well, if you canceled the SLS program, all that NASA's budget would end up doing is they would just end up doing less for more. Badger, the point that I'm trying to make is that every time someone has said exactly what you are saying right now, NASA has ended up with less money. Every single time. No exceptions. Oh, why are we spending so much money on the Apollo program? The shuttle, a reusable vehicle, could arguably do it for less. Because it's reusable. It's going to cost us less money. Yeah, it's going to cost you less money, but now you can't get to the moon. And arguably it didn't. You see what I'm trying to say? I don't care what anybody, dude, I don't care how much Starship costs. That does, no. I would not get rid of any NASA program right now and substitute it with Starship unless Starship is like 100% totally, fully operational. And don't get me wrong, you'd be right in thinking that SpaceX is going to get there eventually. And when they do, sure, absolutely. The point is, don't get you. It could be, oh, it's an obscene waste of money, blah, 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 blah. Every time someone's proposed that, we always end up with less money. NASA ends up getting the shaft. It's happened, I can think, like I said, 4 or 5 times throughout history, throughout NASA's history, where this exact thing has happened. Apollo to the shuttle. Perfect example, right? That's a perfect one. Space Station Freedom to the ISS, another exact thing. Oh, just, why are we spending so much money developing this space station when we could just use the Russian space station? It's so much cheaper. Yeah, how's that one working out? Oh, wait. Yeah. Good call. Good call. Hey, let's develop launch vehicles using Russian engines. The Russian engines are cheaper. Our propulsion research is expensive. Why should we do that? We're wasting so much money. Well, let's just do that. Oh, yeah, let's do that. That's a great idea. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that ended real good. Oh, let's... the shuttle is too expensive. Let's replace it with an Apollo-style architecture again. Let's go back to using pods. It'll be cheaper, and we can use that to focus more on going to beyond low Earth orbit. No, we can't do that. It's too expensive. Let's just, why are we doing that? Let's just put everything on the commercial sector. The commercial sector can do it for cheaper. Let's just do that. It's cheaper. Every time these things that I'm telling you has happened, if you look at NASA's budget goes down. That pool doesn't stay with NASA. I don't care what anybody says. It doesn't. It never has. It never will. Yeah, exactly. Never claimed to be an expert on such things. Just working from a perspective. No. Badger, I get you. I'm trying to tell you. Don't get me wrong. It's a little bit spicy. But I'm trying to tell you, you're absolutely right. Dude, if Elon had the SLS budget, Starship would be flying right now. If he had that on top of what he has, oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that Starship couldn't be able to do it for cheaper in the long run. What I'm telling you is that to say that we're wasting a lot of money, it's a waste of money for SLS. Spending all that money is ridiculous. Why don't we just give that to SpaceX? That's not how this works at all. I'm not saying it's not a bad idea. Not gonna lie to you. I'm not saying it's not a bad idea. If anything, SpaceX is the only one that doesn't have their head completely up their tailpipe. You know what I mean? Tailpipe, right? But that government contracts doesn't work like that. I wish it did. That'd be great. If that was the case, NASA would have gotten the shuttle up and running in the mid-70s because they would have retained the Apollo program's budget. But that's not how it works. Every time somebody thinks they have a cheaper way of doing it, NASA ends up with less. And you got to think about it, dude. Think about it from a macroeconomic perspective. Yeah, SLS is a little obscene. It's a little ridiculous. This price tag is insane. That's because NASA ropes development cost into their launch contract per their contract structuring. So the more we launch SLS in the long run, the cheaper it's going to be per launch. So here's where my problem lies. I don't mind incurring the billions of dollars of development because you're going to have to if you want to send something to the moon. I don't care what anybody thinks. You can't get to the moon on hopes and dreams, all right? The Russians tried that, or the Soviets tried that in the 60s. It doesn't work, okay? Can't do that way. It's always going to cost a couple $2 billion. Like I said, that's what I mean about what you do with it, all right? NASA's price tag for SLS is total cost involved. They rope development into their contract structure. So the more we launch SLS, the more that price will go down. Right? That's what happened with the Saturn V. Just saying, that's what happened with the shuttle. Shuttle launch, at the end of the shuttle program, is about $400 million for a shuttle launch. That's pretty damn good considering what you get. And that was even with all the snafus that the shuttle program happened with the shuttle program, right? Now, my big problem is that, you know, we incurred all this development and we don't want to do anything with it. That is the waste. Because it's always going to cost money, dude. It's always going to cost money. It's going to cost billions of dollars every time, right? What you do with it is the difference. Nobody at NASA seems to have any sense of urgency here. And that's the part you should be pissed about. That's where my problem is. I agree with you there. Not necessarily for development. It takes time to develop things. It's hard to make something to go to the moon. We had a blank check in the 60s and it was still difficult. Still took us a little while, right? It takes time. But as SLS moves over into its operational phase, I see no sense of urgency here. And as a taxpayer, yeah, you should be pissed about that. You know what I mean? I agree. That was kind of your point. We spend billions on something you won't launch more than maybe once a year. Yeah, okay. So in that regard, I agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. It's the development part, though, because SLS is still in development right now. We're getting into operations, but they're clearly having problems with it. That's why my criticism of SLS has always been the architecture. You've got to launch this thing more so we don't get the shaft. Dude, we spent billions of dollars in the 60s on the Saturn V. Do you think we got our money's worth out of that? We got some national prestige. We got 6 lunar landings. That's great. And then we just decided not to use it anymore? Are you kidding me? SLS is a good vehicle, Cirrus. I'll be honest. It's credit where credit is due. Core stage is a great design. 5-segment boosters are a great design. It's good stuff. Everything that's on top of the core stage, I'm not really a fan of at this point. Yeah, Badger, I'm with you on that one. But see, like, so where my mind is going with that, Badger, yeah, I think we need to launch more. We need to launch SLS more. Where's the block buy? You know, and you know what they're going to say? Oh, we don't have the money for that. It's the contract structuring, dude. The money's there. Look at the budget of the SLS program. There's no way that development budget, the heavy price tag that it's carrying at this point, is going to carry over into operations. It's not, unless you buy a lot. Right? That's always been my big thing. You got to launch more, not less. And just, you know, going back to the original premise for this conversation, you would have probably figured out that your heat shield wasn't adequate enough. It didn't do what you thought it was going to do if you launched Orion more with uncrewed configurations. Just saying. Probably would have figured that out a lot faster. I haven't seen it yet, Willie. Yeah, each time you watch For All Mankind makes me wonder on some of the cool things you could have missed out on. You need to have some urgency, Badger. That's the problem, dude. Ares 1 with an ICPS. ICPS is not high energy enough to get to orbit from there, Erudite. Hey, RJ. You know, and Badger, here's the real truth, man. I really don't think any particular scenario where pulling the rug out from NASA's entire human spaceflight operations directorate is a good idea. There's really no scenario where that's a good idea. That's what they tried to do in 2011. What you're proposing right now is what they tried to do, and we got SLS because of it. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, that right there is where I have a lot of beef with a lot of journalists, right, out there, because they keep saying stuff like that. And they're the same journalists that kept saying stuff like that in the late 2000s about Constellation. And look where it got us. You see what I mean? That's not any way to think about spaceflight. And anytime anyone's proposed anything like that, right? We always end up getting the shaft. Now, is it nefarious intent? I don't know. On the journalist, I have no idea. Right? But I refuse to believe that there isn't a way to leverage these pork programs to do what you want. That's what the Apollo program did. So that tells me it's a lack of vision. You know what I mean? Nobody makes space a national priority like President Kennedy did. Say SpaceX got Starship working tomorrow and got our on-orbit refueling down and took it to the moon without any hitches. Would that provide enough of a kick-up burn for NASA? Because if so, all we need to do is bully Elon into doing it quicker. Now, what I was going to say... what I was going to say is, look... When Starship, okay, SpaceX is going to do it. They're going to do it. Starship will do what they're saying. I'm pretty damn sure. At least, you know, low Earth orbit, full reusability, which is a game changer in itself, right? I'm not sure about going to Mars, but I'm sure Elon, I mean, he's hell-bent on that. I'm sure Starship will help us get back to the moon. I'm 100% sure of this. Let me put it to you like this. I would not have a problem. Like, okay, does the government make mail vans? No, they don't make the mail van. The government doesn't make the mail vans in-house. No, absolutely not. Right? They don't do that. Does the government make police cars? No. Ford does. And, you know, Dodge does too. Chevy doesn't know how to make a car. They haven't known how to make a regular car for a long time. But that's another story. Sorry. If Starship got to the point where it would be like buying a government vehicle, like a Crown Vic Police Interceptor or something. Not as cheap, right? Obviously, right? Or like a C5 or something, or a C-130, something like that. If it got to the point where it was like that, then yeah. Oh, NASA, yeah, of course. NASA should buy Starships and build their own Starship pad. Sure. Or have SpaceX build it for them. NASA should operate Starship for end-to-end work, just like the government would buy a pickup truck for whatever they do, right? Like buying the construction depots in Workers and Resources. Sure, absolutely. Do I think SpaceX is going to get to that point? Yes, I think they will get to that point. So it's a race against time. Seriously. So think about it like this. If it gets to that point, what you said is going to happen. Abso-freaking-lutely. Oh yeah, that's going to happen. Right? It will. Look at Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is another good example, right? When they ultimately achieve what they're trying to do, and I really think they will, and I'm cheering it on every step of the way, quite frankly. It's going to be hard to justify SLS, right? They'll probably get rid of it, and there's no new bottom line. What I'm telling you is that potentially could lead to NASA losing millions of dollars and billions of dollars less money being invested into the spaceflight economy per year. Now, I know what people are going to say. You think that's a big deal, EJ? Yes, I do, actually. Yeah, that's a big problem. Because it's very clear that our technical base and our technical retention, engineers, technicians, the people that make this stuff and the people that build this stuff and design this stuff, losing a significant chunk of billions of dollars in investment in those people is going to shrink our aerospace sector, not grow it. It's going to do the opposite of that. And you know they'll chop it if they think SpaceX can do it better. So at the end of the day, it's going to be less money for spaceflight. NASA's going to get the shaft, just like they always do. How do I speak with such certainty? History is a pretty good source for this. Every time, dude. Happens every time. Even if NASA operates Starship, right? If they have their own NASA Starships, like they have a fleet of Starship orbiters, like they had a fleet of shuttles, right? It's still going to end up with less money. Now, don't get me wrong. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Maybe this time it's different. Maybe. But I have no reason to believe that it won't be like every other time. But then again, SpaceX is kind of an anomaly in this whole situation, right? And that could change that in the future, right? It's possible. But what I'm trying to tell you is that, yeah, it's hard to justify SLS's crazy cost. That window is closing. That window of justification is closing. If we launch SLS more, and NASA and Starship comes along, we could potentially see a scenario where we have 2 operational super heavy lift rockets and we could use those things to do whatever. SLS could be used for probes, sending deep space probes to be the backbone to Starship, be precursor missions for Starship. Like I said, man, once you take it away, it ain't coming back. So we have the potential to be in a world where, you know, SLS launches, I don't know, 4 times a year, sending science probes out and precursor probes and maybe deploying HABs for starships to land at. That is the timeline that I'm gunning for. I don't know about you guys. That's the timeline I want. NASA has a finite window of operation before we only get Starship. And that's fine, don't get me wrong, that's still pretty good. But why would we not bet the house on this? Double-edged sword. SpaceX makes NASA do things better and cheaper, but at the same time it costs us knowledge and money in the overall economy, so what's the balance? If NASA's going to get shafted by the virtue of Starship working, how do we have both NASA and SpaceX on equal footing? Uncapping, that's a good question, man. Great question. Great conversation, dude. I hope you guys are enjoying this. This is a great conversation. I'm into it. I don't know if you could tell. That's a good question. The good question is for NASA to retain parity with SpaceX. Anything that SpaceX can do, NASA should also be able to do. That is going to get us the most sustainable way forward. No chance. Like, there's no question of that. At least it'll put us on a trajectory that could lead to more sustainability at that point. Dude, the other thing that I've been thinking about here is that I really don't think putting all your eggs in the commercial basket is very sustainable. I know that sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds crazy. Hear me out. Hear me out. Little bit of a subject change, but still pertinent nonetheless. Right? Vargon, I'll get to your answer in a second, or get to your question in a second. Think about this. Everybody thought commercial was the future for rocketry in the 90s. Everybody thought that. And then we hit a recession. And then the dot-com bubble burst, right? And the demand for commercial launches dried up like that. So it was so bad that Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, and Lockheed were all thinking about just getting out of the launch business altogether. The Department of Defense said, nope, you're not doing that, and made ULA as a response to this. And they subsidized ULA with a readiness contract, or they contracted ULA with it's not a subsidy. They contracted ULA with a readiness contract to maintain operational capability for 2 redundant dissimilar launch vehicles. The market got so bad that it just dried up. I don't want to throw the future of spaceflight to the whim of the economy. That's dumb. That's really stupid. That's not smart at all. Because it can just go up in flames. Like that. That's the end of it. Done. Do you think that's wise? I don't think that's smart at all. Look, man, even if you love capitalism or you hate it, whatever, in market economics and capitalism, you have expansions and retractions. The market is elastic. You grow and then you shrink, and then you grow and then you shrink. Hopefully the growth is better than the contraction, right? It happens. It goes up and down. It's like the tides. It goes in and out, right? I do not want to throw the future of spaceflight onto to a whim like that. I don't think that's smart. Simultaneously, we've seen what happens in the past when the government has the only way to get beyond low Earth orbit. There's no stopping somebody from just being like, nope, don't do this. You're done. Don't do this anymore. Canceled. Bye. There's no stopping that. That's not very sustainable. Once again, the most sustainable way forward is to have both of these launch vehicles operational and flying on relatively high frequency. Starship, obviously, more than SLS, right? Duh. But them working in symbiosis is the most sustainable way forward. Is it the most expensive way forward as well? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I don't think betting on commercial alone is smart. Because in this current system, SpaceX is able to thrive because of their NASA contracts. Just saying. Spaceflight can go poof like that. It isn't established enough to survive yet. And therefore, having a government space program is probably a good idea, don't you think? There's an argument to be made that the only reason why UPS and FedEx are as good as they are is that the USPS exists as a ground floor minimum quality benchmark. You have to have at least that much. Yeah, that's a good point. So uncapping here, my honest opinion is that the way forward is to fix the SLS program's problems. You need to fix this because the window of opportunity is closing. Starship gets operational, you're putting all your eggs into the commercial basket. Don't get me wrong. That might be you know what? I'll be honest with you. That's probably what's going to happen. Let's be real. That's probably what's going to happen. Is that the most sustainable way forward? Nope. No, probably not. It's probably what's going to happen because NASA gets the shaft every time. Since 1972, NASA has gotten the shaft in every type of deal like this. They'll probably get the shaft again in some way, shape, or form. What I'm saying is that right now it's in our power. Well, not necessarily in our power. We can influence the result of this as taxpayers, right? If NASA gets their stuff together, that's the most sustainable way forward. I want to see Orion capsules flying like Polaris Dawn. I want to see them doing missions like this. I was about to say it's probably going to happen my way anyway. You talk me around, though. I actually don't want it to happen now. That's what dude, like I said, you're probably right. You're probably right. You're probably right. That's probably how it's going to pan out. Because NASA has their head, okay, please forgive my candor. NASA has their head completely up their ass. These heat shield problems with Orion. 1 time a year cadence flight rate. Are you freaking nuts? Maybe we'll go back to the moon. No, Gateway is too heavy. We're going to launch Gateway on SLS. No, we're going to launch it on Falcon Heavy. No, we're going to do this. No, it's too heavy. This is ridiculous. No. You're fine. Your window is closing here. The window of opportunity is closing. You need to get their stuff together. Yeah. You need to get your stuff together. Because, once again, we're going to hit that impasse, right? We're going to hit that crossroads, and I know what everyone's going to say. Just buy starships. And you know what? I don't necessarily have a problem with that. That's cool. I think that Elon is inevitable, if you really want to know. SpaceX and Elon, that's going to happen. Good. I'm cheering them on every step of the way. But we're in a very unique position where we could cement sustainability of spaceflight in permanently for the next 50 years, at the very least, if they pull their head out of their ass. Does that make sense, dude? Like I said, what you said is probably going to happen. But yeah, that's a good conclusion to that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, and gee, that's a good point. Yeah, Wisp, it's disgusting. And the entire result of this problem is the result of lack of vision. You will pay the price for your lack of vision. Seriously, lack of vision. No President Kennedy. Dude, you could even make the argument that Nixon had a pretty good vision for NASA with the space shuttle. Was it as good as Kennedy's? No, absolutely not. No. I would also like to add that Johnson is kind of the reason why the Apollo program ramped down, because, yeah, screw that guy too. The more you know. Lack of vision. Oh, yeah. That's it. That's the truth. Like, our window of opportunity is closing. NASA's window of taking more giant leaps is closing. If they want to play second fiddle to SpaceX, that's fine. Sure, go ahead. All right. Did the last guy have good vision? I'm not sure, Sawyer. I think that Jim, was hands off and he let Jim do his thing, and he let the vice president and Jim do his thing. And that was good. That shows that the system can work. It can be leveraged, because that's exactly what happened. Jim got in there. He was given the tools that he needed to succeed, and look at what happened. We got an SLS launch out of it. And a green run before that. Just saying, what's happened since? At the same time, you can't be so hands-off that craft goes off the rails. I would contend to say that that's exactly what's happening right now, Hellfish. I'm not sure you caught this earlier, but I also wanted to note most people don't understand the use it or lose it reality of budgets. I read what you said, Aqualex. I paraphrased it, but I did. Yeah. I read it. I didn't read the whole thing, though. Yep. That's right. As that's the reality of the situation, dudes. But yeah, Badger, great question, dude. Great conversation, man. Yeah, thank you. That got me fired up a little bit. You know, like, the reality. Like, forgive me for being a little bit cynical in this matter, but I think you're right. I think that's what's going to happen. You can't stop SpaceX. You're not going to. You'd be crazy to be 100% honest with you. A day of reckoning is coming. And when it does, NASA better have their crap together. And this is why I've always argued SLS needs to launch more. NASA needs their own lander. You can't... Like, look, Jim... I understand why Jim chose Starship HLS for his lander. Because he wanted to get a lander on the books because that's what his boss told him to do. And he did it. Right? I understand. Makes perfect sense. With that being said, once Starship gets human rating certification, what the hell are we using SLS and Orion for? And that moment seems to be coming sooner rather than later, because Polaris Dawn, or Polaris 3, is going to be the first crewed Starship flight. So... Right? NASA needs a lander. That's why I've always said they need it. They need a lander. They need end to end. They need another Saturn V, CSM and LEM. They need architecture at least analogous to that. If you don't have that, you're looking at potentially billions of dollars out of the peaceful space exploration sector of the market. That's bad. Nobody gonna sit there and say a multi-billion-dollar contraction in the spaceflight industry is a good idea. That will have repercussions, and those repercussions will affect SpaceX. Ironically, yeah, it's going to happen. That's how that's going to pan out. Mark my words. Remember this conversation. Trust me on this one. I spend way too much time reading about this. Blue's lander might be ready before NASA at this pace. Cirrus, Blue's cooking, man, and I thank him every day. Blue is a monkey wrench in my whole analogy, dude, because once again, if Blue proves a significant competitor to SpaceX, now we're talking here. Pretty sustainable. Not as sustainable as what I said, but pretty damn sustainable, because there's nothing saying that they couldn't just wipe that entire thing out with a market contraction. Could happen.
I know you're having a serious conversation, but he had to come say hi today in chat, so...
Hi, Titan!
No? Titan!
Are you sure you didn't want to say hi?
No, I thought... I just feel like chat needs a daily dose of Titan.
Titan! Hey! Hey! Come here! You don't want to say hi to me?
Titan!
Guess not.
Chad, don't judge me. I'm still wearing what I wore yesterday.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Nope, he wants something over there.
I think he was on a scent outside.
He was what?
He was on a scent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Titan was on a scent.
Smell the bunny. When he smells a bunny, that's all that matters. My dog hyper focuses. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm convinced he's like part beagle. It's like pit bull.
Oh, he's got hound in him.
Yeah.
He definitely has hound in him somehow. Yeah. When he gets on a scent, he goes. He's definitely got hound in him. Hey, see? He came back in and looked at me like, what? All right, baby, I love you. Yeah. You smell that wabbit? Yep. Yep. Last, please. What's up? Do you think maybe NASA spread too thin with all their programs? I don't think NASA spread too thin with all their programs hired. I can talk more about that in a second if you want. Meanwhile, yeah, the Polaris Dawn link. Yeah, I've had that up the entire time while we've been saying this, dude. Your last VP was a weird dude. Somehow really cared about space, and he even revived the Space Council. Yeah. Yeah, bringing back the Space Council was a good idea. It's still a good idea. If Primo didn't say anything, we wouldn't have known. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Anyway. Imagine trying to make LBG sound like a good... Oh, yeah, no. He had the goat meals. That guy's in the 7th circle, if you catch my drift. I don't know, Hellfish. I can't answer that question. There was another question in here. There's another thing that I wanted to talk about. Do you think a administration with a Space Council member helps NASA? Yeah, of course. Let there be light. I don't know what that is, but all right. Yes, there is for sure. Hey, Tico.
Discovery, go
Thank you for the 17 months. Oh, yeah, Vargon, you had a question. Unrelated question, but if you were to theoretically attach 2 Falcon 9 boosters to a Super Heavy, would it make a big difference? Honestly, I think Falcon 9s would be dead weight. I mean, yeah, of course it would make a difference, dude. Probably not that much of a difference. I mean, but yeah, it could work. That would be a complicated launch pad, but you could do it, sure. I mean, you could do anything. Just got to have the right vision. That's the point of this whole conversation. I'm just a peckwood living in Mass that reads too much about space. Yeah. I'm out, old man. Nice, MacB. Smell something, rabbit? Fear. I'm trying to figure out where we left off. Sorry. Anyway, I forgot. I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, here, check this out. We got an update about Polaris Dawn. The Polaris program's Polaris Dawn mission will be the first crewed to perform a spacewalk from Dragon, fly higher in Earth's orbit than anyone since the Apollo program, and test laser-based Starlink communications and conduct research to help provide insight on human health during long-duration spaceflight. It's going to be awesome, man. Sorry I distracted you with the dog. Don't worry about it, Bree. It's all right. Don't give Elon any ideas. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah, I think parity is the right way forward. It's probably not going to happen, but I'm not going to... yeah, Badger, I think the conclusion to that is that I think it's foolish to argue for less spaceflight. When historically, every time we've done that, NASA gets the shaft. I think that's an extraordinarily bad idea. And yet, you see people badmouth SLS all the time. Very short-sighted. Very short-sighted, if you ask me. Yeah. Yeah. I really wish that wasn't launching in the middle of the night. Yeah, micrometeorite, orbital debris. MMOD is the reason why they're launching at that time Gold Falcon, because there are parts of medium Earth orbit that have less risk of getting pelted by space junk. Oh, it's her dog. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I distracted you with that. It's my dog. Take care of my dog. I get it. It just sucks because I'll be asleep for work. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. Anyway, dudes, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, that was a good conversation. Badger, if you're out there, tip my cap. That was a good question, and thank you for having a good discussion with me. It's always good to get the idea out. I'm sorry I kind of opened Pandora's box there, but yeah, that is the exact reason why I'm Team Space. I'm not just Team Space because, oh, I want to be inclusive. Every rocket is good. I'm Team Space because the commercial market and the government market for scientific launches can dry up like that. I've seen it happen 2 times in my lifetime. One with commercial, one with the government. It happened when the dot-com bubble burst, and it happened when they canceled Constellation. It can happen. Don't think that it can't. It's naive to think that. So that's why I argue for everything. Like Rocket Factory Augsburg, I don't care about them, right? Like, do I care about them? No, I do though, because that's more rockets for space flight. That is a chance. That is hedging your bets and making a wider, robust commercial industry for space flight. That's good in the long run. That's a good thing. We want more of that. I'm up the European Space Agency's tail about, hey, great, you have Ariane 6, that's expendable. So what? Where's your spaceship? The Russians have a spaceship, the Chinese have a spaceship, the Americans have a spaceship. Where's yours? Tell me that Europe can't build a human-rated spacecraft? Ridiculous. This is why I am like this. Because, man, you don't. Stuff like Viper sucked. It hurt, didn't it? Viper, Chandra supposedly getting the axe. You don't want more of this. Trust me. Even I will tell you right now, even the people that hate SLS, like hate it vehemently, if NASA actually went and did what these people are saying, I guarantee you they would feel bad. I guarantee you. Do you guys want to see the VAB abandoned? Do you want to see that? You really want that picture in your head? You want to see 39B doing nothing? Do you want that? You want to see Mashoud doing nothing? I don't want that. I think that it's Stennis. I think that's an extraordinarily bad idea. You really want that? I don't want that. You want to see NASA? You want to see NASA facilities abandoned, like people go do the stupid Urbex in Baikonur and see abandoned buildings from the space race? You really want that? I don't want that. I think that's a colossally big fuck up. If you really want my honest opinion, I don't think you want that. I think people will have it'll have repercussions, and people will not like the end result. I don't want that. That's awful. Why do you think I want SpaceX to take the VAB and use it for starships? Sorry. I didn't mean to get on the soapbox, but yeah. That's kind of why I never really talked about the intricacies to why I like SLS so much and why I also like Starship so much, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, Joe. Yeah. You're a madman, sir. Yeah, I know. Who started R&D first, NASA or SpaceX? Without putting you into another tangent, why didn't the two just cooperate with each other, take equal responsibility financially, and rock out some sort of Starship SLS love child from the very start? Starship didn't exist when the SLS program started. Starship was a twinkle in Elon's eye. Dude, you got to remember, when SLS came on the books, Falcon 9 had launched twice. Falcon 9 had launched twice. NASA working with SpaceX then would be like NASA trying to work with, somebody that's unproven. Like, I don't want to dump on any commercial partners, but SpaceX, dude, they weren't sure if commercial was going to work. At the time, you weren't sure. Spin launch, yeah, there you go, exactly. Or Astra or something, right? That's that would be seen as a crazy thing to do. Right? And honestly, putting all your eggs in the commercial basket is what almost happened. Hey, Astra's making moves, man. Rocket 4 will happen. Yeah. People look at me funny when I say that, but it's gonna happen. Watch. You wait and see. Look around. Have I ever steered you wrong? Just wait. SLS Constellation didn't have to continue all the way to launch, though. Divert to other programs. Divert to other programs. What does that mean? Oh, that reminds me. Other programs hired. That's what you asked. Do you think NASA's programs are spread too thin? I don't mind that they're spread too thin. You can spread your programs out and do a vast majority of science. My thing is that having all these different programs do all these different things that have nothing to do with each other is creating infighting at NASA. That infighting turns into competition for costs and makes NASA's programs work against each other. Look at what happened with Viper and the Commercial Lunar Payload Services program. The reason why Viper got canned, NASA's rationale for doing that was because they were worried about funds being diverted from other missions. Cost overlap. Oops. If we had an integrated architecture and our missions fed our scientific human exploration missions, ironically, like what Viper was supposed to do, makes it a lot harder to cancel it. I don't think they're spread too thin. I think they're scattered to the whim. To the point where different NASA facilities are competing over budget, when the reason why these NASA facilities were implemented was to spread the budget around so hard, so thin on an integrated program, that canceling one thing would have catastrophic repercussions for every other program, so nobody in Congress would argue to cancel the spaceflight program. That was the whole idea. Smart, very robust. NASA could just figure out a way to be revenue positive. Which politician is crazy enough to cancel a program that makes the government money? NASA makes the government insane amounts of money on capping because it brings high-paying jobs to congressional districts, and those people still have to pay income tax. Why is NASA designing telescopes and launch systems? It's just not the same thing. Those telescopes could be precursor missions to other things in the future. Now, James Webb, I don't know. James Webb is ridiculous to me. I'm happy it's flying and I'm happy it's good, but you guys ever see that scene in Silicon Valley where Nelson Baguetti goes to Gavin Belson, and he's like, we've developed a phone that you can control with your thoughts. And he's like, that's awesome. That's great. How does it work? And he goes, well, we haven't figured that out yet. That's how James Webb got funded. James Webb's funding goes back to the late 90s. The mirror technology took 20 years to develop. Oops. See what I'm talking about? The telescope missions can be precursors to further exploration. But once again, that's way down the road. I mean, we got to understand our solar system. We got to understand all that. Telescopes are an integral part of that. But in order to sell this right, you really have to rope them all together. It's hard to make the justification that James Webb could be used for the Artemis program. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That creates infighting. That creates division in NASA's ranks that pits the Science Mission Directorate against the Human Exploration Operations Directorate. That is bad. That's not good. I'm not against telescopes. Neither am I. They need They need to be precursor missions. And just like Viper needs to be a precursor mission. That's what JPL was made for, guys. That's what JPL specializes in, doing these precursor missions for space flight, you know? Anyway, that infighting is not helping us. You see it every day. Uncapping, you say something else? NASA could just figure out, yeah, revenue positive. Yeah. Could Falcon Heavy send the lander Viper to the moon? It's no, Hired. You got confused. They canceled the rover. The lander is still funded because of contractual obligations. NASA somehow found it, and this is NASA. This is in Congress, guys. NASA somehow found it to be more fiscally responsible to send a block of metal on a lander to the moon than their completed moon rover because of the cost it would have taken to get the moon rover to the landing site, or to the launch site. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Go read it. Go look it up. Lovely. Yeah, Vargon, it was supposed to be. Polaris 2, I mean, they floated the idea of a Hubble servicing mission, but NASA didn't go for it because rather than risk them screwing up the Hubble Space Telescope, they'd rather use it until it breaks. Does that sound correct to you? Does any of this sound right? It's not. It's not. You should have a problem with that. Yeah, NASA said, no, we don't want them touching it. We could probably get another 10 years out of it if we just deal with the broken components. You see why this is so frustrating? See why it's so frustrating? It's very frustrating. It's very annoying. Isn't there law forcing NASA to can any program that hits 130% budget? Okay, did I dream you asking that question, or did you ask that 2 times the other day, and I told you I don't know both of those times? Please, my mind is already a piece of trash today. You got... Did I dream that, or did you ask that question? I really need to know to make sure I'm not going completely crazy. Somebody spin the top, see if it falls over. Why not sell SLS as customer payloads for process? Why not use SLS for commercial payloads? It's too expensive. Carries too heavy of a price tag, Sawyer. Nobody can afford it because they didn't make enough of them. I didn't even hear you respond that you didn't know, and I don't think I asked yesterday. Dude, somebody asked that exact same question. It was in a press conference about Starliner. So it wasn't yesterday. Monday? I don't know. I don't know how that contract structuring works. It depends. Contracts are a la carte. It's not like a blanket thing for every contract, you know? Because if that was the case, SLS would have gotten canned a long time ago. Yeah, something like that, Zeppelin. Hey, Seakraken, what's going on? I brought it up before, but I never got a response. Dude, I could have sworn I replied, but hey, whatever. I talk fast, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. EJC, you say, yeah. Grimlock, there you go. EJ saying, do you want to see the VAB abandoned? Really put how bad all this stuff really is. That's why I will champion SLS till I'm blue in the face, Grimlock. Do you want that reality? I don't want that reality. That's awful. No one should want this in their right mind. I badly want to hear you ask some tough questions to these people. They would dodge the answer, Hellfish, because they all know. They all know. They would dodge the answer. I'd get a non-answer. Anyway. What about flat earthers? I don't let flat earthers occupy my headspace, Zeppelin. They're wrong. Am I gonna go searching out these people to prove them that they're wrong? No, I have better ways to spend my time. The best way to do this is to spend your time teaching if you really want to fight that battle. Yeah, Joe, I'm working on it. Grimlock, we gotta fix it, dude. You gotta fix it, man. You gotta fix it. I don't want that future. I think that would be terrible. I mean, what do I know? I'm just a Twitch streamer. I don't know. Anyway. Cool. I want to finish reading this. Let's read about contract procurement. Teledyne Brown Engineering is the prime contractor for the LVSA under a contract awarded in 2014. Contract valued at about $200 million was scheduled to end in September. NASA, in an August 14th procurement filing, announced its intent to extend that contract to at least September 2020. September 2026. That would allow Teledyne Brown to complete work on the third and final LVSA, as well as to ultimately conclude launch vehicle stage adapter activities under the contract. Proposed extension also includes several options for additional extensions. The first is a 9-month extension that would allow the contract to run through January of 2027. That would be exercised in the event an extension is necessary to conclude Artemis 3 launch and post-flight analysis in support of Administrator Nelson's public announcement on January 9, 2024, in relation to the current SLS launch manifest. Yeah, Alex, yeah, you'd never be invited back. That's the problem. You know, if I blacklist myself, NSF goes, and NASA goes, and then I'm screwed. That is a reference to the announcement by the agency of delays in both Artemis 2 and 3 missions. At a January 9th briefing, NASA said Artemis 2 would be no earlier than September 2025, with Artemis 3 to follow no earlier than September 2026. The agency has not updated those launch dates since then. However, NASA has yet to publicly resolve one of the issues that prompted the Artemis 2 launch delay: erosion of the heat shield of the Orion spacecraft on the uncrewed Artemis 1 mission in 2022. It's also unclear if development of key elements for Artemis 3, notably the Starship lunar lander by SpaceX, are on schedule that could support a mission in 2026. NASA's action to extend the LVSA contract appears to anticipate additional delays. If additional revisions to the SLS launch manifest are necessary, it states the proposed extension includes an additional 5 option periods of 6 months each. If all are exercised, the contract would run through December 2029. Jeff Faust wrote that. See what I mean, guys? We're in trouble. That's a big problem. This is a big problem. The Artemis program needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed now. Remember, that window is closing. Where the heck is SpaceX going to be in 2029? Starship's gonna be human rated by then. There's no way it's not. There's no way Starship isn't at least in routine operation by 2029. There's no way. And NASA's going to be sitting there 2027, 2028, 2029, still making SLS Block 1B components. Or Block 1 components. Could fix this right now. See what I mean? You gotta pull their head out of their ass. It's not good. Not good. This isn't great. Yeah, I know, Aqualux, it sucks. Silly idea, maybe not so silly, but put Elon in charge and let him work his magic. I bet he could get them back on track. Elon would be a great NASA administrator, dude. He'd be real good. But I fear that he wouldn't last very long because he'd go in there and try to run it like SpaceX and everybody would hate him. He'd be like, why is it taking you 5 years to make one barrel segment for SLS? Get the hell out of here, you're fired. Think there might be a conflict of interest there, but yeah. He wouldn't be there to be liked. Hey, that's the game you gotta play, though. That's why this is so difficult to fix. Yeah, Sawyer, if I saw that right, he in line for a cabinet position. If, yeah, that happens. I don't think he would take it, now that I'm really thinking about it. NASA administrator. I'm telling you, Jim was a good one, man. He was really good. That's why I said when he was there, I was like, dude, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Yeah, once-in-a-lifetime thing, man. What we were seeing was freaking magic, dude. Do you guys remember that NASA town hall where Jim invited all the press and somebody asked him about putting Artemis 1 on Falcon Heavy, and he talked about wind tunnel analysis and, you know, recertifying Falcon Heavy? You remember, you know, he sat there and had a conversation with all the press about what it would take to redo something like that and how it's probably better to just push through to SLS to get Artemis 1 off the ground. You remember that? We don't see that much anymore. Can Jim rerun as NASA administrator? He doesn't. You don't run for NASA administrator, Kraken. You're appointed. You're picked by the vice president or the executive branch. You're picked by the executive branch, and then you have to go through a Senate confirmation. Sillier idea. Put Bezos in charge of NASA. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'll be honest with you. After Tim's video, I gained a lot of respect for that guy. I mean, I already respected him pretty well. I knew he was a nerd, but dude, is he a nerd or what? That guy is a huge nerd. I dig it, man. Tory Bruno would be an excellent NASA administrator. That would be a great pick. But he'd have to leave ULA. I bet SpaceX goes to the moon without NASA. Maybe, AFMEC. Yeah, if we keep going on our current trajectory, they're going to leave him in the dust. Oh, hell yes. Isn't he trying to sell ULA? Yeah. Gwen would be a great pick, but I would not want Gwen leaving SpaceX. Bad idea. You need somebody that's politically competent, guys. Honestly. You need someone that's politically competent, but you also need somebody that's hell-bent on spaceflight like we are. That's why Jim was such a freaking good pick. Like a fighter pilot would be a great idea. Like Isaacman. That's perfect. Perfect. Rook would be great. He'd be a great administrator. Or Kid Poteet, Scott Poteet would be great, or any fighter pilot. Like, you need somebody like that. You need somebody like a Top Gun instructor to be NASA administrator. That'd be great. Yeah, Pythos, there you go. What about that one senator that would be an astronaut? Mark Kelly would be a great NASA administrator. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's his wheelhouse, man. Pilot is a great pick for anything. Yep. 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 Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise. You know what? Dead scum, it would probably be really weird, but it would work. Tori Bruno's a good answer. Jeff Bezos is a good one. All right, what else did Eric Berger say? What do we got? NASA should add Falcon Heavy for Orion launching. For Orion test flights as fast as lunar reentry speeds. For Orion LEO missions, including manned test flights, ISS access. For Artemis 2 mission free return lunar flyby, saving cost and rare SLS rockets for another mission. Jim tried. No, he didn't. But yeah, whatever. Jarrett the Tiger, thank you for the raid. Peter Beck, yeah, maybe. Yeah, Thurfear, let's go, right? Jim proposed this as a potential contingency if he couldn't get SLS working. I don't ever recall these events happening. I don't ever recall that happening, ever. Jim proposed it as a concept, as a contingency if they couldn't get SLS running. The idea is that you'd save SLS for Artemis 2, right? Because they couldn't procure cores fast enough. Which is still a problem to this day. That's the problem he was trying to fix when he left. I don't ever remember this happening. That did not happen like that. Am I crazy? Yeah, right, Alexia, right? Yeah, Zeppelin, there you go. Hey, Natch, what's going on? There. Someone asks you crazy, you say yes. I mean, I know I'm nuts. Like, let me read this thread. I'm curious here. Hold on. Oh, I remember, and I also remember Shelby asking Elon questions during congressional hearings. You could definitely tell there was some really bad blood there. We all know why that is, but I guess it's not something anyone in journalism business wants to touch. It goes way back. Funny tidbit, on the first Falcon 9 launch in 2010, there was a delay due to a boat in the keep-out zone. As the Air Force worked to resolve it, someone at SpaceX photoshopped Shelby onto a jet ski and then passed the image around at launch control. Croc does a pretty good job. Nice. Senators from Alabama, where Marshall is, which has thousands of employees supporting SLS development. So yes, they call it the Senate Launch System for a reason, and Nelson, who launched it in the Senate, was appointed administrator for the same reason. Why spend a couple $100 million launching on Falcon Heavy when you can spend $4 billion on SLS? See, I already answered that question. Why that would be a good idea, but all right. Shelby controls NASA's budget. Shelby controlled NASA's budget. How is he going to control the budget as a senator? You know the House approves NASA's budget, right? The House proposes NASA's budget and the Senate approves of it, right? Like the whole idea is no one person is in control of it. How are you going to say that? Whatever. I'm not playing these games. I'm not doing it. How are you gonna say that? How can you say that with such conviction? It's kind of silly. You found it. It was a town hall, unless I'm misremembering.
Solution either. I know. Out there, a Falcon Heavy.
Look,
this is going to near around the moon. Here's the thing: it's possible.
Listen,
impact.
See, this is a NASA town hall where you proposed this. Like
the side boosters on a Falcon Heavy in ways that right now we don't even know, which means we changes.
Listen to this. This is the NASA administrator saying this. Compare that to now. Just listen here for a second.
Can we use any other kind of upper stage? And here's a solution that did work. A Falcon Heavy with a regular old Falcon upper stage and an Orion and a European service module. That actually did work on one rocket. Here's the problem. There is a whole host of challenges that had to be addressed. We talk about a Falcon being launched. Everything is integrated horizontally, and then the erector arm makes it vertical. Well, you put an upper stage with a European service module and an Orion on top of that. Making it vertical is extremely difficult. It would take a lot of changes to that erector arm. By the way, then the European service module would not have any of the hypergolics on it. So now you have to load the hypergolics in the vertical, which means that the launch pad itself would have huge changes that would need to be made. On top of it all, we're talking about putting a massive fairing on top of a Falcon Heavy, and that massive fairing, of course, is going to create some kind of shock wave as it goes through max Q, and those shock waves are going to impact the side boosters on a Falcon Heavy in ways that right now we don't even know, which means we got to go back into wind tunnel testing. At the end of the day, while that option was attractive and possible, there was so much risk and so much cost and so much schedule involved that it wouldn't accelerate on either cost or schedule. But here's the thing. It could be used in the future if we could get through all of that. The one downside of that is that it barely made it around the moon. It is true we could get around the moon, but it would be a free return trajectory, and there'd be no possible way to insert at the moon into an orbit. Not even a near rectilinear halo orbit, which is, of course, where the gateway would be. So even that capability was limited. That was not the right solution either. I know we're getting short on time, and this is more detail, but I think there's people here that are interested in this. At the end, there is another solution out there, a Falcon Heavy with an ICPS at the top. Talk about strange bedfellows. A Falcon Heavy with an ICPS at the top with a European service module and Orion crew capsule. That ultimately has the ability to put us to potentially, gosh, Gerst is going to be so mad at me for saying all this. But at the end of the day, by the way, none of this was cleared by Gerstenmaier. He's still the best rocket scientist that we have. No insult to anybody else in the room. So going back to at the end of the day, there is a solution here that could potentially work for the future. It would require time, it would require cost, and there is risk involved. But guess what? If we're going to land boots on the moon in 2024, we have time, and we have the ability to accept some risk, make some modifications. All of that is on the table. There is nothing sacred here that is off the table. And that is a potential capability that could help us land boots on the moon in 2024. I don't want to take away for 1 second the best option to get us to the lunar orbit as soon as possible is SLS and an Orion with the European service module. There is nothing that beats that capability, and right now what we're doing is everything possible to accelerate that. So instead of doing things in series, we're doing things in parallel. I'm sorry, I'm going to anchor here. We've got some time. Got 15 more minutes. Here, and by the way, when I went 1 minute over, when I did the budget rollout, they chopped me off on time. So I'm going to end right on time. They just did a hard cutoff, so I'm going to make sure that I don't do that again. Don't go over time on NASA TV. They will cut you off. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're the administrator or not. They're cutting you off. So the SLS.
That guy. Oh. God. Do you hear what he's talking about at the very end there? He's talking about urgency. He's talking about, you got to get this done. What the do you think he means? Badger, you still here? He's talking about urgency. He was doing this in 2018, man. You need it. It's urgent. You need to get this done quick. God damn it. Oh, jeez. Dude, I was getting fired up from that, and I've seen it already, and, like, I was getting fired up from that, man. Compare that to, oh, we'll launch when we're ready because our heat shield breaks apart. Oh, why did they get rid of him? He's the whole package. The presidential election. Yeah. Jim. Ultimately, this president's vision for NASA is not what the previous president's was. And he said that the president needs somebody that he can trust to run NASA, and he didn't think he was the right man for the job. So he left. He was going to get replaced anyway. Look, man, the administrator is only as good as the leash the executive branch has on him is. Like, you got to give the administrator the tools that they need to succeed. You don't do that. You don't give them a vision. You don't give them purpose. They're useless. That was a town hall. That was a town hall. I don't know what Eric Berger's talking about, to be honest with you guys. Like, and I'm not trying to just dump on that guy. Like, I'm trying not to do that, right? I don't know what he's talking about. He said he proposed it in a Senate meeting. He did not propose that. The first time we ever heard about that was in that NASA town hall. That was a town hall, like a State of the Union for NASA. And somebody asked him that question. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't... What? I don't think that happened that way. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, and Eric probably, he has contacts, clearly. He has a bunch of people that he knows at NASA, but I'm pretty sure that's not how that went down. He did propose it at the town hall. There's footage of it. I just said that, but that's not what he said right there. He said it was during a congressional hearing. That's not... We watched every single one of those hearings with Jim in there. He never did that. When play game. I don't remember him doing that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed something. Are you sure? Because that town hall that we just showed was the first time I ever heard about it. I don't know. Whatever. It's all good. Whatever. Don't go barking up his tree. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Who knows? Here, look at this picture of Joe Barnard instead. Yeah, Lux, there you go. Use Vulcan. Use New Glenn. Orion needs a low Earth orbit testing regime. It always has needed a low Earth orbit testing regime, and anybody that's thought anything different is an idiot. Every single capsule, and that list is only 2, but every single human-rated space flight thing did multiple test flights before they entered operational status. Every single one of them. Some of them unmanned, some of them not. Why do we think we can do it differently with less budget and extended timelines? It's ridiculous. Those are pizza dough mixers that Joe uses to make solid rocket propellant, by the way. Yeah, in case you were wondering. Between 2 Hobarts. Ford, you got something?
I believe that we must have...
All right, let's see.
You're sort of like a...
No, come back.
I believe that we must have, with NASA, a unified and clear direction from the NASA, from the administration, and the Congress to achieve the goal of using an American rocket to put American astronauts on the moon. Ambiguity on options and the program, I think, only detracts from a lot of these efforts, and some of the recent comments made by you and others have arguably created confusion. It has with me. Could you take a minute or two and elaborate on some of what we discussed in our meeting yesterday about SLS and how it's the only launch vehicle capable of launching crew to land on the moon? And considering risk, cost, time, and other factors, your view as administrator about SLS being the option to ensure a successful crewed lunar landing mission in 2024. Is that too much?
No, sir. It's we're right in line on this. We have looked at options, and we have determined that the only option where we are going to be able to put humans on the surface of the moon in 2024, which is my mandate, is to utilize the SLS, which is, of course, will be by far the most powerful rocket in the American inventory. Nothing comes even, in fact, in the world, nothing comes close.
See that? Where? Okay, you see that, right? Shelby's asking that question, right? He's asking that question, and even in that town hall, right? Jim said we could consider using a Falcon Heavy, but we're not going to because SLS offers more capability. It's better to get off SLS operational than it would be to try and retool another rocket for this task. Right? And he just said the same thing in this meeting. He just said the same thing. How is that proposing Falcon Heavy as a viable option? In fact, Jim's saying the opposite of that. That's two instances now of him saying the opposite of that. What history is he remembering? What? That's what I'm getting really confused here because that's not what I'm hearing.
And not just the SLS, but utilizing...
It could be used for other things too, could it not?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. In fact, the SLS, when we talk about launching to Europa, for example, launching to Europa, if we use rockets that are currently available off the shelf, it would be a 7-year mission. Europa being a moon of Jupiter, a water world, if you will, which we believe has a probability of having life. It's 7 years by conventional rockets that currently exist. With SLS, we can cut that down to less than 3.5 years. So it is a very capable asset for the United States of America, and it's really the only rocket that we're going to have capable of taking our humans to the moon in 2024.
I know the time has slipped on it some. It slips on a lot of things. But what's important to build that rocket and build it right, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I know Boeing, we've spent a lot of money on that. And I think it needs to be finished rather than go to something else, you know, that's out of expediency.
And we are close. We're getting very close.
This is where I'm getting confused. Between what was just said in those tweets there and this, does this make Shelby seem like an idiot? I don't think so. I think what he said is pretty straightforward stuff. Like, how is that any different than what I said a second ago about finishing that thing and getting it working? I don't. Am I like? It's not just my own confirmational bias, right? Like, please tell me I'm not nuts. Like, okay, I am nuts, but in this particular matter, this is a Senate Appropriations Subcommittee. Like, I don't, that's such like, that didn't happen. None of this happened. None of what he said none of that happened. Am I crazy? This... Am I nuts? Like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. I've space newsed enough today. Let's play Hearts. Floating, I don't want to... I want to give the benefit of the doubt, man. I'm trying not to bark up the dude's tree, but that's not how that happened. Like... He's getting gaslit. Like... Guys, please don't just echo chamber me. If you want me to go play Hearts, I'll go play Hearts, but... Please tell me I'm not nuts. Like, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like, Harry Fart. 10-month resub. Yeah. Like, I'm not going crazy, right? Like, I mean, maybe. Yeah, Badger, I'm just... I don't get it. Not going crazy yet. I guess we're just supposed to let this slide and just be gaslit into, you know, revisionist statements about NASA's history. And we wonder why we keep falling for the same tricks over and over again. Okay. Okay, let's switch over to Hearts of Iron. We got to do some after hours. Hopefully it doesn't go as bad as Summer Car did last night for after hours. That, now that I said something, I jinxed myself, didn't I? If you're not familiar with Hearts of Iron 4 is a grand strategy game that's takes place from basically 1936 to 1950. It's a grand strategy game where you can play as any country and the events of World War II unfold and do whatever. Do whatever. It's a fun game to do kind of some alternative history deep dives. So yeah, we're going to play that now and we're going to have some fun with it. Who should we play? You missed Summer Car. Head-on collision. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. Play as Columbia? Just for the lulz? Columbia? Well, the last playthrough that I did was, before we did Australia, I did Argentina, and we took over the entire world, remember? Finland? Nothing, Andrew, don't worry about it. You guys want Finland. All right. Every country is playable. Every country that existed in 1936 is playable, dude. I haven't given consideration, Manfu, but every time I play the game, somebody tells me about Kaiserreich and New Order. Old World Blues seems pretty cool, too. That's awesome, Neb. Cool. You want... You want this, huh? NG? That's cool, man. That's awesome, floating. What importance did Italy have on World War II? Not defending the southern flank has a lot to do with Italy's contributions to World War II. It is floating, yeah. So what happened to Italy? Italy joined the side of the fascists, signing the Tripartite Act in 1941. The problem is, Italy was not ready to fight World War II. And Mussolini dragged them into a war they were not even ready to do. Italy had just gotten done sending voluntary forces to Spain, right? And they had just got out of a really bloody war to take Ethiopia down there. They were reeling from those war efforts. They couldn't sustain it. And then World War II happened. Whoops. Italy was spread so thin they couldn't defend everything. Remember, Italy owned all of Libya and all of this. They were spread so thin they couldn't fight. They couldn't fight anything and then just ended up folding. And they surrendered in 1943. And they switched sides and they joined the Allies. L teammate. Yeah, pretty much. Laugh, not related to hearts. Just curious, since I wasn't able to watch a stream or any VODs, have you started the next mission mode? No. Bonking. Poland? Do we want to play Poland historic or ahistoric? So, if you turn on this, historical AI, what happens in World War II basically plays out exactly the same. If you click that off, you might get a variation of what happened in World War II. Can you handle historical? No, probably not. All right, let's go Poland. Let's do it. Poland, non-historical, Iron Man mode. Iron Man mode, this option means no reverts. Yeah, variation. Okay. Poland's got a pretty big army. Can you stop Germany? I'm gonna try. All right. So with hearts, grand strategy, you control everything right down to what guns your troops use. Retake Königsberg, prevent it from becoming Kaliningrad. Well, in order to do that, we got to fight against these. Remember, we're on ahistoric. Let's see what happens here. Who are we? We're Ignacy Masasicki. I don't know who that is. You could do that, Carl. You could do whatever, dude. It depends. Let's take a look at the focus tree first. So the focus tree is kind of your national policy. And wow, that is a... Some of it is mutually exclusive, so these are all different tech trees. Holy balls. Wow, that's a big tree, dude. Okay. Damn, dude. So these are what you could do with the country. Like, you know, Carl, you asked if we could ally with Germany. One of these is a fascist Poland tech tree. So you could. It's possible. The other one is a communist tech tree. You can generally find the communist one because there's hammers and sickles everywhere. There we go. Yeah. Much better music on the ears, dudes. Oh, nice, man. Okay, so this is Democratic right here. Right here is communist right there. And then over here is more dictatorial, I'll say. But see, Nationalist Constitution, Regency Council, Peasant Strike, and April Constitution are all mutually exclusive with each other. So you can only pick one. I was thinking the Regency Council, but we don't necessarily need to do that just yet. Let's take a look at the country's national modifiers, dude. April Constitution gives us a minus 15% political power gain, plus 15 conscription laws. Ooh, that's not good. We want to get rid of that. Looming peasant strike. Low sanitation left opposition. This is our breakdown of demographics in the country. Dictatorial. Yep. I did. I noticed you dropped some frames recently, this week and last. Bloody peasants. All right. Country is 50% stable. This really isn't a good place. 40% war support. We have 150,000 manpower on tap in 26 factories. What's the research tree look like? Okay. So fellas, am I wrong in thinking that we're probably going to need heavy tanks? Heavy tanks with artillery? Whoa, NG, that's cool. We're non-historical floating, yep. Medium tank. We have a lot of land to cover floating, so. Poland does have, yeah. Gdansk. Yeah, of course, James. We have to establish an intelligence office to do it, though. All right, dudes. Let's roll. Support equipment. Trucks. Get better artillery. That's always a good bet. All right, so that's research tree. That's different technologies that you got to research here. We have free civilian factories. Civilian factories basically are your GDP. More civilian factories you have, the more GDP you have. The more GDP you have, the easier it is to build everything else. Long story short. Tell them to build another one. We have 7 of them on tap. Making interwar airframes here. Start making trucks. Missing equipment production. We're missing CAS. Do we have a plane that we can use for close air support? Oh, there is. Hey, all right. All right, let's take a look at our logistics. We are down 12,800 weapons. Okay, our guys don't have enough guns. We're down 174 units of support equipment. Support equipment is things like boots, combat boots, helmets, radios. Yeah, I probably want that. We're down 138 fighter planes and down 78 close air support. Oh, boy. All right, let's try to stabilize this. We need to put a lot of production on guns right now. Confused you so much, Van, you can't even type straight. Yeah, mediums would probably be a good idea. Over here, these trees here, it has some mutually exclusive stuff, but let's pause for a moment. And let's see. That's railways. We want infrastructure. I need something to connect this stuff together. We need to be able to move our military around quickly. That's why I wanted to build trucks. Trucks will resupply you. You can move around faster if you have motorized divisions. And we need trains because we're in a pretty crappy spot here in 1936. We can push Polish School of Mathematics and get the research slot early, which is probably what I'm going to do. That gives me 100 times research bonus for construction tech. Gains the 4-year plan, which grants construction speed plus 10% for 1,500 days, give or take. All right, let's do that. buy some Garands from the USA. I don't think the M1 was made yet in 1936. But even if I could, I don't think they'd sell it to me. You got to be friendly with them for them to want to buy stuff. Or for that. Da. I'm putting them on the border with Germany here. And then I moved... Yes. I have to go to the bathroom. So basically putting troops on the borders here. Sorry, super off topic. For a mod, I need to be able to see where the X-33 pad is via Google Earth. Can't find it in Edwards. .34 degrees, 52 minutes, 30 seconds north. 117 degrees, 34 minutes, 4 seconds west. Being smart is cool. Confirm.
Точность! Точность! Так есть! Точность! Szeregu! Zbiórka! Tak jest! Szeregu! Zbiórka!
Alright. We need to select our traits for a commander. Defensive doctrine is... Oh, we don't have enough command power to do that. Thanks, man. Helped a lot. Yep, no problem.
Szeregu, zbiórka! Baczność!
These cavalry divisions are useless. That mountaineering division is good. What I'm doing is I'm retraining. We're gonna retrain these guys. We should probably see what our div template is. Oh god, so much horse. Oh no, no good. The good thing is we got a pretty sizable army here. I'm retooling these divisions. I'm getting rid of the cavalry divisions because fighting on horseback in World War II is insane. All right, let's check our div template while we're here. 16 combat with recon. I'm gonna need 10 army experience to retool to get artillery to back us up. 18 width is okay. Is there a World War I DLC? No, I don't think so.
Szeregu, zbiórka!
Better motorization priority for these guys to trucks, so we know how many trucks we're gonna need. We need 1,100. Okay. Basically, I'm gonna resupply. The trucks will bring trains to the, will bring the supplies from the trains to the front. So in case something goes down, we have good supply. Logistics matter in this game, dudes. You have to be able to move guns to the front. You can't move if you can't move stuff from your factories that make your guns to the front where your soldiers are fighting, you lose. You will get wrecked. Even a crappy army that's well equipped will beat a really good army that has no guns. Losers discuss tactics, winners discuss logistics. That is very applicable to this game. In a division list, double-click on a div's name to select all the divisions at the same template. Oh, okay. Did they really have horseback? Some people fought on horseback in World War II, Neb. Yep. Oh, yeah. You guys got to remember, when World War II rode around, nobody figured out that you could just take a tank, you could get a bunch of tanks and a bunch of troops on trucks and just punch through somebody's line instantly. The Germans figured that out of necessity because they didn't want to get locked in trench warfare again. They didn't want a stalemate. They were worried about it. So, I mean, the French had built up a big defensive position here on the Franco-German border here called the Maginot Line. And the Maginot Line was basically battleship guns. They built like, you're not getting near this thing. Even if Germany had tried to fight it, they probably would have lost. But where France didn't build an armored wall was over here on the border with Belgium. So Germany figured out, you want to take Paris? Instead of just trying to push on all fronts all at the same time, don't even bother pushing down here. But send crack divisions, high on meth, yes, you heard that right, with tanks and trucks to basically push right through. And that's what they did. German forces pulled out of Dortmund and Essen and went through Eindhoven and Arnhem, right? They went right through here. And basically the Germans said, surrender or we're going to bomb the crap out of you. And the Netherlands said, no, you're not going to do that. And then they leveled Rotterdam. Yeah, so they surrendered. They went right through Belgium, took Brussels before the Belgians even knew what was going on, and then shot right through here in an armored column. The thing about it is everybody's on trucks. Everybody has trucks. Everybody has tanks, right? and you go fast. You shock hit them before they know what's going on. It's called a blitz. Blitzkrieg, lightning war, right? That's what they did. Nobody was ready for that. They were ready to fight another World War I. Nobody was ready for them to just roll through with like 100 tanks. There's nothing. What can you do? What can you do? Nothing is going to stop that. Except like maybe the Maginot Line. But there's no Maginot Line over here, so they just went around. The Germans went right in and took Paris before anybody knew what was going on. They took Paris in like a couple of weeks or something. It was ridiculous. Germany used the Schleifen plan in the opening of World War II. Yep. And guys, since then, every modern conventional war conflict has been fought exactly like that. Fast forward to 1991, Desert Storm. Actually, no, not Desert, well, you could say Desert Storm, but that's not really it. It's more 2003, the second Gulf War. Second Gulf War, the U.S. took Baghdad in like 3 or 4 days. We took over the entire country in like less than a month. We blitzed them. Roll up in the tanks. No one's gonna frick with you if you have 50 tanks. There's nothing they can do. What can you do? I mean, the first Gulf War did the same, but it was with Kuwait. But yeah, Battle of 73 Eastings, you're right. But yeah, that was the idea. No one was ready for what that guy had cooked up, but he did it out of necessity. The reason why he needed to move fast is because he's in a race against time. Everyone knows you're ignoring the Treaty of Versailles. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that, and then you have this bozo over here doing his thing. It's only a matter of time. You're gonna have to come to a day of reckoning. He knew that. You know, everybody was trying to build up, and if he wanted to take over the all of Europe and make Germania and do everything that he promised, you're running out of time. The tactics that he came up with were devised from World War I, and they were because they needed to go quick. Germany needed to defeat everybody over here, because if they didn't, it was only a matter of time before this guy was gonna try and do the same thing that Hitler was doing. He knew that. Stalin knew that. That's why he did what he did. That's why they blitzed. They blitzed so they could basically cut the head off the snake immediately. Can't really do that. Can't blitz when there's water in the way. Unfortunately for them, kind of great for everybody else, Germany couldn't figure out a way to have all these awesome tanks that they move really, really quickly. They couldn't get them to Dover. They couldn't get them to Portsmouth. They couldn't get them to Plymouth. Why? The Royal Navy. Royal Navy had something to say about it. They couldn't get them across the channel. There's no way to do a D-Day style landing without getting completely decimated by the Royal Navy. That's why in 41, you saw them trying to do that. They tried to beat the Royal Navy at sea. That didn't work. That was an extremely stupid idea. But what choice do you have? You want to go down this path? And to kind of bide some time, they signed a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. The reason why they did that was time to build up arms. Stalin did the same thing. He knew that if Germany tried to invade him, he was screwed unless he built up arms. Because he basically, well, that's what happens when you shoot your own generals, but that's another story. So the reason why they signed a non-aggression pact is so they could bide each other's time before what happened in 1942 happened. Barbarossa. And even then, that guy barely held on. German forces made it to about here. That's where the line basically stalled. The absolutely insane thing about that is going from 1942, the 1942 border where they split Poland up, basically right here, going from there to there and covering all that ground in less than a year would be like the United States starting at the Mississippi River and getting to San Francisco in a year with an army on a front that wide. Basically from Boca Chica all the way to Minot, North Dakota. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely absurd what happened here. That is an insane logistical effort. Like, Don't get me wrong. Really happy they lost. Frick those guys, but also crazy. I want my samba music. Largest front in history. We're talking about a 3,000-mile wide front. Unfrickin' believable, dude.
Regu, Zbiórka!
Regu. All right, the next thing we're gonna do is tell everybody to train up. We have some under-trained divisions. Anybody that's 2LT, that's second lieutenant. That's what it looks like. Anybody that's level 3, they can't train anymore. Everybody else drill. Yep, Singularity, it was ridiculous. The only reason the Soviet Union held on is because we were giving them guns and tanks and trucks. That's the only reason they held on. If we didn't bail them out, they'd take Moscow. Easily take Moscow. So he was right to attack when he did. The problem is that he opened up 2 fronts because we bailed out Moscow. We bailed out the Soviet Union. The only reason. Timbite, do you know how much hardware the U.S. lend-leased the Soviet Union? Look. Yeah, Phoenix, it's ridiculous. Dude, we easily gave them... I'm trying to see if we can... Look. We give them 17.5 million tons of equipment. Somebody got some good use out of the P-39. Yep. In total, U.S. derivatives to the USSR through Lend-Lease amounted to $11 billion in materials, equivalent to $148 billion in 2023, 400,000 Jeeps and trucks, 12,000 armored vehicles, 7,000 tanks, 1,300 of which were M3s and 4,100 Shermans. 11,400 aircraft, P-39s, A-20s, and P-63s, and 1.5 million tons of food. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. Without that, they lose. That is an insane amount of hardware. I think that's conclusive enough to say that maybe it's not the only reason, but honestly, yeah, that I'm pretty sure you would have lost. They're pretty sure they would have lost. Britain as well, then, dude. Oh, dude, we kept England going. You know how many merchant sailors died by German U-boats trying to get supplies to that country? Something like that, Toaster. I don't know if the Soviet Union ever paid us back. Dude, we replenished the Royal Navy, dude. Like, Franklin Roosevelt, FDR started selling them entire, like flotillas of U.S. warships. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, the U.S. industrial capacity won for the Allies. There's no getting around it, man. Yep, that's right, Phoenix. Entire navies. We were lend-leasing them stuff bigger than most countries' navies, period. At one point, the U.S. had over half the global industrial output. Oh. I wish. Yeah, man. You believe that? Pretty crazy, right? Hey, Chris, 4813 sub. My favorite story about World War II, when a German planner predicted the amount of America's contribution, he was laughed out of the room, and then America proceeded to exceed that prediction. Dude, look, man. Frick that guy. If I'm that guy, I'm doing everything that I can to keep the U.S. out of this. That's why he was pissed when Japan attacked the United States. Because he gave him an excuse to fight Germany. And he's like, well, we're boned. He was pissed that Japan attacked us. Oh, yeah. Hitler was mad. He went on his, you know. Japan said, Leroy Jenkins. Why did Japan decide to get us involved? To get the U.S. involved? Well, that's more complicated. The reason why is because there was a lot of infighting. There was a lot of infighting in just different political classes and then different parts of the Imperial Japanese forces. Yeah. There were people like Yamamoto that knew attacking the U.S. was basically death for your country. He knew. But yeah, there were some people that were, there was a lot of infighting and there was a lot of, no, you're wrong, I'm right, no, let's do this, no, let's do this. It was very disorganized. It had a very, Imperial Japan had a very weird hierarchical structure. If you go read about it, it's actually super interesting. Primo and I listened to a book about it, an audio book about it once. What was the dude's name? Forget the dude's name. I'd have to go. I'll get the book for you guys tomorrow. Dan Carlin. It wasn't a book. It was Dan Carlin's podcast. CW. Yeah, that's what it was, man. Thank you. Dan Carlin's awesome, dude. Really, 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 really interesting stuff. Supernova in the East is fantastic. Yeah, Squishton. He knew he was in. That guy knew he was in a race against time. If he wanted to complete his territorial ambitions, man, dude, you don't take over Europe without. You don't try to take over all of mainland Europe and try to basically make a new 1,000-year empire without pissing someone off. He knew that. Guy wasn't stupid. He was just an asshole. And a big asshole at that. In fact, I would contend to say his assholism clouded his judgment, but easy to say in retrospect, I guess. Oh yeah, also addicted to meth. The entirety of Germany was addicted to meth. You want to know how you take over another country in like a week? Coke out all your soldiers. Yeah. Oh yeah. German field rations came with meth. Meth. Yeah, no, I'm not sugarcoating that. Meth. Like, we need to cook. Like, they gave their entire army meth, and their entire army almost took over Europe in like less than a year. That's not a coincidence, dudes. Hey, Cam, what's going on? It was sugar-coated meth. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that and meth. The power of math. Yeah. So you're saying if Japan wouldn't have spitballed us, we would have continued to support the USSR, and then what would have happened after that? Supporting the USSR and England. Yeah. I don't know. honestly, if I had to guess, England stays England, the UK stays the UK, that stays the way it is, and Germany fortifies the Western Front. I mean, without the US getting involved, there's no D-Day. You don't get D-Day. So that means Germany can focus all of its forces over here, and then probably overcome, despite the Lend-Lease too. And even if they can't, even if the front line stalls, they can divert resources. Because you guys got to remember, the U.S. invaded Italy in 1943 in Anzio, right here. Early 1943, we took Sicily, and then we entered here. If the U.S. doesn't open up this front, if we don't open up that front in the Mediterranean, right, and we don't get rid of Italy, we don't gain a foothold in the Mediterranean. That's a big deal. Not a lot of people know that. The U.S. 3rd Infantry Division landed at Anzio and took out, see the train track that's right there? Their objective was to get the train track, because that's one of 2 train tracks that supply the front down here. The tracks, hell, the tracks are still there, for what it's worth. Those train tracks, the tracks that go from Rome to Naples, still there. Down the Amalfi Coast, the Italian war efforts down here, you cut that railroad line off, they can't reinforce. They got that track over here, but by the time they reinforce with that, the train, instead of the train going, just straight through, it has to go down and it has to go around. So the U.S. hit Anzio, 3rd Infantry Division. My grandfather was there, and they took it. And then they basically pushed out in all directions from there. Actually, they blitzed, the U.S., the 3ID blitzed, and then they stopped. Believe it or not. And that gave the Germans time to reinforce. Yeah, if you really want to know. Foothold, because it's shaped like a boot. Yeah, without the US, the UK doesn't win over here. And if Germany takes the Suez Canal, that's it. That's game over. You lose. Yeah, there's no way. It cuts cuts the British Empire in half. You are absolutely screwed. Yeah, Alex, there you go. It would have been Jover. Roger Waters' father was at Anzio during World War II. My grandfather was there, Rem. Yeah. Got a Bronze Star, dude. You want to hear something crazy? We actually, last year, I think 5 years ago, we put in a request for my grandfather's service records, and we got them back like last year. Or maybe it was the year before that. I don't know. COVID times. What do you want? He got a Bronze Star. So listen to this. You want to... I like fixing things, right? So my grandfather, I never knew him. He died before I was born. My grandfather was in a mortar company in the 3rd Infantry Division. And there were, between the mortar pits and the forward observers, right? There is a communications line. And that communications line got messed up. It got hit it got hit from artillery or something. The day that my grandfather got a Bronze Star, he went back and forth and fixed that stupid thing. Being a stubborn motherfucker, went back and fixed that thing like 6 or 7 times after it was bombed 6 or 7 times. Stubborn likes fixing things. Look, man. Never knew the guy, but also, I'm stubborn and I like fixing things, you know. Yeah, no idea where he got that one from, pal, right? That's all I'm saying, dude. He was so stubborn it overflowed all the way into you. I'm stubborn. My dad's stubborn. His dad was stubborn. Like, it's so funny, dude. So what you're saying is that I should invade Italy? Yes. Yeah. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Does it make sense? Makes sense. Like, Sometimes, you know, if it looks like apple pie, it smells like apple pie, it's probably apple pie, you know what I mean? Yeah, maybe, Elfish, I don't know. And in many cases, the people patching the field phones were sniper bait. Guy's got balls of steel, dude. Anyway, let's get that research slot. Looming peasant strike. We're gonna have to figure that one out. We gotta make a decision in less than a year. Yeah, there you go, Hellfish. Yep. I actually, on my honeymoon with Bree, we went to Naples and we went to the Savoy Palace. That was the 3rd Infantry Division's HQ. And yeah, it's pretty cool because my grandfather would have walked through there at some point. I thought it was neat. I didn't tell you guys about it because I went social media MIA for that entire honeymoon. That was on purpose. Who do you think you are? I am! Yeah, exactly. I'll try for it, Orion, but I don't think it's gonna happen. We're down 19,000 guns. We gotta really up that gun production. That's okay. We're not fighting anybody, so it's alright. What happened to Poland in World War II? Did they get invaded? They got invaded by Germany and the Soviet Union, T-Man. The start of World War II is universally regarded as September 1st, 1939. That's when German troops, who said they were antagonized by Polish troops on the border, who said they were attacked first, invaded and took over Poland. Yeah, pretty damn fast. The part that nobody ever talks about is that the Soviet Union did the exact same thing. Oh yeah, they split the country in half. Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, look it up. Poland got sandwiched. You guys got to remember, during World War II and coming up to World War II, Poland, Italy's doing Italy things. Poland is an ally. They're a member of the Allies, like France, like England, United States, Canada, Australia. They're allies. Poland was the only allied. I mean, they got taken over by Germany, and they got liberated by the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union didn't give them back. Poland's government was in exile in the UK, along with most of their air force. Most of their air force fought in the fought for the RAF. Most of their pilots, because the pilots, after they figured out Poland was getting completely screwed on both sides, the pilots all said screw this and flew to the UK. Yeah, true story. Not a lot of people know that. And their government was in exile. And when World War II ended, the government tried to come back, and the Soviet Union said, "Niet." Yeah, that's what happened to Poland. Not pretty. We lost an ally. Dude, Fat Electrician's video on Carlos Hathcock is amazing, dude. He's Carlos Hathcock. He doesn't miss. What an absolute Giga Chad, dude. It made me want to pick up a... Maybe want to go buy a Remington R700. I'm not even kidding. All right, guys, so it's relatively quiet right now. We've overcome the deficit of 100 trucks right now. We still have 1,000 more. We need more support equipment. We need more fighters. So, look, man, if we're going to fight, it's going to be a land war. I'm not really going to focus on Poland's navy, even though what do we have? We have 2 destroyers and 3 submarines, and they're moored in Gdansk right there. That's not going to do us any good. What about airplanes? What do we have? P-11s. Yeah, see, pretty decent Air Force. Nowhere near full capacity, though. How much oil do we have? We have good enough amount of oil. I'm gonna tell those guys to train up. Rizik, 33 months. Yeehaw! Pretty much all Eastern Europe swapped one occupation to another. Hey. Did you guys...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. I'm bringing this up in a purely factual and contextual way. Did you guys see, if you're following, kind of global warfare and politics and stuff, did you guys see the German Bundeswehr troops discussing the Ukrainian invasion of Kursk? Did you guys see that? Metric 77-month resub. Thank you. Did you guys see that? What the hell? I was like, wait. What the frick is going on here? Dude, what the actual hell? That was very, Phoenix, it was super surreal. I'm like, wait, what? What is... yeah, to all the arrows here. Yeah, I'm like, wait, what the frick? What the hell is this? The head of the German Bundeswehr wished the Ukrainians the best of luck. What the hell is going on? Oh my gosh. Hellfish, can you go find it? Was it that photo shoot with that really weird... No, dudes. Here, hold up. Dude, it is... I don't have any comment one way or another to say about this. Like, it's just... Like, it's like, wait, what? What's going on here? Dude, here, I'll link it in chat. Oh, yeah, you got it. Hellfish, you beat me to it. Hellfish's link in chat, guys. Yeah, dude, it's weird, man. It's freaking weird, dude. I'm like, wait. I've seen this before. Where have we seen this before? Dude, I can like watch it and you'll be like, huh? What are you doing there? Dude, between 1910 and 1950, Chechnya went Austrian Empire, free for 20 years, Germany, USSR orbit. Yikes. Yeah, right. It's so freaking weird, man. Time is a flat circle. I don't... all right. All right, let's speed this sucker up. Let's go. Can we buy anything? Anybody buying anything? Nope. All right, cool. We have to overcome these deficits quick. And it's going to take some time to procure 18,000 firearms. We got that research slot. Japanese young officer coup. Uh-oh. Ethiopia's in a civil war. Yeah, Panderific. Yeah, you're probably right. 35 days for 2 civilian factories and building slots. I'll take that. Civ factories. Remember, that's GDP. The more Civ factories you have, the better, the more you can support your war effort if you decide to do that. All right, let's go over here to industry, get our construction research figured out, and we got to start going down the engineering tree. Yeah, Japan has a young officer coup. I wonder how that's going to end. Yeah, dude. Wild stuff, man. We are... So, Zalta, if you have historical focuses on... World War II will play out pretty much as history intended, right? I have a historic focuses on, so a war is going to happen. How it plays out, don't know. It's kind of a toss-up. I'm still going to bunker down here just in case, because it's still, even with a historic on, it's still very possible that this guy goes bananas and tries to take over all of Europe. So how long until we borrow a T-34-85 to film 4 tankers and a dog? Nice, Finos. 89 months. Nice. You're just getting ready. Hey, man, get strapped or get clapped, dude. That's how it rolls. There's ample history between Poland and Lithuania. Now that we are once again united through a force through force of arms. Perhaps it is time to revive the most glorious days of our past. Reform this. What is our requisite for that? Controls all Lithuanian states, controls all Polish states. Average compliance in Lithuania more than 80%. Interesting. More research slots for me. We need to start going down engineering. Get that research speed, get those radios up and running. Let's get production efficiency. This machine tools will basically make it so you can manufacture. Production efficiency cap basically makes it that over time you can ramp up production. Let's see, vis passum parabellum. Et tu, Hellfish. The Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a major European power during the Renaissance until the late 1700s. They got split between Prussia, Free Germany, the Austrian and Russian empires. Ew. Are you watching the Korean War week by week? No. What's that, T-Man? Oh, the Mechazilla sticker. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Tell you what, we need to tactically acquire a T-14 and an Su-57. I mean, Jam, all I want is a Mosin. Is that bad? All I want is a Mosin, you know what I'm saying? All right. Mill factory, military factory, level 1 railways. This is the infrastructure tab. These are the tabs that I like going down first. Oh, nice. Hellfish. Yeah, crazy. Also, a factual FYI for contents. Per Russian law, conscripts can't leave Russia for an expeditionary war. This means the troops in Kursk aren't convicts or mercenaries. The war is about to become very unpopular. Oh. Yeah, right, Manfu? Yeah. I can put you in contact with the dealer if that's legit, EJ. We'll talk. What's my favorite World War II vehicle? Tracked vehicle, ground vehicle, airplane. What are we talking about, T-Man? 6 crates of Mosins. Actually, what I need, Jam, is a jungle carbine Mosin. Short barrel. Short barrel bolt. That's what I like. I think those are super cool. He's gonna say a Ford truck. Actually, Ford made Jeeps during the war. Ford made Jeeps and tanks, but Ford made more planes than anything. Yeah. The US government said, hey, we want Jeeps. Jeep can't make Jeeps fast enough. Make Jeeps fast enough. And Ford said, no, pay me more. And they're like, all right, fine. We'll give you a cost plus contract. And he said, okay, cool. True story. Henry Ford hated Jeep. He hated Jeep. That guy had an irrational hatred for Jeep, which is really funny, actually. The common Jeep L. Do you have $5 grand? Because that's what they go for. Never mind, Jam. I'll just keep blowing my money on crappy automobiles. All right. Yeah, government. Yeah, you guys think SLS with the cost plus contracts crazy? You should see the cost plus contracts that the U.S. government was handing out during World War II. Kickning, 42 months, having fun. Yeah. Oh, let's do that. Bolivian generals blunder their coup d'etat. Bolivia. Okay. Since when did Mosins become 900 to $1,000? It's not right, Jim. It's not right, dude. I remember my buddy in high school. Actually, it was like after high school. He bought an SKS for like $50, dude. A freaking SKS, not a Type 56. An SKS, a real Russian one. He bought it for like $50. I'm like, that's... Man! Ethiopia was annexed. I can buy a Mosin in Canada for like $650. Nice. New Polish industry. We need more than 50 factories for that. All right. Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff to get us SIP factories here. Fill in the railway gaps, baby. Let's roll. Need more guns. Need more guns. Need more trucks. We almost got that Fiat 621. Don't forget, you have peasant stuff. I see it, man. We're gonna have to... Yeah, that's a good point. How much time do we have? Music is too stressful. Yeah, can you believe that? Supply of Mosins dried up? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Unreal. Alright, dudes. We're gonna need planes. We already got pretty good oil processing. We're ahead of the game on that, but... Modify synthetic rubber resource output. Yeah, I'll take that. This is Lil Pop, Rau, and Lowenstein. What do we want? Oh yeah, steel cargo bed for the trucks. Absolutely. Production, go here, select the 621. Can anything be done to stop the strike? Fill in the railway gaps? No. Over here. Here, let's... These are all the policies that have to do with the peasant strike. The Act of the 5th November was a promise made by the Central Powers to release a free and independent Polish kingdom out of the ashes of the Russian Empire. Resulting regency failed to find a monarch before surrendering all powers to Pilsudski. But with the nationalists unable to form a stable government, perhaps it is time we re-establish the full regency to find Poland her rightful king. Henchocular! Biglet, how are you doing? Did you get an absolutely super forestly sleep? Was it good? Was it jocular? Was it henchularity? Was it henchu-jocularity? What's up, man? Oh, nice. Now it's about 3 hours before the postman came with nicotine. Nicotinatry. Great. Nationalist Constitution. Remove the April Constitution. I don't know. Should we do...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Peck. 35 months. Good to be back. What's up, dude? What's the plan? A Poland-Lithuanian empire, maybe? I'll check it out later. Seek an alliance with the Kaiser. Fulfill the 5th of November Act.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The Australian post offices are unaccepting of either jocular conservatory topics or exuding superosity. Just a crying shame, man. That's not very cash money-osity. Not very cash money. Vin, tier 164, remember, when you put a t-shirt on, your body goes in a hole and goes out 3 holes. Until we meet again! Skeletor! I guess you're right. Plus, I'm too hench to fit through the doorway in any way but sideways. They'd have to get a guy with an engineering degree to make some of those double doors, because everything needs planning permission. So, we have fascism, monarchy, communism, democracy. Sword mashup is getting out of control and I'm not going to reel it in. Why would you reel in the jocularity? Why would you do that? One does not simply reel in the henchness. It's just not how it works, man. All right. Democracy or Commonwealth? Floating dealer's choice. Which one should I do? We're not doing communism. Frick them. You get enough of that crap when I play workers. What are we doing? Henchness is binary. It's binary. It's henchinary. Commonwealth floating, what do you think? Well, yeah, you're either hench or you aren't. King? Kim? What's Commonwealth? Is Commonwealth the democracy?